Hello everyone and welcome to Japan for the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Hello everybody, good to be back in the booth. Paul Messer here, ready to give you 10 hours of racing action here at the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, presented by, among a few, Butt Kicker, Sim Gear, PSR TV, Orion Race Team, Sim Racing Holland, and of course Inside Sim Racing TV. Good to have you with us as we get ready for 10. Yes, I said 10. That's double digits in the hours category. Racing here at Fuji. Drivers working their way around the circuit. Getting ready. A couple minutes left in warm-up here. Got about 5 minutes left in warm-up. And a couple of really interesting storylines to talk about as we get ready here. A couple of which we want to touch on really quickly, and that's got to be the fact that Torrent Motorsports is on the pole today in the LMP1 class. Kassa on the pole. He'll be followed by Bruno Marquez at the line for Ghost Speed. Ghost Speed been really powerful over the past few weeks, and they've been always been the contender. They've always been the guys that have been right up there. Of course, Bruno Marquez and Andres Corrali always been battling. They currently lead the LMP Teams Championship by a resounding 4 points over the Swedish-American Dome. But before we get to the championship action and get a little bit more in-depth with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the track map here at Fuji. The newly redesigned Fuji circuit on the lovely venue of Japan. Very long circuit, very wide. Also got a lot of interesting uphill and downhill sections. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. Like we said, Ghost Speed leads the point standings by 4 points over the Swedish-American Dome. RC Motorsports, they were your winners at Silverstone. They will be in third. HDM and Fan First Racing round out the top 5. As you take a look at the rest of the field there, let's go ahead and segue into the GT team. Wilfred van der Brink leading the Sim Racing for Holland charge, but they are being closely followed. In fact, it's a dead heat tie between Sim Racing for Holland and the Orion Race Team. Both those teams tied at 113 points. Sledge Tech runs third at 99. The RC Motorsports drivers run in fourth in the GT Championship with 98 points. And of course, Sim Racing tonight, and their entry is in fifth. It's very close battling in all of our in both the championship. Excuse me. But the GT Championship is wide open here as we come into Fuji. Now we got 10 hours of racing set in front of you. It's a first for a lot of people. It's going to be a first for myself. 10 hours of racing action brought to you live today on Pro Sim Racing TV, the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. Like we said, this circuit's really difficult. It's very much a rhythm track, especially in that third sector, that crucial uphill third sector. It's also a very wide track, though, very forgiving, a lot of runoff space. But the drivers need to be making sure that they don't use all of the driving space, and it's not on a very consistent basis. Like we said, a couple of very interesting storylines. For one, Torrent Motorsports on the pole today, really out of nowhere in their C60. As for the Swedish-American Dome, that car will be driven by Eric Schmeider at the start. And they will be chasing the Ghost Speed entry of Bruno Marquez, who will start outside front row. Now, the GT battle is also very, very interesting. Ricard Helston will lead the GT class to the green flag. Wilfred van der Brink not far behind. Frosty St. Clair, you remember he was in the booth during Silverstone. Well, he got tired of me and he's back in the car here at Fuji. Frosty, however, not the best qualifying performance for him. He'll be starting a little bit farther back in the GT1 field, behind not only a lot of new guys, but also a lot of regulars that we've seen as well. let's ride along with the Swedish-American R8 of Eric Schmeider. Again, he will be leading the Swedish-American entry to the green flag. He's driving through the rest of the course. This is the newly designed section of the Fuji circuit. Really down to a hard braking zone here. Now the very reminiscent of the old Fuji design chicane right here, and he starts his uphill track. This is the part of Fuji that is very, very rhythm dependent, very, very line dependent. You can gain or lose a lot of time in this sector alone. Eric really smooth on the wheel here. He'll work up this last corner very blind, very interesting cut across, full on the throttle, now down this home straightaway. Very, very long home straightaway, and he will actually round out his warm-up with this lap right here for Eric Schmeider. And with all that being said, we are about to get ready to go racing for 10 hours here at the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. Sponsored today by Butt Kicker and Sim Gear, along with the Orion Racing Team, Sim Racing for Holland, SRT, and PSR TV. So now we slowly await the rollover to the race session, and we will get underway here at Fuji. Cars finishing up their laps, working their way back to pit road, getting ready to start for 10 hours of Fuji. It's a test of attrition. That's definitely the case. 10 hours is a lot longer than 6 hours, which is where we were, or which is the link that we ran back when we did Silverstone, and that seems like so long ago, but what a race that was, especially in the closing stages. And it also should be noted that even though it is a very long race, you could still have a very close battle at the end, as was seen at Silverstone, as Corrali and James Picard had their amazing battle, one that will not be forgotten anytime soon. Drivers throwing good lucks left and right. We are about to go racing. I'm sorry, 40 cars take the green flag here at Fuji. Very large vehicle. Waiting for, I believe, just a few more drivers to enter pit road here, making sure everybody's all set and ready to go. You want to talk about an interesting race, that's what we're about to see here. Is just it's an interesting race at an interesting circuit. You wouldn't necessarily think to see these high-speed LMPs and these not-so-high-speed GTs at the Fuji circuit. This is where Formula One ran their Japanese Grand Prix last year. These drivers are certainly going to be facing a difficult task as we go from the not-so-wide Silverstone circuit to the very wide Fuji circuit with a lot of runoff, not a lot of grass here at Fuji, but I tell you what, if you hit the curbing just wrong, you are in for a lot of high-speed peril. That's probably one of the downsides of the track, is that the track is constantly high speed all the way around the circuit, so one little mistake and you could be flying into a tire barrier or a styrofoam barrier or that kind of peril. Looks like we are about to get the rollover. And indeed we do. All non-essential personnel leaving the grid now. We are about to get ready here at Fuji. And as the drivers start to take to the grid, let's give you really quickly the rundown of the top 10 in each class. On the pole is going to be Petter Kassa for Torrent Motorsports. His number 7760 will start on the pole. Second place, Bruno Marquez is going to be in the number 12 Go Speed Racing Team R8. That team looking for a consistent finish. That's all they really need to extend their point lead. Tristan Bayless is in third with the GMT-DHR Racing Garage. Drivers starting their warm-up lap now. The 303 car starting third. Eric Schmeider. This is the battle we're watching all day between Swedish American and Go Speed. Schmeider starts fourth in his number 55 R8. Starting fifth is Klaus Kag in the RC Motorsports number 7. That car is his last races, not last week, but last races winner. That's the 6 Hours of Silverstone. Also a very strong car back in Sebring. It'll be interesting to see how RC does today. Starting sixth on the grid is Paul Valentine in the Sim Racing Tonight Pez Carolo. His car 39 starts sixth. And right behind him is Vix Ramond in the Sim HQ Motorsports Pez Carolo C60. Adam Hardy in eighth in the Six City Triple P Racing C60. Ninth is Kevin Savoli in the Thunderbird Racing Audi R8. And rounding out the top 10 is Chris Jordan in the Swedish American R8. Rickard Helston will lead the GT field to the green in his Go Speed Racing DBR9. He'll be followed by David Greco. Yes, David Greco in the Black Rebels DBR9. He'll start second. In third will be Wilfred Van den Brink for Sim Racing for Holland. He's followed by Kevin Brent and Michael Sampson. Robin Vandergaal is moving to the back because it looks like he's getting passed by Timon Bowler. Vandergaal's in there as well. He starts, looks like, 7th. 8th would be Roger Decline. 9th is Frosty St. Clair. We told you he's starting farther back in the pack. And rounding out the top 10 in GP1 is Piotr Karaswiecki. And as soon as the LMPs hit the front straight, we will see green flag. So just a few turns to go. The excitement is building. We are about to get racing at Fuji. Petter Kassa will lead them around one last time under controlled circumstances. And as he hits the front straightaway, the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji is almost underway. It's almost underway. It's getting ready. Tension building. And we're underway. Petter's going to lead him down. Looks like Bayless is going to look to the inside of Marquez down the straightaway. Already action building as they work towards turn 1. GT class now getting the green flag. Rickard Helston going to lead him down. And the GT class is underway. Helston with a great start over David Greco, and Wilfred Van den Brink now applying pressure to Greco down the straightaway. Very large GT field here working down towards turn 1. Greco closing in on Helston. Looks like Van den Brink's in the battle for third. Not anymore. He's now in third. And the chaos beginning behind them. Kevin Brentz in the RC Motorsports Cup. He's right behind Wilfred. Looks like David Greco wants Helston. Up front, Bruno Marquez was able to gain and pass Petter Kassa at the start here, so we have a new leader. So Bruno Marquez and Go Speed Racing will lead the first lap. Cars are going to snake their way down the straightaway, trying to break off the draft, which is going to be oh so important. Looks like we have a car in the pits on lap 1. This is JT Tommy. This is an RC Motorsports entry. And he will make his pit stop. I guess it's better to have your problems now than rather than later. David Greco, however, on Ricard Helston. Ricard's going to block him all the way down the straightaway. This is a battle for the GT lead on lap 1. Greco moves high. He wants to get him on the outside. He's not going to have it. Going to try a crossover maybe. Not close enough to try that. Now down the straightaway. Greco seems close. He's going to keep applying pressure to that ghost speed entry. Battle of DBR9. Just got the word 10 hours left in this race. Oh, Greco in the grass a little bit, but he's got him. Overshot the corner, though. And that's going to cost him more than one position. Greco's going to drop back to, I believe, 4th in the GT class, and he's under pressure from Sampson. Sampson to the outside of Greco. Not going to get him. And now Wilfred Vanderbrink sets his sights on Ricard Helston. Vanderbrink in the sim racing for Holland and currently tied in a dead heat with Orion Race Team in the GT1 Championship. And Vanderbrink is on a charge off the corner. He's got a good run on Helston down the straightaway. Helston's trying to block. He's not going to get there in time. Down the straightaway, it's a drag race. Vanderbrink's going to move to the GT1 lead down the straightaway. Helston's going to try to draft back, though. Vanderbrink snakes him low. Now the race to the top of the track to get a good line into turn 1. Looks like Vanderbrink will have it. And Vanderbrink will secure the position. So new leader, Wilfred Vanderbrink, using that American muscle to get by and take the lead over the Aston Martin. Kassa under attack in second, getting word now. Looks like we already have our first retirement of the race. And that's actually from Torrent Motorsports, the second entry from Torrent Motorsports, Ryan Gilmore. Will not finish this race. Tristan Bayless in the GMT-DHR Racing Garage, now giving Kassa a little bit of heat. Oh, wow, looks like we have Wilfred Vanderbrink who's gone off track at the chicane. We were watching that battle with Kassa, but Wilfred Vanderbrink looks like he has spun the car. Does not look to have any damage, but Wilfred Vanderbrink around, and now he's battling with Frosty St. Clair. St. Clair now applying pressure to Vanderbrink. Don't know if Vanderbrink might have lost it under braking, but down the straightaway he's going to use that muscle of the Corvette. He's going to snake it down the straight. Frosty's going to hold steady on the outside, and Vanderbrink is going to try to move back forward. But Wilfred looks like he might have had a chance to start pulling away. Won't do that now. And of course, all this chaos happening at the beginning of the race, and until things calm down, we'll be jumping all through the field. Apologies for that. Right now, let's go ahead and head back up to. Go back up front. Bruno Marquez, Peter Kassa. Kassa has been driving like Massa at the start here. Yes, I'm using that pun all day long. He's pulled away from Bayless, and now he's setting his sights on Marquez. Let's see if we can get a quick replay of the Vanderbrink incident. Getting word that a stop-go penalty has been assigned by a live steward to Kevin Brentz. It is unknown whether Kevin might have cut the track. See if we can get some info on that. Kevin Brentz, the RC Motorsports entry, that's 4th in GT points, is now being assigned a penalty. So Kevin Brents will make that pit stop there, or stop and go penalty. Looks like, is that Wilfred Vanderbrink making a pit stop as well? No, that would be the other sim racing for Holland. In the meantime, Bruno Marquez already starting to work through traffic. Closing in on the tail end of the GT field here. Battle for P3. That's Bayless and Kassa. Bayless closing in, and now we get to see how the GT cars react to an LMP battle. Oh, look at this! Hodwig being used as a pick a little bit to keep Bayless at bay. Right behind these guys, Klaus Kag, he's moved into fourth, and he's making a charge for Eric Schmider running fifth. He's still trying to hold on. In the meantime, Bruno Marquez and Ghost Speed pulling away. And if we cut away from this battle for any reason at all and you want to keep watching it, log on to prosimracing.com/racecast. You can find out where your favorite driver or your favorite team is currently running. Right now, we're watching this battle for the second position. Tristan Bayless, Peter Kassa, and Klaus Tag all battling for second. Bayless looking on the outside. Down the straightaway. It is a drag race. Oh, looks like they might have made a little bit of contact there. Bayless and Kassa, dead even down the straightaway. Looks like Kassa's pulling away a little bit down the straightaway. Now Bayless got to move over for a GT car. Klaus Tag goes to the far outside. So Klaus not getting helped out by the GT traffic. Bayless right behind Kassa. It seems like Bayless is catching Kassa at the most inopportune times. You can't really pass in every corner here. Oh, Kassa makes his way under the lap traffic there. It's amazing to think we're only 2 or 3 or 4 laps into this event, and these guys are already lapping the GT car. Bayless on the attack on Kassa. And Klaus Tag we're on board with Klaus Tag right now. Let's follow him for a little bit because he's in the catbird seat. Not only is he a part of this battle, but he's also got the best seat in the house in case something should happen to Bayless and Kassa here. Oh, looks like Klaus ran a little wide in the corner. Down the straightaway now. Bayless and Kassa are going to pull away. Bayless with a draft down the straightaway. He's going to try to pull out, and Kassa blocks low. Kassa blocks low, so here we go high. Bayless down into 1. Bayless looks like he broke a little bit later. Kassa runs him a little bit high. Bayless still there. They were side by side through the corner. Bayless lets it go. So Bayless very carefully, very slowly trying to work on Peter Kassa. We're very, very early in the race. We are only 2/10. We're only 2/10 into the first hour. And Bayless really on Kassa on the attack here. Ooh, Kassa going to look to the inside of Boyer. That's a lap car there. And Klaus Tag again behind both of these guys. Klaus catching the lap traffic at the most inopportune times. And now Bayless again down the straightaway has got a draft on Kassa. We'll see how this one plays out. This is normally the best passing opportunity you're going to have all day. Look at that. That's GT cars battling in front of the LMPs there. That's Toll and Krone. They're battling. Looks like we might go 3 wide. Maybe just for a second. trying to get by the lap traffic at the same time, trying to work on your own battles. And Bayless is just going to stick right behind Kassa here. He wants to make a move, but he's not going to necessarily force the issue this early. Looks like we had a GT car go off track. So as we keep watching that battle in LMP1, let's go back real quick to the battle for 14th overall. This is for second in the GT class, Sampson and Helson. Sampson in a Corvette. That's the triple P Racing C6R. Rickard Helson in the GoSpeed DVR. Looks like Robin Vertigal looks to the inside. He got a good run off the corner, but the Corvette's got a little bit more power down the straightaway. And the Corvette will just pull away from that DVR, or from that 996. That's the port. Robin Vertigal will start to pull away, and Sampson will begin his attack on Helson. Again, looks like they all three went wide. Hey, I don't know. I don't know how you call that. I don't know how you call that. Looks like they all three went off. That none of them gained time, but Vandergaal gained battle. Back in P2, we had, looks like Kassa ran off. Kassa up after Peter Kassa. He's back in fifth. Bayless also ran off track. We're going to look for a replay here. Bayless is off the track, and Kassa's back in fifth. Klaus Tog is now in second. Now Bayless retains his third place spot that he had before. Klaus Tog moves into second. Something happened because both Bayless and Kassa have lost time, and in the case of Kassa, he's lost the 3 positions, gone from second to fifth. And wow, this GT traffic really just hectic tolls being taken. All right, we're going to see if we can get a replay of this here. Looks like Bayless got him, and Kassa was able, or Kassa just lost it going into 1. Kassa just trying to repass him, and of course he just could not hang on to it. So now that's going to put Kassa back in. No contact though, so looks like no harm, no foul from the race control front. Marquez still going to lead. Klaus Tog now in second, though. Bayless runs third. Schmeider runs fourth, but he's under attack by Peter Kassa. Battle for fourth here. Let's follow this. Kassa looks to the outside going into the chicane. That's going to become the inside of the next corner. Still can't do it. Wow, all these GT cars right in front of him. And he's going to move to the inside of Schmeider. And Schmeider just had nowhere to go. Oh. Now trying to see if he can work back on Kassa here. Kassa might be faster overall, but Schmeider might have a chance for a repass here. Down the straightaway, side by side, or I'm sorry, bumper to bumper. Wing to front end. How about that one? Schmeider down the front straight, going to look to the inside of Kassa. This is Audi and Pez Carollo going at it. Down into the turn. Schmeider's still there. He's not there anymore, and Kassa will take fourth. So now Peter Kassa is going to work towards Tristan Bayless. Let's see if that battle for third can reignite. And it looks like we might just have a little bit of time to quickly go through the field here, or at least go back and look at what's going on in GT1. Alright, so let's take you through the field of the GT1 class. Everything's been happening in LMP1, but let's not neglect the GT1 class here. Exciting battles happening all around the place. David Greco leads in GT1. He's being followed by Robin Vertigal, who is being chased by Wilfred Vanderbrink. I believe those are both Sim Racing for Holland entries. And let's go ahead and stop and follow this battle right now. The two Sim Racing for Holland cars. One's a Porsche, the other a Corvette. Wilfred really just so much stronger in the Corvette down the straight. Vertigal will yield the position right here, but now once they get into the more technical part of the course, we're going to see a little bit more action here. Vertigal quickly pulls back out. He wants to try the pass in the next corner. Not going to get it there. Remember, Vanderbrink spun earlier in that chicane in the latter section of the course at the beginning of Sector 3, and he's trying to work his way back towards the front. It'll be interesting to see Vanderbrink and Greco. If Vanderbrink can gain on Greco, looks like Vanderbrink's going to pull away a little bit. Back up in fifth, back in the battle in fourth and fifth, right behind Vanderbrink and Vertigal, we have Schmeider and Kassa. And Schmeider was able to get back around Kassa for the fourth spot. We thought Kassa might just pull away, but it looks like Schmeider's gotten back by in the Swedish-American entry. So we'll keep an eye on that battle for second and third. And let's go ahead and take you through the field from this spot as we try to find a spot to just kind of calm down and try to collect our thoughts after the start of the race here. Again, Peter Kassa runs in the 5th position for Torrent Motorsports, and 6th is Adam Hardy, and he's pretty much by himself. He's being followed, though, by Paul Valentine, who's not that far off, only about a second away from Hardy, down the home straight here at Fuji. Valentine and Hardy putting in a hard day's work already, and they run 6th and 7th respectively. Then we have Kevin Savoli in the Thunderbird racing out. Looks like saw Sampson run wide there real quick. Then you got Vix Ramon in the Sim HQ, no longer Blue Moon, looks like Blue Camo, the Blue Digicamo Sim HQ car. So the Blue Camus Sim HQ car, that's number 35, Vix Ramon, currently running in the 9th position. Brian Hall runs in 10th, the HGM Motorsports Audi R8. That rounds out your top 10 in LMP and overall. Oh, looks like we might have seen something there. Vix Ramon off his camera. Somebody might have had a little bit of an incident. Dickinson looks a little damaged. That's Gary Dickinson in the Sim Racing Tonight Porsche. Looks like Kevin Savoli might be without a wing. Savoy and Dickinson going to come into the pits here. Yeah, Savoy is without a rear wing. Let's see if we can take a look at a replay here. Looks like something definitely happened between these two. Savoy loses it, and then hard contact between Savoy and Dickinson there. So tough break for Savoy and for the Sim Racing Tonight entry of Gary Dickinson. So take another look at it. That's the Thunderbird Racing Audi R. Just couldn't catch the car. Tried to, but Dickinson was there. One of those racing things. Savoy getting out of the pits. Dickinson still in the pits, so while Dickinson gets repaired, let's keep trying to take you through the field and tell you what's going on. We'll keep you up to date also of the race control and what their actions are. We told you Kevin Brent's got a stop-and-go penalty. Also a drive-through penalty assigned earlier in the race to Ricardo Michalski. And just recently, Robin Vertigal, remember he was battling for second in GT1. He's now back in 10th. That's 23rd overall, back in 10th. Is Robin Vertigal. He was assigned a drive-through penalty. Back up front, though, in GT1, 13th overall, David Greco. He leads him. Normally, remember last time we saw David Greco in an SSCA race was back at Sebring, a little, not too many races ago. The 8 hours of Sebring, presented by Butt Kicker, who is also one of the sponsors of today's race, along with Sim Gear. Greco leads the GT1 class. He's being followed by Wilfred Van de Brink. It's not really a growing distance. In fact, it's closing a little bit. Greco is being kept in check, let's put it that way, by Van de Brink. In third place in GT1 is Timon Boiler. We're getting word that a drive-through penalty is being assigned to Chris Jordan by Race Control. Michael Sampson runs fourth in GT1 in his Triple P Racing C6R. Remember a little while ago we saw Sampson run wide, and now we look at Frosty St. Clair for the Orion race team. GT1 runs 5th overall. So Frosty kind of by himself, just kind of chilling. He's being followed by Jack Keithley in the GMT-DHR Racing DBR9 in 6th place in GT1, 18th overall. Roger DeClean runs in 19th, and he's keeping Keithley in check a little bit. Then you got Piotr Kiroswikis and Charles Aaron Ramirez running 8th and 9th respectively. And rounding out the top 10 is Robin Vanderdahl, who is gaining on Aaron Ramirez. Let's actually follow this real quick here, because he is really closing in on Aaron Ramirez. He was running as far up as second in the GT1 class. Now he runs 10th, and he's trying to close the gap. Yeah, Vertigal closing in on Aaron Ramirez. And then he'll try to close on Karaswig. Vertigal, little bit far. Let's go to 6th and 7th overall, as Vertigal completes the pass. Watching Paul Valentine and Adam Hardy now. Valentine on the outside, going into the chicane. Looks like he's going to have it. Hardy gave him the position. That's the Sim Racing Tonight garage. So Valentine's going to take 6. Hardy just kind of gave him the position a little bit. There's not really a need to battle this early in the race. Only half an hour into our first hour here. Looks like we're watching a battle for 23rd between Fox and Sprologic. Looks like a Sim HQ car. LMP goes off behind him. Fox battles back though. In the Speed Freaks DBR9, he will get the position. But Spoljaric is definitely fighting back. Fox will pull away. Looks like he's going to have that position there. There's Bruno Marquez coming up right behind him. He's approaching Dan. That's the 10th place car. He's about to go a lap down. He would not be the first LMP car to go a lap down, but I would press my money hard to say he will not be the last one either. And Marquez keeping a good 9 seconds between himself and Klaus Koch. The deficit really not gaining, not really losing ground, not really gaining ground either. Marquez trying to work his way through the traffic, just pretty much being himself. So Marquez leads by about 8 seconds. Looks like 15 and 16th are having a battle. This is Sampson and Boyle. Again, Corvette versus Aston Martin. That's the ExploreWeb.com Motorsports entry of Simone Boiler and Michael Sampson in the Triple T Racing C6R, and just drives on by in that Corvette. On the outside, he will complete the pass. Looks like he got him before the start-finish line. See if Boiler's going to try to battle back. He won't. Looks like we have our second retirement of the race. JT Tammy. Let's go back to the 4th position real quick and watch Kassa and Schmider. This seems to be one of the closer battles on track at the moment. Schmider's not really letting Kassa get away like we thought would happen. Instead, those guys right in touch with each other. Schmider, you're riding along with him. It's about less than a second between the two. Oh, Robin Toll not making it easy for Schmider to get by. They work through the chicane. Now up into the treacherous 3rd sector of Fuji. He's going to go ahead and call it here. This is our first closest battle on track presented by Inside Sim Racing TV. And while chances are there are a closer battle, this is the closest one we found at the moment. Again, we'll keep cycling through the field. We'll keep watching the racecast, which you can also watch at PSR TV or ProSimRacing.com. So you can prove us wrong. But for now, this is what we think is the closest battle on track between Kassa and Valentine. Or I'm sorry, Kassa and Schmider. Valentine is behind this group by about 18 seconds. Already about 22 laps into this, what is bound to be multiple 100-lap race. And again, Schmider's really just keeping Kassa in check here for now. And as they work their way through the traffic, you know, Schmider's not gonna let Kassa get away, but in the same respect, he's not gonna really try to force the issue. I don't think here at the start of the race. So it looks like through the cycling of lap traffic here that Kassa is going to pull away a good bit. Schmider will see if he can try to reclose the gap in one sector. Again, that treacherous third sector here at Fuji is really going to be a storyline to watch throughout the day, because Kassa gained a second and a tenth in that one sector alone, and we'll watch to see if Schmider tries to battle back, which he most likely will. You also got to remember there's lap traps to deal with, who catches who at what time. There's a lot of interesting stuff to watch. It's like Klaus Kag, something's wrong with Klaus Kag. Remember, he was in second. Now he is really slowing down. Back in fourth. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something does not look to be okay with this car. At least not for the moment. He was slow. Looks like he might have gone off track. He might have, because he's all the way back in second. He really just kind of came out of nowhere from second, now back to fourth. Now you can see Klaus working his way back through traffic. He's back in fourth now. This is going to move Kassa into third. And we'll see if we can find out what might have happened here for Klaus. While we try to figure that out, you should know Bruno Marquez is still your leader, and he leads by a very large distance. Let's go to the battle for 22nd and 23rd. That's DeClean and Fox. Fox really working his way through the field. DBR9 versus Porsche here. Fox is going to pull away though. So it looks like the battle's fakes. Looks like the battle's not necessarily for 22nd anymore, as it is for 23rd, as well charges. Oh, he loses it. That's fourth. Tiny bit of contact with DeClean there. DeClean kind of pushed him out of the way to get the position back. Not really, though. It's kind of an iffy thing. It's like Paul Valentine trying to get by these guys, the LMP. DeClean and Spoljarek have been battling back and forth. DeClean looks like he might have hit a curbing a little bit and slowed him down. Battle for P4. Kag and Schmider going at it for the fourth position. We noted that Kag had a little bit of trouble, and that he actually lost the car out of one of the corners and almost put it in the wall, but didn't. Seems to be okay there. Now trying to work his way around the lap traffic. He's going to work it through the field, up the treacherous third sector here at Fuji. And Kassa, we thought that Kag would close in on Kassa. That's not the case. Kassa's actually pulling away, trying to make strides to gain on Bayless for second. In the meantime, Schmider and Kag are going to be battling for the fourth position. See if Schmider really seems to be a guy who's just in check right now. He's not really forcing any kind of issue. Getting word that Dan Blake might have had a little bit of contact with somewhere. He's in the in the green Camus Sim HQ car. And we've got a battle on our hands. David Greco and Wilfred Van Brink. We said we'd keep tabs on them for you, and we have. And I think, considering they're like bumper to bumper, it's safe to call this the closest battle on track, presented by Inside Sim Racing TV. Off the final quarter, again, we've noted the Corvette's power just through the short time we've been on the air, and this time it seems to be no different. Van Brink closing in on Greco. This is battle for GT lead right here. Sim Racing for Holland versus the Black Rebels. And Van Brink will get him. Looks like he got him at the line. And he did. He got him at the line by a few hundredths of, it looks like 48 thousandths of a second was the deficit at the line. Van Brink to the lead in GT1. And that's a little bit of a shock. David Greco, an extremely fast driver, but what an amazing effort by Van Brink to close the gap and now take the lead for Sim Racing for Holland. And of course, this is going to help their effort to get by Orion and break the tie and get into the overall GT points lead. So Van Brink is actually pulling away really quickly here. Wilfred Van Brink's on a charge. He's always been an extremely fast GT1 driver in that Corvette of his, and this time it is no different. This time passing David Greco to take the lead in GT1. Battle for 20th here. This is Vertigal and Aaron Ramirez. Remember, Vertigal kept trying to get by. Looks like he finally did, but this time Aaron Ramirez is going to battle back. Porsche versus Aston here. And while we keep tabs on this, let's take a look at the replay for the pass for the GT lead. And while we get ready for, and while we watch that, here's the pass for the lead right here. You're watching that right now. Big news from third place in GT1. Michael Sampson has been assigned a drive-through penalty by the live steward. So Sampson, from 15th overall, third in GT1, will have to make a stop and go. That's going to put Bowyer in third place in GT1. That's going to put him on the podium. And Frosty St. Clair is going to move into fourth in GT1 when that gets going here. And Frosty not had the cleanest of days. You can see he's got a slightly bumped in there front bumper. He made contact with the wall a little while ago. Also getting word that wasn't all of his days the limits. Also made a little bit of contact with Strand just a minute or two before his little contact with the wall. So Frosty not with the cleanest front end, but he's definitely putting on a strong performance for the Orion race team. Again, 17th overall. He'll move into, depending on where Sampson comes out, which Sampson's just now entering pit road for his pit stop, or I'm sorry, for his drive-through. St. Clair will take 16th overall right now, and he will do that. So now fourth in GT1, 16th overall is Frosty St. Clair. Up front, it is all about Bruno. Behind him, we've got some really interesting battles they're just kind of simmering. They're not really, nothing's really happened yet. First of all, you got Tristan Bayless and Peter Kassa, 4 seconds between these two. it's just a battle that's kind of simmering. It's there. Nothing's really happened yet. And then you got another 4 seconds back to Klaus Cog in fourth. Again, there's an 8-second deficit between second and 8-second deficit between second and fourth as we get ready for pit stops. And then, of course, Eric Schmeider is 2 seconds behind him in fifth. So that rounds out your top 5. So Sampson looks like he will rejoin back in 20th after his drive-through penalty. Peter Kassa now is 3rd overall, 3rd in class, and he just set fast lap of the race. Still 4 seconds though between himself and Tristan Bayless. And like we said, pit stop's really starting to heat up. And this field's just one cluster after another with all the GT traffic. You know, you're really seeing guys that a lot of the cars are going to be bunched together, and then you're going to have 1 or 2 stragglers out lying around. A lot of side-by-side battle, left and right, not always for position though. Looks like Sampson is going to be battling with Charles Aaron Ramirez. Looks like Sampson drifted back to 21st. Now he's battling with the DBR9 of Aaron Ramirez for the 20th position. Again, remember, the Corvette has got such amazing speed on the straightaway as compared to the Aston Martin. Just an overall horsepower differential. And he is really trying to go at Aaron Ramirez. Aaron Ramirez runs a tiny bit wide in that last corner. Sampson's going to try to capitalize on it. Oh, almost gets loose off the corner. Now down the straightaway, full speed. Sampson's a good bit back of Aaron Ramirez, but he's going to try to use the draft to his advantage here. And he is using all of it right now. What a huge run for Sampson as he pulls to the inside. And, oh, Aaron Ramirez runs a little bit too hard into the corner. Sampson's still trying to get the spot. He's going to have it. Aaron Ramirez did not just hand it to him, though. That was Victor Mon in the blue Digicamo Sim HQ car. And so now Sampson closing in on Terrace Weeks. Sampson trying to work on Terrace Weeks. It's like Kevin Brents and Robin Toll are going at it. Oh, right in front of Peter Kassa, who is very far off track. Stuff happening all over the track, trying to get it all to you. Looks like Robin Toll and Kevin Brent's really hard going at it. And Kassa made some contact with Toll, and Kassa now closing in on Toll. And gonna very gently, hello, I'm gonna try to pass you again without getting run to the side. He will do that. So Kassa's gonna get by. That is not going to help his chances at victory here. Very close call for Kassa, and he really took advantage of the course. In fact, there's a lot of runoff room here at Fuji. Erwin Lavassier will get a drive-through penalty. Just got word from that from race control. Take a look at this replay here. And this is what you call scary. And just a cluster of GT cars trying to work your way by, and then contact the toll. Just shoot you to the outside. Again, so much speed being carried here. Just a small variation in a normal line can just send you flying. Getting ready for pit stop. Frosty St. Clair in the pit. He pits from 4th in the GT1 class. The invisible pit crew going to work here at full speed. Looks like someone else joining Frosty in the pits here. That would be Sumney. Frosty, one of the first of the upper class GT1 drivers here, upper in class designation. First of the top 5. Frosty getting ready to exit the pits. You see Crone also coming into the pits. It is pit stop time in the GT1 class. Crone in the pits now. You can see there is David Greco in the pits from 2nd. So almost an entire lap to make a pit stop here at the Fuji circuit. 49-second pit stop for St. Clair. That's a good half a lap for the GT1 class. David Greco is, like we said, in the pits now from the 2nd place spot in GT1. David getting ready to exit the pits. Revving his engines there. The invisible pit crew putting the last touches on the car, making sure it's all set up and ready to go. Looks like a problem might have come with Langs. Greco with an amazing 42-second pit stop. He will exit pit road in 19. That's 7th in the GT1 class. Still waiting for Wilfred Vandenbrink's pit stop. Wilfred Vandenbrink in the pit. Oh, he almost loses the car coming into the pits. Got a little bit loose trying to stop it in time. So Vandenbrink in the pits. And almost loses it getting into his pit stop. Sets the car in neutral, just kind of lets it sit. Looks like Bollier in the pit. Houston also in the pit. As is Kara Weeks and Aaron Ramirez. And Wilfred Vandenbrink. 40-second pit stop for Wilfred Vandenbrink. Quickest pit stop we've seen so far. So even under the pit stops, Vandenbrink will gain time on David Greco. So he comes out right in front of a couple of guys. Far enough ahead though that he gets away just fine. Vandenbrink now only 2nd. He's still just 2nd in class after the pit stop. Michael Sampson currently leads the GT1 class, getting ready for his pit stop. David Greco does lead, or I'm sorry, David Greco just ran wide. He runs in 15th overall, or sorry, 16th, right behind Kevin Brent, who has not made his pit stop yet. He is 4th overall. So Greco 16th overall, 4th in class. So with all the pit stops cycling through the scoreboard, lighting up left and right here. Greco lost about 2 seconds on his pit stop, and then he also had a little run wide. So Vanderbrink gains 2 seconds on the pit stop. Timon Boyer just got a drive-through penalty. That would hurt his chances. He was running around 3rd in GT1. So while things trying to calm themselves down after the pit stops and the start of the race, we are pleased to announce that we're almost an hour in. Battle for second, we missed this. Apologies for that, but Tristan Bayless moved back into the 4th position. Looks like he might have had an off or something that might have taken him off track. He did lose enough time that it was a pit stop, so it obviously looks like Tristan might have taken an off or might have had a little spun. Looks like he's okay, though. He's back in 4th, 23 seconds back of your leader. Eric Schmeider's in 5th, 26 seconds back of your leader. Right now, we're watching this battle for second between Klaus and Kassa. Klaus not that far back. Neither is Bayless. Neither is Schmeider. So almost a 4-car battle for the second position here. Bayless, Cog, Kassa, and then Schmeider's back in 5th. He's a little bit too far back at the current moment. But Kassa gap up front, 21 seconds. And again, we're watching this battle for second here between Kassa and Cog. This is a very interesting battle to watch once again. And just a little run, just the difference in a run off the corner separates, a second from 2 seconds, as we just saw. Kassa was about a second and a half ahead, and then in just one corner, that final corner that led onto the straightaway, we saw Cog just gain so much ground. Kassa now riding right behind Lavoisier. Irwin's going to move out of the way. So now Petter and Klaus going to go at it. And looks like Bruno Marquez is out of the race. That's your leader, or that was your leader. He was in the lead by about 20 seconds. And he is out of the race. What a huge turn of events! This is huge. This is very, very huge. To the point standings, it's huge to the race. The race now back wide open. We thought Bruno would start to run away with it, but he is out of the race. Looks like with a disco. That's the initial thought. The initial thought has to be a disconnect of some kind. Bruno Marquez, Go Speed Racing, out of the race. 39 laps, not even an hour in. He'll be the third retirement. While all this is going on, Klaus Kog was able to get by Petter Kassa. He will take the lead. This is now the overall lead. All of a sudden, this race goes back to wide open. But they are in traffic bad. Bruno, gonna go to a replay. Bruno Marquez from the lead. And it is a disco. And so a disco comes for Bruno. That's not his first one. We should note, though, on the lighter note, Bruno's only the third retirement of this race. That just goes to show the high quality of the high caliber of racing that we have here at the simulated Sports Car Association, including a great battle for the lead between Kassa and Kog down the straightaway. Drag racing, Kassa's going to win it this time at the. Schmider looks like he pulled into the pits. These guys are not going to, and Kassa's going to go to the lead. Klaus going to battle back. Looks like Piotr Kasarwicz is also disconnected. And we're watching this battle up. Right now it's Kassa's lead, but Klaus took it back. RC Motorsports could leapfrog all the way into first place in this LMP battle if they can pull off a good finish today. And should something happen to Swedish American, we saw Schmider did duck into the pits a little just at the beginning of this lap as these guys are now cycling now. We'll keep tabs on where he comes out, but right now we're watching this battle for the lead. Another LMP ducking into the pit. 40-second pit stop for Schmider. Kassa and Kog is the battle we're watching. Look at that. Helston right there. He knows his teammate has discoed in the LMP1 class, and now the Go Speed entry is now only in GT1. Meanwhile, this battle for the lead is about to break apart. Looks like Klaus is going to pull down pit road. Klaus is in. Let's watch this pit stop. Kassa going to run away. It looks like Bayless has also made his pit stop. So we'll watch where Bayless comes out in reference to all of these drivers. This is your winner at Silverstone, the RC Motorsports 7 car, third place in LMP points. But what tough luck for Go Speed and Bruno Marquez. Out of the race, not even an hour in. And Bayless will go to the lead. And Cog will come out. So Cog will get 41.9 on his pit stop time. Very nice pit stop by him. Yep. He will also remain in the car. He's going to come out right in front of David Greco. David's still running. So now we watch the cycle of pit stops. Kassa's in the pit. Torrent Motorsport entry. Fast lap at a 1:25.672 right now. Now, Kassa is going to be joined in the pits by Chris Jordan. You're looking for Tristan Bayless, who's coming out of the final corner right now. Cog's in traffic, he's going to get out. Kassa's out of the pits. Bayless down the straightaway. 22-second pit stop for Kassa. Looks like he's double sitting the tires. Bayless at full speed though, and Kassa trying to speed up. This is the battle for the lead. Time reads 9 hours. Right in front of Kassa and Bayless here is just a cluster of cars just who are going to be going at it all the time. And Bayless is not pitted yet, but he is going at it. Correction there, Bayless has made a pit stop, so Tag lost a lot of ground on his pit stop, and Kassa and Bayless are now your two contenders for the lead. And Klaus 20 seconds back in this battle. Look at this, a train of 3 cars straight in GT1. All those battles in GT1 are for position. That's Dickinson, Aaron Ramirez, and Fakes. And the inside goes to Tristan Bayless down the straightaway trying to get a run on Kassa for the lead. All the battles in GT1 for position. That's Aaron Ramirez going to the inside of Dickinson. Bayless still to the inside of Kassa. Bayless to the lead. Tristan Bayless in the lead. Kassa's not going to give up the inside line, though. He will have to yield it this time by as they approach the next corner. Tristan Bayless in the GMT-DHR Racing Garage. Kassa had a small little moment there, and he moves back to second. But Bayless goes to the front. Here at the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. That with the pit stops cycling through, with the battles, or with the pit stops all cycled through, Tristan Bayless is your new leader in LMP1 again. Just a heartbreak for the LMP leading Go Speed Racing team. They did lead the LMP point standings at SSCA. They will not at the end of this day. Who was in second, you might ask? Well, that would be Swedish American with 123 points. They were only 4 points back. And it looks like at the end of this day, they will be your points leader. But unless something should happen to them, in that case, RC Motorsports might leapfrog them both. And that's Klaus Cog. Klaus actually in front of Schmider at the moment. Schmider, though, not far off from Cog. And also Kassa not far off from Bayless as well. So battles happening at the front of the pack just all the time. And let's give you a quick update on GT1. As drivers still trying to work their way around the circuit. Wilfred Vanderbrink leads in GT1. He's 12th overall. That's a 15-second lead between himself and David Greco. And then looks like Bowyer runs third even after his stop-and-go penalty. So Bowyer third in GT1 after his stop-and-go. Then you got Ricard Helson, who started on pole in the GT1 class. He runs fourth. And rounding out the top 5 is Robin Vertigal in the Sim Racing for Holland Porsche. And what a good run for Vertigal. in his Porsche. He had a stop and go penalty, went all the way back to 10th in GT1. Now he's back up to 5th. So a good run for Robin today. And to think, once again, we're only an hour in. We are just a little over an hour into this race. We have 9 more to go. There are 6 cars on the lead lap. Tristan Bayless leads. Let's go back to this battle for the lead now. 1 and 2 is the positions we're looking at. Kassa and Bayless. Kassa has closed the gap, and he wants it. He is really close as they work their way through the old chicane. Now up the treacherous 3rd sector. Uphill, Frosty St. Clair in the Orion car right in front of Bayless. Robert Fakes has been assigned a drive-through penalty. More on that in a minute. Bayless still in the lead. If Kassa can get a good run off this corner, he should be fine. Not going to get him this time. Bayless gets a better pull away. And Bayless is going to snake down the front straightaway. Kassa will have none of it. He's going to move down just a little bit. Bayless is even going to move down more. Ricard Helston in the pits for the GT1 class. More on that in a minute, but Bayless currently leads. And Kassa trying to gain in turn 1, not going to do it there. And you also have to wonder, this is just the very beginning of a 10-hour-long race. We still have driver's swaps to come. We still have a lot of racing still to do. Bayless currently leads. Running second, Petter Kassa here. Down into the slow braking corner. Part of the old design for Fuji. Back in the 80s and the 90s. In fact, Brian Stewart actually held Tristan Bayless up. Stewart almost tried to block him a little bit, trying to figure out which way to go to get out of the way. This opens the door for Kassa to close the gap into the old chicane. Up the treacherous 3rd sector. You can see Mount Fuji in the background. Again, Bayless leads, but Kassa, depending on this run off the corner, could have something to say about that. Down the straightaway. Extremely long straightaway here at Fuji. He's going to have the draft this time. He's close enough. He's gaining ground. Run to the start-finish line here. They're going to go by Robin Vertigal. He's going to have a run. He peeks his nose out just a little bit, but he stops the car in enough time. He'll be fine. Through turn 1. He's right there on Bayless. Bayless gets a little loose off the corner. Here we go into turn 2. And now through this long right-hand sweep. First downhill, then uphill. Becomes blind really quickly. And off the setup for this corner, you have this extremely tight left-hander. Off of this corner, again, very wide runoff room, very low apex. Then through this new little kink in the course, through another little kink in the course, then up to the chicane, which was a part of the old design, which is why we're referring to it as the old chicane. Then into the treacherous 3rd sector. Bayless leads. But again, Kassa, depending on his exit out of this final corner, could have something to say about that. One last corner. Off the corner, tries to pick it up. Bayless gets a little loose. Kassa's here. He's trying. He's trying. He's trying. He's going to have a draft down the straightaway. Bayless doesn't have the draft of another car in front of him. So now we should see if Bayless can do anything. Can Bayless hold him off going down to the corner? He's not going to be close enough. Kassa's not going to make the move in turn 1. He's not going to be close enough to make the move in turn 1. He's going to get really close, though, as they approach Larson. That's the last car of Larson there. Oh, and Bayless had to slow up for him. This opens the door for Kassa. Into the long sweeper. Bayless gets a tiny bit loose. Picks it up just fine, though. Down into that tight corner. Kassa looks like he might have gotten a better run. Bayless got a tiny bit loose, but still okay. Bayless actually pull away as he works his way through the kinks. Now into the old chicane. Bayless over the curbing a little bit, gets a little loose. Kassa's got a better line through the corner. Uphill they climb. And again, just how Kassa gets off this final corner is so important. Off the corner, down the straightaway. He's a little bit closer than he was last time, but Bayless had a good run off the corner. He will pull away a little bit down the straightaway. And looks like he actually slowed up a little bit. You can hear Kassa's motor slow down just a little bit. Kassa doesn't want to get him in turn one. Bolyar's there. Oh, wait, maybe he does. Kassa going to battle back. Bolyar in the way a little bit. He quickly gets out of there. No harm, no foul. Bayless still leads. Down into turn two. Kassa was there. He could have made the move going down into turn one. Decided not to. Then thought again. And he is there. Bayless and Kassa going at it. Bayless had to slow up in the sweeper. Now into the tight lefter. Off the corner, Kassa's there. Really deep, hard braking, going down into the old chicane. You can see just a cluster of cars in front of these guys. And Bayless still leads. And I'm not sure, but Kassa might just be really content with seeing that. Bayless down the straightaway. Look at this, it's a draft fest down the straightaway. Kassa's got a huge run. Looks like he might have lifted the throttle just a little bit, but he's going to think better. Not yet. Now he will. Down into turn number one. Oh, he's there. He's just not there enough. That's Gold who gets out of the way in his Corvette. Bayless still leads. Oh, wow. Both of them riding the curves really hard. Now into the sweeper. And again, Bayless just not as fast as Kassa through the sweeper. Now into the hard left. That's booing in front of Bayless. He's going to get held up a little bit. But so does Kassa. Lap traffic just catching the leaders at the worst possible time. Down into the old chicane. Uphill through sector 3. And it is with great pleasure that after following it for 3 laps, I finally get to call it. This is the closest battle on track, presented by Inside Sim Racing TV. At the straightaway, it's 3-3-3, triple three. That's the deficit at the start-finish line, down into turn one. Kassa's there. He's just waiting for a Bayless mistake. Through turn two, now getting set up for the sweeper under the Sim Gear bridge. That's Ricard Helston in the DBR9. Bayless has to go behind the outside. This opens the door for Kassa. Wasn't close enough to try to make anything out of it. Bayless pulling away a little bit on this lap. Down towards the old chicane. That's David Greco. That's David Greco right in front of these guys. Greco currently second in GT. He runs really wide to get out of the way. He's about 20 seconds off the lead, and that's not going to help him a little bit. That's Dan Blake in front of Bayless. And Kassa's finally got a good run off the corner. He's going to have to draft down the straightaway. Blake snakes low to get out of the way. Bayless might actually use his draft. It's not going to work. We're 3 wide for the lead. Kassa's on the outside, and he will have it at the line. Petter Kassa to the front. Here comes the battle back. Nothing there. Bayless is going to hold steady. Oh, fakes! Fakes holds up Kassa just a little bit. Kassa is your new leader. And through turn 2, he's going to pull away a little bit. Fakes almost caused Bayless to get the lead right back. And Bayless not very strong through the sweeper. Seems to be a little bit tight in that sweeper. Now into the hard left. Kassa's usually a little bit better here, and he's also better down the straightaway. Hour and 15 minutes in, and we still are this close, less than a second for the lead as they approach the old chicane. Watch this just a tiny bit longer. Looks like Kassa might get a little bit of a pull away here. But again, down the straight, this Bayless seems to be faster. And he's faster a lot of the time. He's got a smoother exit to the corner. Doesn't hold it that time. Looks like the gap is going to open up a little bit. And as we finally get to calm down just a little bit, starting the 55th lap of this race, Petter Kassa leads the field in LMP1. Tristan Bayless will run second. That would be Torrent Motorsports and GMT-DHR Racing, respectively. Looks like David Greco ran wide again, as he's trying to work with Ricard Hels. Back to third now in LMP1. That's Klaus Kog. Klaus runs third. He's 20 seconds back of your leader. Running fourth is Eric Schmeider for the Swedish-American entry. And if he can hold there, this is actually a really close battle for third. Really close battle for third between Schmeider and Kog. They pretty much kept it in check. Let's keep our eye on that and keep going forward. Paul Valentine, great run for the SRT boys, currently running fifth. Great run for Paul, 31 seconds back of the lead. Good run for the SRT guys. They are currently in the top 5. Adam Hardy runs 6th in the Triple P Racing Garage. And running 7th is Vix Vermont in the blue Digi-Camu car of SimHQ Motorsports in his C60. Brian Hall runs 8th. Good run for the HGM Motorsports R8. And running 9th is the Thunderbird Racing Audi of Kevin Savoli. Remember, he had that incident earlier in the race where he lost a wing, but he was able to regain it back, and he's good now. And Chris Jordan rounds out your top 10 in LMP1. Let's quickly give you a GT1 through the field, top 10 in that. Wilfred Vanderbrink leads GT1 in the sim racing for Holland C6R. Vanderbrink runs 12th overall, and he's got a good distance between himself and David Greco, who's flirting with the grass a lot in the past couple laps. Greco runs 13th overall, second in class in the Black Rebels DBR9. Running third in class is Timon Boyer in the Explore Web Motorsports DBR9. Remember, he had that drive-through penalty. He had that drive-through penalty earlier in the race, and he was able to fight back from it, and now he currently runs third in GT1. Robin Vertigal still runs fifth in GT1 in his Enduro in his sim racing for Holland Porsche. It's like timing and scoring. He's got him back in 5th place, but he's okay. There we go. Time and scoring back on track. Vertigal is actually 4th in class, my mistake, for the sim racing for Holland Porsche. Michael Sampson runs 5th in the GT1. Sampson for Triple P Racing runs 5th. Frosty St. Clair. Remember, the Orion race team and Sim Racing for Holland were tied coming into this race for the first position in GT1 points. Right now, it is all about Sim Racing for Holland. Frosty runs 6th overall in the Orion race team DBR9. Jack Keithley runs in 7th in the GMT-DHR Racing DBR9. GMT-DHR Racing having a great showing today, from Tristan Bayless currently running 2nd to Jack Keithley, who runs 7th in GT1. Good run for the GMT boys. Charles Aaron Ramirez runs 8th in the Fletch Tech Racing car. Great run for him. He's been in every kind of battle you could think of. In fact, the leaders are gaining up on him again. Wherever a battle seems to be, Charles Aaron Ramirez not far from it. And remember, Robert. And it looks like the battle, and just like we said, battle for the lead. Right around Aaron Ramirez, here comes Bayless to the outside. He's got a draft off Chris Jordan, but the lap car's in the way a little bit. Bayless is going to have to back it off for now. Bayless through the sweeper. Oh, looks like Kassa's the one who got held up this time by Aaron Ramirez. Into the hard left. Bayless has got the better line. Kassa gets a little loose. Here comes Bayless to the outside. That's going to become the inside as they work through the kinks. Side by side, approaching the old chicane. Kassa's going to battle back. Not going to get it, though. To the inside of Dickinson. And new leader in LMP1. New leader overall. And now it's going to be by a good bit, as Kassa has trouble getting by Dickinson. He's still trying to get by. And Bayless is going to drive away. New leader in LMP1. And wow, what a move by Bayless. Into the kinks, he went to the inside, taking advantage of a mistake by Peter Kassa. Great race, and a lead change almost an hour and a half into this 10-hour race. So Tristan Bayless going to move back in front. Peter Kassa in 2nd. And Klaus Kack 3rd. Eric Schmeider 4th. Paul Valentine rounds out the top 5. You're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, live on Pro Sim Racing TV, presented by Butt Kicker and Sim Gear. Also sponsored today by Sim Racing for Holland, the Orion Racing Team, and of course PSR TV and Inside Sim Racing, and the SRT production staff. It's been a great race so far. Let's go ahead and ride along with your leader, Tristan Bayless, as he works his way through the field. Actually, scratch that. Let's ride along with Peter Kassa, as Bayless tries to work around Kate. And scratch that. Scratch that again. Finishing up our GT1 through the field. In 10th place is Robert Fakes. Remember, he had that penalty earlier on, so he's been trying to battle back. Ricard Helston is right in front of him. Remember, Ricard was on the GT1 pole. So that's Ghost Speed and Speed Freaks going into the old chicane. David Greco right in front of these guys, along with Brian Stewart. Rickard trying to unlap himself, and he is actually giving Greco a lot of good pressure. He's pulling away from Fakes, though. Fakes not that close. And as Ricard Helston works his way around the circuit, let's go ahead and ride along with Ricard. And as we approach the hour and a half mark, let's go ahead and ride along and get some sound and speed. You're watching the live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, live on PSR TV. Welcome back to the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, live on PSR TV. Roger DeClean and Randy Lang are the closest battle on track. Just saw Roger take the position back from Randy at the SDN Enduro Port. Both of these cars, the DBR9 and the Porsche, actually, both in the newly released NAGT mod. Roger in the NAGT car. A great run as pit stops are happening again. It's a great run for Roger today. He's currently running 13th in GT1. That new NAGT mod is a sight to behold. Been waiting 3 years for it. Great to see what work Jean Cole and the guys at the US pits have put together. Going to be a very exciting Bull Run 1000 this year, coming up in late November. But again, a great job, and credit goes to those modders at the US pits NAGT, working 3 years on the mod, and it finally came out, and boy, it has been awesome. Michael Reuter just got a drive-through penalty. That is the 35th place car overall. 24th in class. So he is a drive-through penalty now. Bruno Marquez is in 37th, DNF'd from the lead with a disconnection problem. And all that being said, he is only the 4th car that is DNF'd from this race. And there have only been 4 cars dropped out of 40. And a good chunk of the field, 36 drivers still on track, and boy are these leaders feeling it. Tristan Bayless, your leader, he is really feeling the heat from the lap traffic. He's got a good about 3 seconds between himself and second place Peter Kassa, though. And actually, that battle between first and second, the guys, Bayless, of course, 3 seconds ahead. That is actually the closest battle on track, presented by Inside Sim Racing. Kassa right now going under the PSR TV bridge. He'll round the corner and go under the Sim Gear signage. And real quick, while we have this quick little moment of rest and relaxation as we get ready for pit stops, give you some quick info on our sponsors today. Of course, Butt Kicker and Sim Gear, the big sponsors today. If you want to find out any information about Butt Kicker or their products, you can check out buttkickergear.com. The other big sponsor today is Sim Gear. You can also check Sim Gear out at sim-gear.com. Get some fine sim racing products to add to your arsenal, and maybe make you a better driver in the process. Like Kevin Chalk drove it off track there in the 3rd sector. He gets it back on. No problems there for Kevin. And Kassa still about 2.5 seconds back of your leader, Tristan Bayless. Also want to thank our other sponsors in today's race. Of course, PSR TV, the Orion Racing Team, Sim Racing for Holland, and of course, SRT Productions and Sim Racing TV. There's a 30-second gap between David Greco and your leader, Wilfred Vandenbrink, in the GT1 class, keeping you abreast of everything that's going on in there. Sim Racing for Holland and the Black Rebels battling it out for GT1 lead. Vandenbrink's had a very stellar run today. He is cycling his 62nd lap of the race. Still a very long way to go, though. In this 10-hour event, we're almost 2 hours in. Almost. Still a long way to go. Looks like Urban Lavoisier in the pit. As pit stops getting ready to start again. And as the pit stops get ready to start, Frosty St. Clair in the pits. I was going to mention the leaders, but Frosty's in the pits, and that's the pit stop we want to watch here as we get ready for number 1 driver changes, and number 2 the battle for the GT1 championship. Yep, of course, Sim Racing for Holland and the Orion Racing Team, both sponsors of today's race, and both of those cars are battling it out. Dead heat tie coming into this race in the GT1 standing. Frosty out of the pit. 42-second pit stop for Frosty. It's right around the 42-40-second range. No driver change. Frosty still in the car. Triple stint for Frosty. Should expect him in again around lap 93. He'll rejoin in the 21st position. All the drivers in LMP started the race in LMP. Tristan Bayless still your leader, though. Want to point out, though, that once they got into clean air and the lap traffic disappeared, Petter Kassa is in charge mode. He is gaining, as now they enter into lap traffic again. There's Charles Aaron Ramirez, the symbol of close battles on the track. Oh, look, Petter Kassa getting driven off track by Bailey, who gets spun out! That was second place Petter Kassa, who got ran wide into the curbing on the outside, entering into turn 2 by Travis Bailey. And so Petter says, okay, then I'll just move you out of the way, and he does so. Let's get a replay of that. Because Petter gets run side. Dan Blake off track in the middle of the old chicane. And Randy Lang exiting the pit. Checking out the replay now. Again, Travis Bailey, Petter Kassa. And Petter just, tries to go to the outside of Travis, and Travis either doesn't know he's there, doesn't see him, or doesn't care. Petter gets run up into the curbing, so Petter says, okay, here's a little bit of contact. Travis does not spin out. Doesn't look like he hit anything either. And he's able to pull away just fine, but definitely some interesting things happening there. And of course, that did not help Kassa's battle for the GT1. That did not hurt Kassa's battle for the LMP1 lead. So no harm, no foul there. 2.5 seconds is now the gap, though, between Kassa and Bayless. Another battle on track that's really just kind of simmering. It's just kind of sitting there, not doing anything. Got to be the battle in third and fourth between Klaus Kog and Eric Schmeider. Again, no driver in LMP1 has made a driver swap yet, as we're almost 2 hours into this 10-hour event. But Schmeider keeping it about 3 to 4 seconds between himself and Klaus. And that's a battle that's, again, that's a battle that's just kind of simmering. It's there, it's not really, it's not doing anything, but it's not disappearing. Willem Kamaz comes out of the pits in the 17th position. We mentioned that only because it's a driver change. It didn't take no time at all to lose any positions, though. Actually, let's watch this battle. This is a really close battle that we just kind of stumbled upon this battle between Robin Vandergaal and Ricard Helston. That's also something. That's something we didn't really see there, but now it is actually a very close battle between Vandergaal and Helston. Again, cycling through pit stop, you're going to see close battles develop very, very quickly. David Greco has also made a pit stop. He has switched to David Garcia. So Greco hands off to Garcia, both Davids. Garcia rejoined in the 4th position, so we'll see if Garcia can gain any on Wilfred Vanderbrink, who looks like he might be making a driver swap as well when he comes into the pits. But right now we're watching this battle between Vandergaal and Helston. This is a battle for what has now become 4th in GT1. Oh, wow, look at this! Vandergaal far to the inside. He wanted that. Oh, huge contact! That's Wheeler who just got slammed. And Vandergaal, who has lost his front splitter. Let's get a replay of that. Oh my goodness. Vandergaal's just way too fast on entry. He tries to go to the inside of Helston. He had such a great draft. Looks like Helston might have started braking early. And then they run each other into the pit road exit. This could have been very dangerous if someone was coming out of pits. Ricard Helston, Robert Vandergaal, and Wheeler, Ben Wheeler of Speed Freaks, he had just switched drivers with fakes. This could have been very, very dangerous if somebody was coming out of the pits. They literally drove right onto pit road exit trying to pass each other. Helston with extreme blocking. Vandergaal overshoots the braking spot and slams into the back of Ben Wheeler. Let's take a look at the replay here. Vandergaal's got a great run going into the corner, which is all fine and dandy. So he goes to the inside of Helston when there was way much more room on the outside. So Vandergaal sees fit to go to the inside. Helston runs him even lower. They're almost up against the inside wall. There's grass in front of them, not a turn. So then we have to have the outbreak battle, which Vandergaal wins only for enough time to see his hopes of finishing with his front splitter end as he slams into the back of Ben Wheeler. Some very, very aggressive driving. There's not 20 minutes left in the race. There's 20 minutes left in the second hour of a 10-hour race. And Vandergaal and Helston just going at it, possibly way too aggressively. And it has cost Ben Wheeler a lot of track time, and he's had to make a pit stop. So we could see race control do something about that. It was a good battle to watch, and it would have been a good battle to see continue if those guys wouldn't have. In fact, there we go. Ricard Helston gets a stop-go penalty. I believe that'll be for blocking. I guess the big question that comes to mind would be why didn't Vertical go to the outside? Why didn't Vertical go to the outside where there was just so much more room? And he could have made the pass there, but very, very difficult situation playing out there. Ricard Helston has been assigned a stop-go penalty. Robin Vertigal had his front splitter taken off, and poor Ben Wheeler, just a victim of circumstances. He is now in 15th. As he's going to, Gary Dickinson is stalled on the front straight. He's stalled on the front straight. That's Gary Dickinson in the Sim Racing Tonight Porsche without a front splitter, and he's not moving anywhere. He's just kind of sitting there. He's not going back. He's not going forward. While we wait to see if he moves, might be able to get a replay of this. I don't know if Dickinson's trying to keep moving the car. Here's the replay. He comes off the final corner, kind of gets into the gas a little bit too early and loses it into the inside wall, and he's been sitting there since. The car is not moving. Engine is dead. The engine is dead. No more engine, but he's still on track. His day's done. Yet his car remains on the circuit. Now back live, it's just Dickinson's still sitting there. So, driver's going by Dickinson, who still remains on track. Whoa, looks like Davis. That is, one car actually just made contact with Dickinson, who has switched to Lynn Okel. That's Keith Davis, who lost his rear wing, and he's trying to get down the straightaway, ended up hitting what is now being shown as Lynn Okel, who is now down pit road and now exiting the pits. I'm confused. We saw Dickinson sitting there for the longest time, then we had a driver swap to Lynn Okel. I'm thinking, Davis, Lynn Okel's car is now stopped in turn 2 off track with an engine expiration. Lynn Okel's engine's gone, but for a time he was able to get away. Keith Davis will be able to continue. He's down pit road. Keith Davis was just kind of limping around the track for a while, and he just now made it down pit road. Now he's trying to pull out. Looks like there might be a driver change here. The car's rolling. So Keith Davis now exits the pits. Rickard Helston down pit road. I'm confused. I'm also Paul Messer, but I'm also confused. A very weird server glitch, it looks like, between Lynn Okel and Gary Dickinson, his teammate in the Sim Racing Tonight Ford. The car just looks like it kind of stalled, and then all of a sudden we saw a driver change, and then he just kind of reappeared. Then his engine died. Okay. So back up front, where we are pretty sure things are still going smoothly, we see Tristan Bayless, who leads. It is a 5-second lead on Petter Kassa.
They're close. Ramon.
Battle for 6th now between Vix Ramon and Adam Hardy. Those guys have been putting in a good blue-collar day. Blue Digicamo versus Solid Black. That's the battle we're watching color-wise. Vix Ramon, SimHQ, Adam Hardy, Triple P, and Adam's moving to the inside. Excuse me. Sorry there. Ramon down the straightaway. There's a draft here. Hardy's going to have plenty of room to draft by if he wants it. Ramon, a little bit low, just kind of snakes it on the straightaway. Looks to the outside, does not have the top end speed. And Ramon goes down into turn 1, smokes the tires. Here comes Hardy back to the inside on the crossover. What a move by Adam Hardy. And he will get the position. Ramon, though, not giving up. Into turn 2. That's way too fast of a corner to try anything there. Into the sweeper. Hardy and Ramon getting swept away a little bit through the sweeper. Now through the hard left. Hardy going to pull away just a little bit. Now through the kinks. Kink 1, followed closely by Kink 2. Then into the old chicane. Ramon locks up the tires. Seems to be okay, though. Hardy did the same thing. This is your closest battle on track. Presented by Inside Sim Racing. .tv. So Hardy, Hardy has a little bit of a bad run off the corner. Vix Ramon has a huge run off the corner. He comes out of the corner on the inside of Hardy. Now down the straightaway. Vix wants a little bit of a draft. Vic's going to look to the inside. Neither of them seem to have an advantage over the other speed-wise. Hardy pulls away a little bit. Hardy's in the grass. Hardy looks like he might have gone a little bit wide entering the corner, but he picks it up. Ben Wheeler is out of the game out of the race with an at this time unknown issue, quite possibly just an advancement of his damage from his incident with the Vertigal. In the meantime, Vix Ramon still pulling away from Hardy. That battle looks to be okay for now. Tristan Bayless in the pit. Here's the replay of Wheeler. Disco from Wheeler. Tristan Bayless pits from the lead. 23.5-second pit stop for Tristan Bayless. Looks like he's going to triple stint these tires. Tristan's going to rejoin in 4th. So now we see Petter Kassa in the lead. Then we've got Eric Schmider and Klaus Kog. Looks like Eric might have got by Klaus. Good job for Eric in the Swedish-American entry. Getting ready for Petter's pit stop. He will not pit this time. Oh, Darren Ganji off track. That's 7th place. Schmeider working his way down pit road. Darren Ganji in the Sim Racing Tonight Pez Corolla, that was in 5th. Looks like a driver switch between himself and Paul Valentine. Now Darren's got brake troubles, it looks like. But, oh wow, from 5th place. Now at a dead stop, Ganji on the outside of the old chicane. Tries to get going again. Car doesn't look to have any brakes. It looks like a brake failure on the SRT C60. Pit stops happening all over the place. .5 second stop from Schmeider, who is exiting pit road now. Darren Ganji, who might have a brake problem, is not coming down pit road. Kevin Brent's in the pits. Darren's car seems to be okay. Darren's car just kind of, it looks like it had no brakes, and he pulls off the track. It kind of looks like he has no brakes, but now we're watching him on the live feed. He just stopped his car like he had a phone call or had a bathroom break that just couldn't be missed. And now as he's working his way through the kinks now in live feed, his brakes seem to be fine. Very, very interesting development here for the Sim Racing Tonight Pez Corolla. Ganji actually right in front of Eric Schmeider. So now we hit 8 hours left to go in the race. You're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Hello everybody, I'm used to be confused. Paul Messer. So we're waiting right now as we're working our way through pit stops. We're slowly awaiting Petter Kassa's pit stop. Petter Kassa, your leader in LMP1. For those of you who are just joining us, Bruno Marquez out of the race early with a disco from the lead. So Go Speed paving the way for Swedish American to come back into the front. Klaus Kag on pit road for RC Motorsports. This could be a driver swap. These are the winners at Silverstone, and very strong competitors until a wheel lock at Sebring. Talking about RC Motorsports here. And indeed, we got a driver swap. Daniel Smiktala in the car now. And that trio of Smiktala and that trio of Smiktala and who has just driven it off track. That trio of Smiktala and Cog and of course the Captain Picard, or the Captain James Picard, very powerful. They've been very, very fast. And after he drives it off track, he actually loses a position to Eric Schmeider. Very close battling here. That's actually Petter Kassa, who's trying to lap Smiktala and Schmider there. It's a cluster of cars really, from GTs to LMPs, all right with each other. Smiktala's going to lose some time. Back to Schmider, who's fighting really just to stay on the lead lap. He's right in front of Petter Kassa, who's started really a blistering pace. And we're still waiting for Petter's pit stop. We're still awaiting Peppy Petter's pit stop. Kevin Brent's on pit road. Daniel Smiktala back on pit road. Big update here for RC Motorsports. Smiktala now down pit road. Looks like a pit stop for Smiktala. And it's a driver switch. A switch from Smiktala to Cog. Klaus Cog getting back in the car. So Daniel Smiktala goes out, runs a lap, and hands it off to Klaus Cog, who has already driven a good bit of the race already. That's confusing. I'm back to being confused, Paul Messer. You're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. Presented live on PSR TV. Sponsored today by Butt Kicker and Sim Gear. That was interesting right there. Looks like it's almost like the F1 teams. They go out and run a lap on one set of tires, come back in the very next lap and switch it to the other set of tires so they can beat out the regulations. Unknown whether or not Klaus Cog is going to run the rest of the 8 hours. But Daniel Smiktala runs one lap. Smiktala runs one lap, comes back in, and hands the car back to Cog. And Kassa running like Massa all day long, even down to the Ferrari red of his Sport Motorsports machine. Tristan Bayless, however, is your new leader. Kevin Britt's still on pit road. Vic Tremont also coming down the pits. Kevin Britt, this should be his third straight pit stop in the past few laps. Driver change. Andreas Spengler is the new driver for Torrent. So Petter Kassa's work is done, and there goes my pun. Spengler now in the car, though. Whoa! The RC Motorsports DBR9. That was the Kevin Brent car. Tried to make a driver switch to Steve Rousseau. Sorry. And the RC Motorsports DBR9 has DNF. Looks like a DNF on the driver swap. And believe it or not, that is only the 7th retirement of this race. Well, you remember Kevin Brent's had 3 straight pit stops, and then it looks like a couple of mistakes. They're trying to get the driver swap down, and then they finally got it, and it was a disco. So Spengler will come onto the track, and we'll see how his lap times compare to his teammate. We are 87 laps into this event. Spengler's got a good 29 seconds between himself and Balin. Tristan Bayless in that GMT-DHR Racing Garage. Eric Schmeider, the Swedish-American, runs third. And those guys are very, very much having a good day. And it was only made better by the retirement of Bruno Marquez and go speed at the around the first hour mark. Schmeider now leading the point standings if the race were to end right now. Swedish-American would be leading that LMP1 point standings. Give you an update on Darren Ganji, who was in 5th when Paul Valentine was in the car. Then Darren took over, had looks like a small brake trouble, maybe a hardware disconnect or something. He's fine now. He wasn't earlier, and he's now, he was in 7th, now he's in 9th. So Darren Ganji now back in 9th in that Sim Racing Tonight garage. And through all the cycling of this, we have new guys in the top 5. We have Klaus Kag, who didn't really lose any ground through his double pit stop sequence. Klaus Kag down pit road. So the confusion continues here at Fuji. Klaus down pit road. We saw him make this pit stop before. And guess what? We get to see it again. It's a stop and go. Not really a stop and go, but more like a splash of fuel. So McTolly gets back in the car, and the confusion continues. So McTolly gets back in the car. That was certainly odd. Darren Ganji in the pit. And as Darren's invisible pit gets to work, we should note that Wilfred Vandenbrink has now lapped the entire GT field. There is an entire lap between David Garcia and Wilfred Vandenbrink, as a drive-through penalty has been assigned to Pat Gold. He'll get a drive-through, but Wilfred Vandenbrink, again, putting a lap on the GT field over David Garcia, who is second for the Black Rebels. And that's actually a battle we might want to keep our eyes on. In fact, it's a battle we should watch very carefully. Actually, it's a in the middle of nowhere kind of battle. Darren Ganji out of the car at 1:22. So it looks like some damage repaired there. So Paul Valentine will get back into the car. Quick little update though, Wilfred Vandenbrink's got a lap on the field, but the battle for silver in the GT1 class continues to heat up. Looks like William Commons in that DBR9 that was being driven by Bollier is now running in third, only 9 seconds back of David Garcia. And then you've got another 5 seconds back to Frosty St. Clair. So Frosty's starting to come on strong here, and he's actually gaining on Commons. And as we just told you, Wilford Van Brink's first in GT1. Second place in GT1 is, of course, of course it's David Garcia. Of course it's David Garcia. He runs second in GT1. In third place in GT1 is, of course, Willem Commons. Fourth place in GT1, we already mentioned it, Frosty St. Clair. And Frosty's been in that car for a lot longer than you would think. Him and Wilford both have been in the car since the start of the race. And Frosty just keeps on chugging. He runs fourth overall, or fourth in GT1. Sorry, that would be 15th overall. Jay Prinz runs fourth in GT1, took over from Michael Sampson, who also had a drive-through penalty earlier in the race. He runs fifth in GT1. Right behind him is a guy that we would normally see in a Swedish-American car. But instead of the Swedish-American Dome, he's in the GMT-DHR Racing DBR9. Dane Humane, good to see that guy out on track. Again, he's in the car 909 GMT-DHR Racing DBR9. And Pat Gold has retired from today's event. He will be the 8th retirement. Dane Humane runs 6th in GT1. The sim racing for Holland Porsche that has been beat up, battered, and just all around just had fun today is Robin Vertigal. Runs 7th in GT1, running 8th is the guy he's been tangling with all day long, Ricard Helston. This is actually a very close battle on track between these two, Vertigal and Helston. Let's stop here through the field just for a second and watch and see if anything develops between this battle. Remember, earlier in this race, quite possibly the most intriguing part of the race so far was that battle between Vertigal and Helston. And Vertigal is trying to, it's almost like he's trying to get away. Those guys, remember, if you had, actually, this is a three-way battle for the 17th position overall. That's Dane Humane, Jay Prinz, Robin Vertigal, and Ricard Helston. All this is battling it out for third in GT1. Robin looks like picked up 2 spots on the lap, and he's pulling away. Damien has not changed the position at all because he passed Jay and then he got passed by Robin. Looks like Ricard will gain a spot. This is a 4-car battle again for 16th overall. That's 5th. That is 5th in GT1. Vertigal actually not really making a battle out of it. Helston, however, will get by Dane Humane. Dane Humane's not going to let him go, though. Well, he will for the moment. In the meantime, Prinz trying to stick with Dane Humane. Again, all 4 cars right in the line here. Vertigal, Helston, Dane Humane, and Prinz, they're all in line. They're all battling for position. It's been over 2 hours, and these guys still sticking right with it. So Vertigal now being stalked by Ricard Helston. Both of these guys being tailed by Dane Humane, and Jay Prinz behind them. Well, as things have calmed down here, let's keep going. In 20th overall is William Griffin, 9th in GT1. That's the Fletch Tech Racing DBR9. In 21st overall, that's Steve Boyer in the Christian Racing DBR9. Good run for those guys. 10th place in GT1. Let's go ahead and give you the rest of the GT1 field real quickly. Roger DeClean runs 11th in GT1 in the SBN Enduro Porsche. He's actually getting passed right now by Tristan Bayless. Running in the 23rd position overall is Tio Bubik. Tio runs 23rd in the #1 Pro Racing Enduro Team Porsche. That's 12th in GT1, 13th in GT1 is the other Sim Racing for Holland C6R being driven right now by Johan Nieuwenhof. And running 25th is Randy Lang, who's not far behind Johan. That's 14th in the Thunderbird Racing DBR9. Running 15th is Rinus Janssen in the first of the two rare endurance team DBR9s. Runs 15th overall, 26th overall, 15th in class. It's been a long day. Travis Bailey runs 27th in the other Fletch Tech entry, 16th in class. Right behind him is Christopher Larson. Christopher runs in the Blue Flag Racing DBR9. That car runs 17th in class. Kevin Chalk is 18th in class in the SBN Enduro Porsche. The other NAGT car in the field today. That car runs 29th overall. Right behind him is Jarno Hodwig. Jarno in the second of the two rare endurance team DBR9. Then you have Andre Lorman in the Flash Pro Texperts GT1 20th in GT1. It is 31st overall. Then you have Pat Gold, who has retired from the event, 21st in GT1, and behind him is Keith Davis, who's he's actually just about to pass Pat. Keith is the last running car. That's going to do it for your GT1 season. Back up front, it is all about Tristan Bayless right now, currently running away with this race. So Tristan leads the field. He's had a great run today. He's really kind of pulling away with it. But I believe he's stinting his tires for a third stint. That was what was able to give him his 20-second lead over second place Andreas Spengler. Lap times for Spengler have been roughly in the 27-second lap time. In the minute 27, which is actually not that far off from Peter Kassa. Peter Kassa. So those lap times actually right in check. It's a 23.5 second deficit now between Andreas and Tristan. But again, just an amazing run for the GMT-DHR racing guys. They've come on extremely strong here at Fuji. And they are making some pretty strong pushes through the field. It's already lapped all but two cars in the entire field. Spengler and Schmeider, the only two who haven't. Spengler and Schmeider, the only two that haven't been lapped. And Schmeider is still 36 seconds back of Bayless, so Schmeider's not out of this picture either for Swedish-American. As we are almost 2.5 hours into this 10-hour race. Let's go ahead and do the LMP through the field. We gave you the GT1. Let's go ahead and give you the LMP ones. Tristan Bayless, we just mentioned, in the lead by about 23 seconds. He is losing time very, very slowly to Andreas Spengler. And we'll keep an eye on that battle. Right now, it's 22.6 seconds deficit. Spengler, of course, runs second in his Torrent Motorsports Garage. And running third is Eric Schmeider. Daniel Smiktala runs in the 4th position in the RC Motorsports Garage. First car 1 lap down. And those RC guys, they've had a confusing run, to say the least. They had about 4 pit stops, one right after the other, and then one more. Trying to decide who was going to drive the car in this stint. It was finally decided, let's go with Smiktala. So Daniel currently runs in the 4th position. It's been a good run though. Throughout, even though they had that trouble, they're still only 1 lap down with 7.5 hours to go. Still a lot of racing still to do, and it's very, very interesting to watch this battle really play out. still 7.5 hours to go, so even the guys that are 1 or 2 laps down can still have a realistic shot at winning this race. Running 5th is the blue DigiCamu Sim HQ Motorsports Garage of Vic's Vermont. That car, again, runs 5th. Been a good day for Vic. He's only gotten stronger as the days progress. He is the last car 1 lap down, and he is just 1 lap down, so Vic's still very much in this race. Bob Miller has taken over the driving duties from Adam Hardy. His Triple P Racing Garage. He's the first car 2 laps down. He's actually on the same lap as Colin Francis, who has also just recently taken over driving duties in that Thunderbird Racing Audi R8. He is the other only car that is 2 laps down. Brian Hall in the HGM Motorsports Audi R8 runs in the 8th position. He's the first car 4 laps down, and he actually leads a trio of 4 lap down cars. It's Hall, and then Daniel Johnson for the other Swedish-American entrant. And then Darren Ganji is back in the Sim Racing Tonight Garage car. So Darren, even though he's had his troubles, still only 4 laps down, so good run still being put forth by all the top 10 drivers. And really, again, we still have 7.5 hours left in this race. There's a lot of time still left in this race. Still a lot of confusion taking place throughout the race today. This race has not gone without its interesting note. It's not only about 1 or 2 DNFs per connection. A very low attrition rate when it comes connection-wise. We did see the RC Motorsports DBR9 have its troubles. But other than that, nothing really going wrong in terms of driver swap discos. Should mention that the last running LNP1 car is Dan Blake in 11th overall. That is in the green DigiCamu Sim HQ Motorsports car. As for DNFs in the LMP class, we have to mention Bruno Marquez went out in the first hour, 39 laps in from the lead, over 20 seconds he had, and that was him pulling away. That was not as a result of pit strategy. That was him in the lead, pulling that off, and he retired after a disconnect. Tough break for the Ghost Speed boys. They're going to finish 37th today. Just a tough break for Bruno. The other 2 cars out in LMP1 is JC Tabby, who had troubles at the start of the race. He pit on the very first lap. And then Ryan Gilmore, who did not start the event. And remember, we said that Spengler would be slowly closing the gap on Tristan Bayless, and indeed he has. It's a 19.4 second gap at the recent split. It's still it's actually 19 flat, basically, 4/1000th of a second past the 19 mark. He was nearly a second and a half faster than Tristan Bayless on that last lap, and at the first sector split, it is an 18.7 second gap between Spengler and Bayless. We're going to get the lap times as they come by the stripe this time. So first car we're going to want to watch this time by is Tristan Bayless. We should note, though, that at the second split of the laps, Spengler is 18.1 seconds back, so now that gain is becoming quicker and quicker and quicker. Bayless's lap time at the line is 1:28.518. Let's go back up. Check Spengler's lap. A 1:27.814. So about a second between the 2 drivers. on that last lap, and that's to be expected. Spengler has fresher tires by about a stint or two over Tristan Bayless. But Bayless still is your leader by 18 seconds over Spengler. But again, Spengler is gaining. And for the record, Eric Schmeider is also making leaps and bounds in terms of gains. Remember, he was about 36 seconds back. Well, now he's about 34 seconds back of Bayless. So Schmeider is also gaining. Like we said, there are 7.5 hours left in this event. And folks, it is just getting started here at the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. And now we have a battle for the 21st position. This is Boyer and Jack Keithley. That's 10th in class. Steve Boyer, Jack Keithley. That's the Christian Racing DBR9 and the GMT-DHR Racing DBR9. So same power curve as they work down the straight. Boyer's lost a little bit of ground. Whoa, behind. That was an LMP1 that is in the wall. Dan Blake hard into the inside wall on the exit of the corner. That's 11th overall, and Dan has lost his front splitter, he lost the front of his car, with the exception of the wheels. He's going to be pitting right. Oh, whoa! Eric Schmeider, that's the Swedish-American entry. Schmeider's done. Colin Francis is done. It looks like we have a couple of DNFs really quick. Looks like Sasha Todorovic, who is the 8th place. That's a couple of things. Jack Keithley's DNF. Jack Keithley is done. Todorovic was the Crow Racing Enduro team. Chris Summerfield, that's the Orion Racing team. He's done. Thunderbird is done. That's from 7th. Swedish American is done. That was from 3rd. We just had about 4 or 5, looks like we had about 5 DNFs all at once. All while Dan Blake smashed the inside wall. Blake is still driving. He's fine. Looks like Schmeider. Looks like just a string of discos, like a server spike of some kind, and a huge blow to the Swedish American R8. We thought this was going to be their day to shine and get a huge point lead over Ghost Speed. This does not look to be the case. So let's try to sort this all out for you. We're showing there. You just saw the replay of Blake here. So trying to figure all this out here. As soon as Blake hits the wall, just boom, a string of discos all at one time. And just wow, then see if we can cast them all off for you. We're counting Sasa Todorovic. That was top 10 in GT1 out of the race. They will finish 32nd. 31st is going to be Jack Keithley. We saw that was a battle going on track that we were watching right behind him. Right behind Keithley was Steve Boyer. Keithley DQs. He's going to finish 31st on the day. And it looks like 30th is going to go to Chris Summerfield and the Orion Racing team. Randy Lang in the pits. The Orion Racing Team, that was your tie battle. That was your tied battle for first place in GT points. They were at a dead even heat, Orion and Sim Racing for Holland. That is not going to be the case anymore. So Summerfield will finish, it looks like 30th. If also Colin Francis of Thunderbird done. And of course the big DNF is Eric Schmider in the Swedish American entry. So now we're looking at a brand new frontier in terms of who is where, who's in what, and what's going on in the points. The points are a mess as we speak right now. So now you're looking at Daniel Spictala and RC Motorsports. If they don't have to make a million more pit stops and have just a terrible finish, they're going to have a huge day with a possible leapfrog to first place in LMP points from third. Who could have seen that one coming? Vertigal's got a 40-second pit stop. Tim Vanny gets into the car for Sim Racing for Holland in that Porsche. So as it stands, first place in LMP1 and second place in LMP1 in those point standings are done. Done. They will not be gaining any more points on the day. And then Chris Summerfield and the Orion Racing Team, Frosty St. Clair, are also done, tied for the lead in GT1 coming into this race, up against the Sim Racing for Holland leading car of Wilfred Vandenbrink, who I don't think has made his next pit stop. We're waiting on that, actually. And that was right around the time we expected their pit stop, too, for the Orion team. On lap 93, just like we had called it earlier, Wilfred Vandenbrink coming into the pits now. Spengler's gaining, it's a 15-second deficit as it stands right now. Vandenbrink on pit road. We'll watch his invisible pit crew get to work. But as it stands right now, you're looking at RC Motorsports looking to have a big day if they can ride out the next 7.5 hours. So Vandenbrink in the pits. Looks like Hodwig in the pits. So as it stands, Sim Racing for Holland looking to break the tie in their favor. If they can hold out another, you got to remember, folks, we still have 7 hours left. But if it should stand, we should see if it should stand for the next 7 hours as it is right now, you'll see the Sim Racing for Holland car get a huge boost in their point standings, breaking the tie. In fact, that tie should be broken because they'll finish in front of Orion, period. Now, then you've got RC Motorsports, who's looking to have a huge gain on the day. Marcel Offerman's in the car for Sim Racing for Holland. Looks like no trouble. Looks to be all hunky-dory. So Offerman's in the car. And so let's set this up for you. So we try to sort everything out. We've got Tristan Bayless still in the lead, Spengler still in second. Again, RC Motorsports third in class, third overall, third in the points in LMP1. And that car, if they can finish, they look to be leapfrogging into first place in the LMP points. That very interesting turn of events here. Quick little note: the Sim Racing for Holland boys able to do their driver swap and a pit stop while they were at it, and not lose a single position. Offerman's in the car and kind of having a nice little Saturday drive up in the mountains of Mount Fuji in Japan. Second place in GT1 is Ricard Helson. Ricard, of course, was on the pole, has been as far back as around 10th or 9th in the GT1 class. He is now second in the GT1 class. The Black Rebels car, which was in second place for so long, David Greco and David Garcia, those guys are running fourth in GT1. But again, we're watching this battle. We told you to watch out for it, and we told you we'd keep following it. We are. Andreas Spengler in the Toro Motorsports 77 Courage, 11 seconds back of Bailiff. He is really making some hard games now. He's run a second and a half to 2 seconds faster each lap than the car in front of him. So we should see a quick battle for the lead developing really quickly. And while we're at it, Spengler is the fastest car on track, so you might as well sit back and relax, sit back, relax, and enjoy a couple of laps as you listen to the sounds of speed. You're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on PSR TV. Welcome back to the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. You just saw Andreas Spengler make some contact with David Garcia. That's the Black Rebel PBR. The gap was closing, but after that little incident, the gap now 11.067 seconds. So still around 11 seconds. I want to welcome into the booth Courtney Smith and Lynn Okel, sorry. Welcome both you guys into the booth. First, a couple quick questions. Lynn, we saw something really weird, at least from our end, from the spectator standpoint, with Gary Dickinson. He crashed his SRT Porsche, and then he tried to get going. It looked like, and the car just kind of died right there. And then for about 5 minutes, the car was sitting there, and then all of a sudden it popped up, and you're in the pits with the car. Could you explain to us what happened with that car?
G'day Paul, g'day everyone. The car stopped, and for some reason Gary couldn't get it to fire up again. So initially I was just going to see if we could do a hot swap to start it. You know, you got to try anything. If they DQ you, they DQ you. So we tried to get it to start, and for some reason we ended up in the garage. I initially was just going to hot swap to start it and jump back out, but it didn't transpire.
We actually saw the car get away for a little bit, and it seemed to be okay, and then we saw it parked in turn 2 with an engine failure. Did you think you'd be able to pull away and try to save the day?
No, we were actually told by race control to park it for breaking the rules, which is fair enough. If you think your car's out, you got to try anything to stay in the race. I actually said to Gary that we'd probably get a DQ. So it was expected, but things happen. We're very happy. Gary's a new guy on the team, and he's very, very quick. So things to come are looking good.
Okay. Well, been a good day for your teammates. As Robin Toll's been assigned a stop-go penalty by the administration. Want to mention that real quick. And Spengler's still trying to close the gap on Bayless. Been a really strong day for your team in the LMP class. The Sim Racing Tonight duo of Darren Ganji and Paul Valentine have had a great run.
Yeah, exactly. Those guys are going really well. We've actually been undergoing a team restructure for since the last race, trying to pick up our pace a bit. We're that far down in the points now, it doesn't really matter, so we'll just continue along those lines until next season now.
Well, with the way the race is going today, you might not be out of the points just quite yet, and that leads us to our other guest in the booth, Courtney Smith. We got you in the booth here for RC Motorsports, and from an overall perspective, RC Motorsports is sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, I wish I could really say that and feel good about it, but I can't. With 2 of our 3 cars already out, I'm pretty disappointed about it. But the 1 car, the number 7, is definitely running strong, but just not the best. Let's hope that it finishes well. I wish the R2 were still running, but you know, what can you do?
There's something really interesting happened earlier in the race. Again, we're still a little over 7 hours left to go in this race. And the performance by the number 7 RC Motorsports Pescarolo has been good. In the middle of the run, Klaus Kag handed the car off to Daniel Smigtala, who ran a lap, came back in, handed it back to Klaus, who ran a couple laps, came back in, and handed it back to Daniel. Through all that's happened, you guys have only lost 1 lap, but that still it still brings to question the well, wait a minute, what just happened kind of thing. Do you have any knowledge of what might have happened between Daniel and Klaus?
Yes, I do, and actually, hopefully my teammate Klaus can allude more to it, but basically what happened was, what he told me, that Daniel's force feedback on his wheel was not working correctly as it should have been, and he had to make the swap with Klaus, and Klaus made sure everything was fine with Daniel, and then he made the swap back to Daniel, and Daniel said it's all good now. And they lost about 30 seconds on that first lap when Daniel got in, and it was all messed up. but they had to do 2 extra total pit stops, and so they lost about a lap through all that, but it could have been a lot worse.
And like we just mentioned, they're only 1 lap behind, and with 7 hours to go, we're not even to the point where we're not even to Silverstone yet in terms of time. You know, we're barely in the Sebring. You know, we're only an hour into the Sebring in terms of time comparison and whatnot. There's still a long time left in this race, and being a lap back is not that bad. Not at this stage.
No, you're right, Paul, and hopefully, you know, 7 hours to go, as we just saw with Swedish American, I mean, Go Speed had a car go out early, and Torrent Motorsports had a car go out early, and now Swedish American, and we had our 8 car went out early. So with us still running the DH car, which is very strong, and 1 more Torrent, I mean, of what's happened so far, I think about 4 or 5 cars have gone out in 3 hours, and with 7 to go, I have no idea what's going to happen, so it'll be whoever's still left running at the end.
And one last final question as we watch Spengler really putting on a charge to try to gain on Bayless here. One last final question, I guess, is what a point day this could turn out to be. Like we said, still 7 hours to go, but the possibility of an amazing points day for RC Motorsports against Swedish American and against Go Speed just could be, that's got to be a very motivating aspect to this race.
Yeah, definitely. I told the guys no matter what happens, I want them to finish in the top 3 for a huge points day. But you're definitely right about that. It could definitely be a huge day, and if they don't overtake first and second, they'll be right there, like a point or 2 behind. But it's definitely huge in setting up a 3-way for LMP going into Le Mans. But I'm pretty disappointed on our 4th place, number 3 GT1 Aston Martin, considering we had definitely pace, and we were very close in points to the top 2, so I'm kind of bummed that we weren't able to gain a lot of ground on them.
And that brings up another question I guess I have. The RC Motorsports guys have always run the Corvettes, even down to painting the cars to look a lot like the good old Corvette racing guys. What happened to make the switch to the Aston Martin at RC?
Well, considering this is Fuji and it's a 10-hour race and you really need to put the power down, we tested the cars, and with this new 1.6 mod, I shouldn't really call it, but GT physics, we decided since it was a 10-hour, we want to be very, very consistent, and we as a team voted on the Aston Martin over the Corvette because we felt we could be more consistent over a long run with the Aston Martin. Now for Le Mans, we have no idea which car we will take, but for this one we definitely took the Aston. And yeah, it was a killer for me in the heart because I love the Corvettes. They're my favorite team in the ALMS, and we always paint them just like it, the number 3 and the number 4 car. And me meeting Ron Fellows and Johnny O'Connell, you know, them being my heroes in the 3 car, that's why we always run it and paint our cars like them. So it was a killer for me, but I knew we had to do it with a championship so close.
Well, if you have to run if you choose to run the Aston Martin at Le Mans, I guess the possibility is always there that we could end up seeing the Corvette Racing painted RC Motorsports Aston Martins. But go ahead real quickly and just mention your sponsors real quick. You wanted to get those plugs in there. So you guys obviously deserve it after the great performance you guys had at Silverstone and even at Sebring before you ended up not having the best of days there.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. The number 7, Auto Sim Sport, want to give a big shout out to them. The online sim racing magazine, definitely go check it out at autosimsport.net. And the number 3, Aston Martin Natural Point, maker of the Track IR, very good products, which I have here with me. And they're now at reduced price to $140, I believe, and so they're definitely a great product. And I really want to mention the number 8 Courage C60 with edimensional.com that we have on board for this race. They gave us a 10% discount on any purchase, and so if you make any purchase, put in the coupon code RCM Racing, and you'll receive a 10% discount on any purchase. So it's definitely a good thing. So just go to edimensional.com, select your whatever product you want, and type in RCM Racing, and you'll receive a 10% discount off any purchase. So I want to thank those guys for great logos, great paint scheme, and I wish we could have done better with the 8 car and the 3, but you know, that's racing, and hey, we're going to be back at Le Mans, and we're going for the win.
Courtney, thanks for joining us in the booth and giving us your time there. And just real quickly here, as we're about to make the broadcast team is about to make our sponsor rounds as well. E-Dimensional is a great company, and they make some amazing headsets. In fact, right now you're listening live to my voice on PSR TV through an E-Dimensional, the gray E-Dimensional Audio FX. Had it for a year and a half, and it still works like a charm. I lost the vibration last year because I fell over, but it's still a great product. We've got to thank the guys at E-Dimensional for putting together such amazing products.
Sure. Okay.
No, I am not sponsored by them. Yes, I want to be. In the meantime, we got more people in the booth, but be aware, for anyone that's being interviewed, if I have to cut in real quick, I have to apologize in advance because we're down to 3.3 seconds between Bayless and Spengler in the battle for the lead here at the 10 Hours of Fuji. I see we have Eric Schmeider in the booth. Eric from third. Eric, it started off as a you know, just kind of hold in there kind of day. Then an hour passed and the Go Speed guys went down, and then all of a sudden it became, oh wow, here we go kind of day. And it could have been a great day for Swedish American, and then just a tough break of luck there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the whole thing. We were literally just kind of biding our time, waiting until, you know, we were about halfway through the race before we wanted to show kind of our true pace. Keeping in like the 30 seconds back bracket from the leaders. I mean, we were sitting pretty, especially after the Go Speed card went out. We just wanted to gain those points, like you said. But fortunately, these things happen, and we've been lucky throughout the rest of the season not to encounter any disconnects. So it was bound to happen at some point, and unfortunately today was the day.
Don't mean to cut in real quick, but we have Tristan Bayless, who's finally making a pit stop. Been a while since we've seen these guys on pit road. The LMP cars pitting around every 40 or so laps. We've tried to start to figure out Bayless on pit road. The invisible pit crew getting to work really quickly. Could see another short pit stop here from Bayless. Although I would think he's gonna give it all 40 seconds and not quadruple stint the tires. Waiting for an update here. He's put the car in neutral, getting ready to go. Could also see a driver change here. Looks like Johnson also in the pit. Bayless out. Simon Maluish is in. Simon Maluish now in the car for the GMT-DHR Racing guys. Haven't seen Simon since the old Racer Formula One World Sim Championship. Great to see Simon from a personal standpoint. Known him for a while when he used to drive the Minardi back at Racer. Now he's running second at the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, and he is now in the car. Spengler is still your leader, though, and we're waiting his pit stop in the Torrent Motorsports C60. Getting back, though, we still got Eric Witt here with us of Swedish American. I guess the really redeeming factor that you guys can really look at is you had a 30-point lead on RC Motorsports coming in, both you and Go Speed over RC Motorsports, who was running third, and both Go Speed and Swedish American are out of the race, so it's almost like you can walk into Le Mans with a clean slate without saying, well, we didn't without saying, there's still going to be around a 4-point deficit between Swedish American and Ghost Speed heading into Le Mans.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, not to take anything away from this race, but how great is Le Mans going to be? You're going to have RC Motorsports will be up there with Ghost Speed and us, Swedish American. It's going to be one heck of a battle for the championship at the finale round. I mean, how awesome is that? You can't ask for anything more.
Not only that, but you've got the treacherous Le Mans. You've got 24 hours. Yes, we are that crazy. Yes, I'm going to be there for not 24 hours, but just the fact that you've got this amazing task in front of you of a 3-car battle for the LMP win and 24 hours of Le Mans. It's going to be something that's going to be really exciting to watch.
Oh, absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to see, what kind of strategy that the teams play, how many drivers they have, because obviously you're only going to be as quick as your weakest driver. So, how many drivers do you have? How deep is your team? I mean, it's going to be an incredible event.
Going to go quickly to the 13th position. This is David Garcia and Tim Vanny. This is Sim Racing for Holland and the Black Rebel. Battle for third. This is battle for the podium in GT1. And whoa! Look, speaking of RC, Daniel Smictala's been given a drive-through penalty. So Smictala will come down pit road. This is not good for RC Motorsports. Again, 7 hours. We are almost at the 7 hours to go marker. So Smictala will serve his penalty almost immediately. It just took him a while to get around, but he is now down pit road, making that drive-through now. Looking for Vix Ramon, who is almost half a lap behind. Vix actually, with Eric and Swedish American's departure, has moved into 4th. What a great run for the Sim HQ Blue Digicemu C60 of Vix Ramon, who has not made a driver swap yet. I guess Eric, this is more of a question to you. We have not seen. We're almost 3 hours in. We still haven't seen driver swaps from a lot of LMP1 guys. Why might that be?
Well, I know in our particular situation, we actually wanted to swap after my second pit stop, but when Dave Jordan, who was going to be the second driver, came on the server and went to get inside the car, ended up having a problem where there was, he wasn't listed as the driver, and so I ended up having to stay in the car. I don't know if other people had the same situation and kind of decided not to try the swap then, because in the past, if that was a situation like that and people went on with the swap, there was usually a disconnect. So it might be something like that. It might be strategy. Who knows?
And, of course, the Swedish-American venture in today's race is not over. You got Daniel Johnson in the 8th position in LMP1, and he's not that far back of Darren Ganji, who is in the Sim Racing Tonight garage in front of him in 7th. So Swedish-American still has a showing to make yet in the closing 7 hours of this race, and there's still a lot of racing to do.
Oh, absolutely. We're still really excited about the 57 car. I mean, a couple of these guys are making their debut, and Dan Johnson, Chris Jordan, and Miguel Lego, who's going to get in the car later. They're doing a great job, and hopefully they can bring the car to the finish.
Well, thank you, Eric. And now we got to also mention that I have a cold. But besides that, we also want to welcome into the booth Paul Valentine. Paul been trading off with Darren Ganji a couple times, and Paul, we saw Darren get into the car, and as soon as he got into the car, he didn't stay there very long.
No, he had a problem with his force feedback. It seemed like that was reversed, so he had a couple, some issues driving around the track. So he just pulled it back into the pits and got on TeamSpeak, and then I got back in the car for just a couple laps, and he seemed to sort his problem out, so he's back out there trying to climb back up the field.
And what an amazing performance that Sim Racing tonight and their C60 has put forth. You guys were, when you were in the car, you guys were as high up as 5th. Darren's currently running 6th, and he's making a strong push, a strong case for 5th right now. He's 2 laps back of Bob Miller in the Triple P entry, but there is still a lot of racing still to do, and you guys, and the guys at SRT in their garage are still doing a great job, and it's really impressive.
Yeah, we had a pretty good qualifying. I think it was like 6, so you know, the Torrent team were way ahead, but I kept, you know, just behind Eric by about 15 to 20 seconds or so, and I didn't take tires after my first stint, so I gained a bit of time there. So for those 2 hours, I was, you know, in a good position. It's a long race, and you know, if you're still on the same lap as the leader, you going deeper into the race, you know, you're always going to have a chance. So Darren's in a good position. He's got a couple guys ahead of him. I think he can, you know, overtake in the next couple hours, and you know, we'll just hopefully keep connected to the server and keep plugging away.
Yeah, Paul, I want to thank you for joining us in the booth and giving us some of your time there. Quick little update, Andreas Spengler is still chugging along. He hasn't made his pit stop yet. We should be expecting him any lap now, getting ready for his first pit stop of his stints, and that should be interesting to watch to see if he'll do anything in his Torrent car. He might end up having another stint on his tires, which would mean a 20-second pit stop. But overall, an amazing run for the Torrent Motorsports entry so far, and if they can keep this up, they're going to have an amazing showing today. Simon Maluish, though, not going to let him get away all that much, hopefully. The current the lap times that was being put up by his teammate, Tristan Bayless, around the 26 to 27 range, minute 26, minute 27 range. Let's take a look at some of the lap times that Maluish has put up so far. And they are, since his pit stop, have been highly consistent. Been in the 27s pretty much for, before the pit stop it was 27, 27, 27, 27 for Maluish's teammate Bayless, and then pit from the lead. Made a very long pit stop to switch drivers and whatnot. And so now you're looking at Maluish in the car now, and his first few lap times have been 27, and then 28, 28, and 27. So it looks like Maluish is on the same sort of he's on the same sort of pace as the car in front of him. That's always good to know, and that's something really that's highly interesting about these guys is that when they can put together a good run and they get a set of teammates who are all the exact same speed, you can really just pull a lot of interesting runs together, and it's very interesting to watch. The closest battle on track is all the way back in the 16th position overall. That would be 16th and 15th. Let's go back there real quick. That's Bob Swartenbull and David Garcia, the SBN Enduro Porsche, and the Black Rebels DBR9. That's the closest battle on track right now. It's between those two guys. That's about a 4-second deficit. And scratch that. It's actually now a 5.2-second deficit between the two. Garcia started the day on the sidelines. He's been in the car for quite a while now, but he started the day with David Greco in the car. And David put off a great showing, battled with Wilfred Vandenbrink, actually had the lead for a good bit of time. And then he gave the car over to David Garcia, and it's been that way ever since. Joining us in the booth right now, I see in the channel, I see Klaus Kag in the channel. Klaus, welcome to the booth. Real quick, just ask a quick question or two. First of all, the great showing by RC Motorsports today, and just how's the car handling?
Well, in fact, since the test race, I have been quite worried about the car's behavior, especially as I have major balance problems. But it seems like that yesterday or 2 days before, at least this week, we got it solved pretty good. So it's not too bad now. Also, we can see now that the tire wear isn't the same as it was in the practice race. Of course, we have a lot of more GT cars to pass, so the lap times is slower. But that means what we have done in pre-testing hasn't. It's just nothing to compare with. We found out that we couldn't double the tires. That's the way they behaved in the test race. But it seems now it's just fine. I don't know if they have changed anything on the track, but I don't think so. But well, we can now double the tires, and I think Daniel will do that for the next pit stop too.
There's something very interesting happened midway through the race between yourself and the teammate that's currently out there, Daniel Smiktala. You guys went into the pits, and Daniel took over. Then Daniel took over, and then he came back in a lap or two later, and then you went back out, and then he came back out, and you guys had it's like a little dancing party trying to figure out who was going to get into the car. Overall, you guys only lost one lap on the field, or one lap on the leaders, and with 7 hours still to go, you guys are still in heavy contention to win, and with both of the cars in front of you and the point standings taken out already, you guys are in tap for a great finish. If you guys can hold on and maybe avoid the disco. What happened? But I gotta ask, what happened at the driver's swap?
Well, you can say the same thing that just happened to Paul Valentine. I got in, pitted, Daniel got in the car, and his force feedback was just crazy. Like he said, it was kind of inverted. Then he said he couldn't drive at all, so he just drove a slowly lap back to pit. I took it over, run 1 or 2 laps, and then he got it fixed, and he got back in the car. I was too exhausted to do another stint.
Well, everything seems to be okay now, and you guys are really working your way, kind of chilling in that third spot. We saw you were in the car first, and then we have Smiktala in the car right now. Any chance we'll see the captain at before the day is up? The other driver in the trio, James McCarthy.
Well, I would say he did have a good race at Silverstone, and there we could say he was the captain, but I would say he has struggling a little bit in testing, so we decided to put him last in the stint. It's going to be, well, right now it's like midnight for him. That's not the captain's true. It's about 3, 4, 5 a.m. for him right now, so we decided to just let him do the final stint, as it's going to be too late for me. So the plan is I'm going to take over for the next pit stop, and then Daniel will do another stint, and possible James will do the last 2 stints.
Well, thank you for that bit of insight. We now have something to look forward to between yourself and Daniel and James. You guys try to bring home a really good points finish, or what may turn out to be a really good points finish for RC Motorsports.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we just got a little bit bad luck that Ben got this drive-through penalty for something I can't acknowledge from from the race control. It's just the total opposite of what Daniel told me. But anyway, we got the penalty, and also the problems we had. It cost us about a lap, 1 minute 10 or so. And I think if the front guys don't get any problems, but everything can happen in this race. Everything will happen in this race. So I wouldn't say the win is gone, but it's close to it right now. When I talked to Bruno just before the race and the pace he was doing, I said, well, that's the win that are gone there, but it turned out that they got unlucky again and got a disco. Now we are sure about the top 3 positions. I think they're going to need to be bad luck for those 2 drivers. So those 3 drivers to get anything involved with those positions. It's not just who will finish where in this race right now, I think.
Well, Klaus, we want to thank you for joining us in the booth. We wish you the best of luck in the remainder of the race.
Well, thanks. Yeah, maybe we could be back again later on from the next time. Well, let's see how Daniel can do it. He still has a little problems with his wheel, though. But so far it seems good.
And still, just an overall good performance for RC Motorsports. You know, you guys had the guys have had a lot of problems so far, and then they still ended up. You know, they're still in 3rd, so obviously there's still some magic left in the tank for RC Motorsports after really just a dominating run at Sebring that ended when they had a wheel lock, which ended in disaster there, and then back at Silverstone, the amazing run put together by all 3 guys, and then here at Fuji, you guys have had so much trouble already, and you're still putting together a good run, still in 3rd, still on the podium, and you guys have had a good bit of trouble already.
Yeah, for sure. Well, like 2 months ago, before the Silverstone, I would have sold the car for a 3rd position or 2nd position. But after that, we kind of moved our goals there a little bit higher, maybe a little bit too high. I've done pretty much testing for this race alone, about at least twice as I did for Silverstone. But the car have had some problems. We haven't been able to find the right balance as I wanted between grip and oversteer, honestly, especially in the 3rd sector. The first 2 sectors is good enough, but again, the 3rd sector will decide it, and I've also talked to Petter about this, that the traffic here will decide who's going to win the race, and I still think it is that way. I didn't touch the GT car in the beginning of the race, where I spun in turn 2, got a little bit too high on the curb, and just lost in the end. I fall down on the 4th position. We kept on to Bruno disconnected. But otherwise, we would have been about a lap ahead now, and I've longer in the race if it hasn't been one other problems. But then it should face it that way that the 2 first races of the season we had Daniel setting over the car because of the DC car. At Sebring, I think I had a hardware failure with my wheel, as I think I have find out why that happened. And last time we didn't really have any problems with the race, and then we came out with a victory. And again, this race we have had our problems already, I would say, and we're still in 3rd position. Now the first 2 drivers just need their bad luck. But I think we are in good shape, at least for the podium, and that's pretty much what counts.
Well, Klaus, I want to thank you for joining us in the booth once again. Going to quickly jump away to a battle for 11th. This is GT1 really battling hard. That's the Go Speed team that's the Go Speed entry currently being driven by Mikko Korkiakoski. And right in front of him is Tim Van Dee and the Sim Racing for Holland fourth. Those guys going hard at it. This is a battle for third. This is a battle for our second. It looks like Lanny Hall running back he was running right behind Darren Ganji in seventh in the HCM Motorsports Audi R8. He has discoed. Tough break for Lanny. Back in this battle for the 11th position. It kind of stopped for just a second, but the Sim Racing for Holland now has 1-2, one in a Corvette, and the other one in a Porsche. A Porsche runs second in GT1. It's being driven currently by Tim Van Dee. Mikko Korkiakoski, I'm sorry, I'll get that right in just a second, is currently running third in class, but he was right behind Tim Van Dee a lap ago while we were interviewing Klaus there, and now he is really making a strong push. Lost a lot of time, but he's trying to come back. So we'll go with Korkiakoski as the name of the driver who currently runs 12th overall, third in GT1. Both of these guys on the podium. It is quite possibly the closest battle we have on track. Van Dee is 2.8 seconds ahead. It was about 2.8 milliseconds ahead about a lap ago, but it's opened up right now. Oh, but just for the moment. And as we watch Mikko here try to see if he can gain any time back, he's actually lost time in the last sector to Van Dee. But as we watch that, I want to quickly mention our sponsors for today's event, the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, being brought to you today by Butt Kicker, also Sim Gear. Those are the two main sponsors of today's event. Also Pro Sim Racing TV, the Orion Race Team, and Sim Racing for Holland. And, of course, the guys over at Inside Sim Racing TV, Sim Racing Tonight. You've got your Darren Ganji and your Sean Cole. I don't know if Jessica's racing today. But those we know that Darren and Sean are in the server, in the TeamSpeak building, and they're watching the race and enjoying it. And actually, I think in Darren's case, he's in it. Darren running, I believe, 6th overall. It looks like Van Dee's going to keep the position on 11th, though. So Van Dee's going to hold on to 11th for now. He's got about a 3-second lead. And it's a Sim Racing for Holland 1-2 at the current point in time. And now our search continues for the closest battle on track. Simon Maluish, he proved at the Racer F1 World Sim Championship last year that he can drive a slow car because he drove the Minardi. This year, or today, he's proven he can drive a fast car because he is closing in on the Torrent Motorsports entry of Andreas Spengler. And he's actually closed the gap. It was about 20 seconds after Spengler's pit stop. Now it's 19 seconds. So, and it's pretty consistently closing. It's not like it's jumping up and down one lap and then dropping the next lap. No, it is consistently closing to about 19 seconds now. It's a very, very slow gain, but it is a gain nonetheless for Maluish. Again, good to see Simon back in the vehicle in that GMT-DHR racing garage of his. Let's go ahead and take you through the field while we have the moment. Andreas Spengler leads the field in the Torrent Motorsports 77. His garage leads in first. In second place, like we mentioned, Simon Maluish in his garage of GMT-DHR Racing. Sorry about that. Running in the third position is Daniel McTuff. We've been talking with his RC Motorsports teammates, and those guys, again, only a lap back, and they've been a lap back for a while now. They've been through a lot of stuff all day long. They said we'd see Picard later on, at the end of the race, and Klaus will be getting back into the car at the next pit stop for Daniel. David Carney runs 4th in the DigiCamu Sim HQ car, and wow, what a great run for Sim HQ. Those guys, Vix Vermont has drove the car for about 3 hours. David Carney in the car now, and this is something you really want to watch. Is this performance of the Sim HQ vehicle? We should see some very interesting stuff. We should see some very interesting stuff from those Sim HQ ways. Very consistent is what they are, and we'll see that play out throughout the course of the remainder of this race. Once again, in terms of time comparison, Silverstone hasn't even started. We're nowhere near the 6-hour to go marker. In fact, in terms of the other long race that's taken place this year, you got the other race that I was here for, the 8 hours of Sebring, which was presented live here on PSR TV. They just started that one, and we are 3.4 hours into this 10-hour event here in the mountainous region of Mount Fuji, Japan. Beautiful Fuji circuit. Gotta say, the guys over at SSCA really know how to design a circuit and how to make it look pretty. And the track does look good this week, or I'm sorry, this event. Bob Miller runs in the let me try that one again. Bob Miller runs in the 5th position for Triple P Racing in his C60 Courage, running 5th overall. He's 3 laps back. And right behind him is Darren Ganji in the number 6 car for Sim Racing Tonight, Sim Racing Tonight Courage, again running 6th. Great run for those guys. They had their troubles. Darren, we heard from Lynn that Darren had a little bit of wheel trouble, and he's okay now. A lot of wheel trouble in today's race. A lot of hardware difficulties on the non-server side. That's a pretty interesting aspect of the race. But Darren currently runs 5 laps back, 6th place overall. Running 7th is Daniel Johnson in the number 57 Swedish-American Audi R8. Those guys at Swedish-American still have a lot of racing to do, and that should be a very interesting battle that we'll watch play out. Johnson has gained 1 position since we talked to Eric Schmider, and he currently runs in the 7th position. Dan Blake runs 8th. Remember, we saw his car crash earlier in the event. Well, guess what? It looks very pretty now because it's all fixed up and put back together. He's currently running 8th, 9 laps back. Then you've got Marcel Offerman, he's like an LMP2 or GT -1 because the car is on its own planet. Marcel Offerman's really putting together an amazing effort today, and the car 10 laps back in the lead, 9th overall, 1st in GT1, and Offerman's and Van de Brink are just really strong. Lanny Hall runs in the 10th position, but his car has DNF'd. He will be the 9th finishing LMP1 overall. Obviously, he won't finish 10th, but he is currently in that 10th position. And then, basically, a lap back of Marcel is Mikko Kortvoski in his Go Speed Racing DBR9. That's the Go Speed Racing entry that started on the pole. And that entry is currently also kind of on a lap of its own. Tim Van Heek runs 3rd in GT1. The Sim Racing for Holland Porsche. Sim Racing for Holland putting together an amazing performance today in 1st and 3rd in the GT1 class. And Van Heek was actually battling with Korkowski for a while there. And that'll be interesting to see if Van Heek can make a gain back as the race continues on. Jay Prinz runs in the 13th position overall, 4th in class for Triple P Racing, his C6R. Good run for those guys today. Michael Sampson was in the car earlier, Jay Prinz in the car now. The car is beat up and it's got paint splotches everywhere, but it's still running strong and it's still looking good. That car 4th in GT1. David Greco handed it off to David Garcia early in the race in the Black Rebel DBR9. That vehicle currently running 5th overall, 14th overall fit in class. In the 6th position in GT1, 15th overall, is Charles Aaron Ramirez. Wherever the action is, Charles Aaron Ramirez hasn't been far from it today. He currently runs 6th in GT1. Great showing today for the Fletch Tech Racing DBR9. I don't think Aaron Ramirez has left his car yet. He's been in there for a very long time. He's been racing for a very long time in one car or another. And he has had that car from the start. Good run today by Charles Aaron Ramirez. Then we have another sim racing for Holland injury, Johan Nieuwenhof. And Johan has been bringing the car up. Really, the car was in the around the 15th area in the GT1 class. Now it's 16th in 16th overall, 7th in GT1, and the possibility still lies that we could see Nieuwenhof come together with Van Hee and Offermans to pull off the possibility for a sim racing for Holland 1, 2, 3. That idea is about 6.5 hours away. So there's still plenty of time to make that come to fruition if they so wish, and if that so happens to happen. Again, Nieuwenhof runs 7th in GT1. Bas Wurtzenball runs 16th overall, 7th in GT1 in the in the SBN Enduro Porsche. That NAGT car celebrating the release of NAGT. He runs 16th overall. Dave Purdy is going to be running 17th overall once he passes Lanny Hall's car. That's the ExploreWeb.com Motorsports DBR9. That was driven by Timon Boiler earlier in the event. Purdy in the car now. Then you've got Dennis Salvage in the Christian Racing DBR9. He runs 10th in class, 19th overall. Then you go to Robin Toll, who was with the Rare Endurance team, DBR9 of his, and those Rare guys they've been with each other all day long, both cars. Robin Toll runs 20th overall, Jarno Hodgwig runs 24th overall, but those two have been right by each other just about the whole race. Wherever you find one Rare, you will find the other one. Running 21st is Brian Brem, and he is in the Thunderbird Racing DBR9, 12th in GT1, 21st overall. He's being followed by the other Fletch Tech car of Lee Allen, who runs in the 22nd position overall, 13th in class. Then you got Robert Crone, who's been just kind of putting along in his Blue Flag Racing DBR9. Blue Flag having a very much blue-collar performance today. Good run. We've seen him coming into the pit stop. His pit stop strategy is right on tap with a lot of guys. He currently runs 23rd. Jarno Hodgwig is the other Rare Endurance car, running 24th overall, 15th in class. Len Okel in the... Len Okel's in a car. Len Okel is in the other SBN Enduro Porsche. Was racing with the SRT Porsche, but that car had a little bit of a server hiccup, and then a hot swap pickup, and then the engine died. So Lynn just said, I'm just going to go run for SBN today. So Lynn, not really. Lynn is now in the SBN Enduro Porsche, the other NAGT car, running 25th overall, 16th in class. Andre Lorman is in the Flash Probe Techsports DBR9. 17th in class, 17th in class, 26th overall. And then rounding out the field of drivers still running is 27th James Hackworth in the Voice of the Martyr C6R, 16th in GT1. Give you a quick list of the cars that are out of the event. Eric Schmeider, 28th in the Swedish-American R8. Colin Francis, 29th in the Thunderbird Racing Audi R8. Chris Summerfield in the Orion Race Team DBR9. Jack Keeley in the GMT-DHR Racing DBR9. Sasa Todorovic in the Crow Racing Enduro Team GT1, Porsche in the GT1 class. 33rd is Pat Gold in the HG Motorsports C6R. 34th is Steve Roseau in the RC Motorsports DBR9. Ben Wheeler in the Speed Freaks DBR9 will finish 35th. Len Okel, who's currently on track, also is in 36th, out of the race in the Sim Racing Tonight Porsche. Bruno Marquez in the Go Speed LMT1, 37th on the day. Peter Kaczmarczyk is in the Precision Motorsports DBR9 in the 38th. JT Tom in the RC Motorsports E-Dimensional C60 runs in the 39th position. And rounding out the field, Ryan Gilmore in the Torrent Motorsports C6. And with that, we have taken you through the entire field here at the 10 Hours of Fuji. And guess what? We still have 6.5 hours to go. You're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Hello, everybody. I'm Paul Messer. I got a cold, but I'm still with you guys. Quick little update on what's coming up on the Pro Sim Racing TV calendar. Next week, you've got the Belgian Grand Prix for the Formula Sim Racing League. Those guys live from the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, all next week on Weekend Live on PSR TV. And then next Friday night, the Bridge City Racing Series, the TSW Pro Cup, will be running at the Daytona International Speedway for the Infinite Cabinets Unlimited 200 live. From Daytona. That race will be kicking off at 9 p.m. on Friday here on Pro Sim Racing TV. A lot of interesting storylines coming up as they get ready for the race for the TSW Pro Cup Chase. Their week at Daytona actually begins tonight. Their race, the TSW Pro Cup Series race, is Friday at 9. All those events and more coming up live on Pro Sim Racing TV in the weeks and months to come. A lot of exciting stuff coming down the PSR pipeline. At this time, let's go ahead and thank our sponsors throughout the sponsors for today's race. I swear I'm trying to work on this talking thing. It's coming to me slowly. I want to thank all of our sponsors, of course, Butt Kicker and Sim Gear. If you want to check either of those guys out, check out buttkickergear.com or sim-gear.com for all of your sim apparel or also devices. You can also get stuff and swag. All that good stuff. Also want to thank PSR TV for their continuing contributions to the sim racing community and to this race, of course, the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. And then, of course, you have the Orion race team, who keeps us sane through the lovable antics of Frosty St. Clair. Then you have Sim Racing for Holland, who is currently dominating this race. They're also sponsoring this event. And then, of course, you have Inside Sim Racing.tv, the SRT production staff. At this event today, Sean Cole, Darren Gange, somewhere around the server. Darren, I believe, is running 6th. Sean is waiting in the wings, I do believe, or was. Sean is somewhere. Still don't know if Jessica's running today or not. Your leader is Andreas Springler, and he leads about over 30 seconds over Simon Maluish. Maluish is lost time. He did gain, but then he started losing, and he's continuing to lose more and more time to Andreas in the Torrent Motorsports C60, continuing to pull away. Smiktala currently runs 3rd in the RC Motorsports C60. Let's take a look at some of the lap times for Smiktala. His lap times are kind of floating around the 30 range, the minute 30 range. His last lap time was a 1:31.659. These guys are cycling. They're about midway through their tire run. We're seeing pit stops about every 40 laps from the GT guys, every 30 laps, or I'm sorry, every 40 laps from the LMP guys, every 30 laps from the GT guys. Speaking of those GT guys, we should be getting close to their next set of pit stops pretty soon. Marcel Offerman still leads. He's got Tim Van Hee in 2nd. Tim and Miko love battling with each other. They have swapped positions back and forth quite a few times in this race. believe it's time for more Advil. No, I believe we are getting closer to finding our closest battle on track. Actually, there's a couple of close battles to watch out for. David Garcia and Jay Prinz are closing in on each other again. There's a 4-second deficit there. Charles Aaron Ramirez is closing in on Garcia. And while I say this, Garcia is going to come into the pits. So let's watch this pit stop real quick. Garcia going to come into the pits. Let's watch this pit stop. See if there might be a driver change. Garcia's been in the car for a while now. Lynn Ogle closing in on Hodwig. That's about a 9-second deficit. I'm sorry, that's Lee Allen. My mistake, I missed one. Lee Allen he's closing in on. Let's watch this battle real quick. So here comes Lynn. Lynn in the SBN Porsche. He's also in the Sim Racing Tonight Porsche, but that car is out of the race. So Lynn being in 2 places at once. And Lynn really making a close, going to look to the outside. Lynn O'Kell going to move to the inside of Lee Allen, and he's going to have it. He was really closing in. So Lynn O'Kell is going to move up another spot. Going to pass Lee Allen. The Black Rebels DBR9, formerly driven by David Garcia, is now being driven by Mehmet Arslan. Mehmet Arslan in 16th, 8th in GT1. Mehmet just got into the car, took over for David Garcia, who took over for David Greco. So now we have someone who's not named David in the car. So that car's going to get back on track for the Black Rebels. So that was indeed a driver switch. And Lynn's had that, getting back to Lynn Ogle, who's running 22nd now, after he made that pass on Lee Allen. Lynn's kind of had that charm about him that if he crashes in one car, he's going to get into another car and be fast at it. And he's been amazingly fast at that in that car that he gets in, and he makes just some amazing pushes. He did that back at Silverstone, and he's doing it here as he passed Lee Allen, and he's pulling away from Lee, and he should be gaining on Jarno Hodwig very quickly here. It was a less than 10-second gap. That gap should be closing. So Lynn Ogle, he's got a real ability to do it, and he's down to 9.1 seconds between himself and Hodwig. Let's actually take a couple laps here with Lynn Ogle as he closes in on Hodwig. Give you guys a nice listen to the sounds of speed as we follow this SBN Enduro Porsche. You're watching live coverage of the 10 hours of Fuji, the SSCA 10 hours of Fuji. Even better. Live here on PSR TV. We will be right back. Welcome back to the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. Breaking development here in the middle of our commercial break. Obviously, the race control does not want me to stop talking. Andreas Spengler has been given a drive-through penalty. That is your leader in LMP1. That's your leader overall. Simon Malouche, for watching for him. He's now racing down the front straightaway at full speed. Andreas is going to exit the pits. He's going to come out well in front of Simon, but the deficit's now going to be a lot less. And Simon is racing down the straightaway, again, at full speed. Andreas now is going to be down. He's going to come down the straightaway. He's working towards turn 2 now. Malouche just coming out of turn 1. So he's not going to gain. He's not going to lose a lot. Spengler isn't. But in the same respect, he's not going to lose. He's not going to gain any at all. In fact, his gap now 10.4 seconds. So 20 seconds lost in that drive-through penalty there for Andreas Spengler. He might have cut the track. He didn't make contact with anybody, and he didn't cause any accidents, which we think would have warranted a stop-go. So it doesn't think it was an aggressive driving thing. Maybe just a minor track-cutting violation for Spengler. But the Torrent Motorsports entry has lost 20 seconds to Simon Malouche, who's now got he's got Sport Bowl in front of him, but after that, he's got a strong push to make now. He's got strong motivation to come back up to the front. Spengler at the line now. So he crosses the start-finish line. Malouche down the front straight. They're on the same straightaway now. It's almost been 4 hours. These guys on the same straightaway. It's an 11-second gap. And wow, that's really something that's going to shake up the race. Again, only 4 hours in. If this were Silverstone, we were about to get started. And to think that we're already almost 4 hours into this race. And we still have 6 more to go here at the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, presented by Butt Kicker and SimGear. With Simon Malouche, like we said, now with a huge motivation to start gate. It's an 11.5 second gap between himself and Spengler. They actually make that 12.3. Oh, and Malouche has overshot the corner. Into the old chicane, Malouche overshot the corner. Yeah, you think his tires might be gone. That seems to be the kind of the idea he might be giving off. He's smoking the tires while going into the corner, and he's spinning it a little bit. He's going a little bit left. He's going a little bit right. But it's very, very interesting to watch. To watch Malouche, you think his tires might be going. They are getting close to the next set of pit stops for the LMP guys. Again, they pit around every 40 laps we've been watching, and we are just now getting near that time frame as they are ticking lap 154. Looks like a GT1 car is coming onto pit road. That would be Johan Nieuwenhof of Sim Racing for Holland, pitting from the 13th position overall. So Nieuwenhof, let's just say this: the invisible pit crew for Sim Racing for Holland has been blazingly fast today. Let's see how long his pit stop is. Nieuwenhof has really vaulted this car from around 15th in the GT1 standings to now 6th, even as he's in the pit road. He has not lost a position yet. I take that back. Arslan just passed him. So Nieuwenhof will get away now. He only lost 1 position. Look at that! Guess who's in the car? Andres Corrali. We thought we might see him later in the race for Ghost Speed. And, well, he's got nothing better to do with his day now that Ghost Speed's in the garage, so he might as well go drive a C6R. And it's going to be very interesting to watch this, to watch Andres Corrali battle through this field. All of a sudden, the GT1 battle is very, very interesting very, very quickly. Andres is back in 8th in GT1, 15th overall. And he's not going to make it any easier for anyone to get by. He'll be trying to close in on Sweeney, who's in front of him in 7th. Actually, let's check that deficit between Sweeney and Corrali. It is an 8-second deficit. Let's actually stay with this battle and see if Corrali can gain any ground. This is not what Corrali's used to driving. Corrali has been driving that Ghost Speed car, and now he's driving it's like it's going from an F1 car to almost a tank is what is the kind of difference that we should be seeing here. That's the Ghost Speed R8 he's going from Ghost Speed R8 to a Corvette. Audi to GM is basically the correlation you're seeing. Germany to America, geographically, is the difference. And then it's going to be interesting to see how he handles the car and if he can conserve it. Already, though, he's gained about a second on Sweeney in front of him. It's a 7.8 second deficit. We said we wanted to watch it because it may just as well become our next closest battle on track, presented by Inside Sim Racing TV. So Corrali's going to get passed by your leader, Spengler. It's a 6.47 second deficit between himself and Sweeney. Let's watch this. Corrali was a part of quite possibly the most memorable battle that SSCA has seen all year long. And now he is in the making to gain one position and do it in style in a Corvette, in a car he wasn't even supposed to be in today. But after Bruno Marquez's disconnection earlier in the race, that opened up his schedule quite a bit. And now he is racing down the straightaway, trying to gain on Sweeney in front of him. And he just gained 2 seconds on Sweeney in one sector. We said that crucial third sector would be amazing in terms of how much time you can gain and how much time you can lose. He gained 2 seconds in that sector. And he's gained 3 more tenths in that first sector alone. Andres Corrali putting on a charge in a Corvette. Through the kinks, he can see Sweeney. He gained another entire second in that sector alone. Sweeney might be trying to take the car easy or nurse it around, or he could just be in kind of a cruise mode. Andres Corrali is in full-blown push mode. Either that, or this could be Corrali's cruise mode. We don't know, and he is putting on a show. Let's check his lap time at the line. At the start-finish line, he laid down a 1:33.4. Again, gained about 2 seconds in that final sector on Sweeney. Sweeney's the first car in front of him, and Sweeney loses it in turn 1. Just a little bit. Kind of lost it and pushed the cone out onto the track. That's going to make the gap even smaller now. In fact, it's less than a second through turn 2 under the Sim Gear signage. Into the sweeper. Here comes Andres Corrali. Sweeney was on the brakes. Corrali was on the throttle right there. That was insane. Now into the hard left. Right on his back bumper. Under the Michelin signage now, kink 1. That's going to be followed by kink number 2. Under the Thrustmaster bridge into the old chicane. They got L&Bs right behind him. So we'll have to get out of the way for those two. But right now there's a battle brewing between Corrali and Sweeney. This is your closest battle on track presented by Inside Sim Racing. Look at the way Maluish and Smiktala are trying to wiggle their way through these two. That's second and third respectively in the overall battle and in LMP1. And they kind of had to slice and dice their way. And look at Corrali off the corner! What a run! Corrali's going to get off the corner. They're going to go 3 wide here as Miller goes by. But it's a drag race down the straightaway between Corvettes. Corrali's not going to get it. But he will have the draft, though, if he loses the battle of drag. So now he's got the draft, pulls out, Sweeney brakes. Corrali gives it 2 car lengths before he brakes. And Corrali moves into 14th. That took no time at all. Now 18.1 seconds is the deficit between himself and Mehmet Arslan. Never mind, that's now 17.8 seconds. And if Corrali can pull that off, he will move into 6th overall. Oh, whoa, whoa, Bob Miller spun out in front of him. He is stalled in what looks like the hard left. Gets the car going, seems to be fine, just kind of lost it on his own. So he's going to work his way through the kinks and try to pick up the pieces. He'll be fine. That's 5th right now, overall, the Triple P Racing C60. That's something good for Darren Ganji to hear. So Simon Maluish is 2nd back now, but that's only because he hasn't made his pit stop yet. Or that's only because he made his pit stop and Spengler hasn't yet. Maluish is a minute ahead of Spengler. Should be expecting a Spengler pit stop anytime now. Last time Spengler pitted was, it looks like lap 129. Lap 57, we believe, is when he had that. Lap 57 was when he had that. Or I'm sorry, that wasn't lap 57. That was lap 52 or 53. Sorry. He had one lap where he had to come down pit road for no good reason. And we actually have a couple of retirements to bring you guys to speed. Sweeney has retired in the Triple P Racing C6R. Remember, we saw Corrali pass him, and it looks like Miguel Gallego has also retired. That's the other Swedish American. That looks like on a disco on a driver swap. So high attrition rates here at Fuji. Almost halfway in, and we're losing about 4 drivers an hour at the current rate because we have 24 cars left. 24 cars left, and we started the race with 40. We lose about 4 an hour. Yeah. So about an average about 4 cars an hour being lost. That attrition rate, of course, will go down as the race continues on. So Gallego, both Swedish-American cars out of the race now. And, of course, the Triple P Racing C6R is now out of the event. There are still 17 GT1 cars running, which could be a field, which could be a race all by itself. And then you have 6 LMP cars still racing. And those guys all have a shot for the win, to be perfectly honest, because we still have 6 hours left. In terms of time comparison, Silverstone has started, ladies and gentlemen. But that's in terms of time comparison. We are at 6 hours to go. Spengler leads, Maluish second, Spectala third, Carney fourth, Miller fifth, and Ganji sixth. Darren Ganji's only 5 laps back of the lead, and with 6 hours to go, that's still plenty of time for this Sim Racing Tonight C60 to pull up some amazing upsets. So now while we have the small breather moment, here, let's go ahead and ride along with Andres Corrali in the Sim Racing for Holland C6R. We've been wanting to follow him for a while now as he tries to gain on the cars in front of him. He's going to make some amazing pushes in that Sim Racing for Holland C6R. He's currently catching William Griffin, who's in front of him. So let's go ahead and ride along with Andres and listen to that American horsepower and the American muscle that is the Corvette. We'll be right back with more coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Welcome back to the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Hello everybody, Paul Messer. Almost getting ready for the second half of today's event. Still a little under 6 hours left to go in today's event. Got a couple things interesting to talk about that happened over the course of the break. Andres Corrali was able to pass Boz Wartenbull and William Griffin. He's now running 4th in GT1. A drive-through penalty was assigned to your GT1 leader, Marcel Offerman. And after that's all said and done, Offerman is now just on the same lap as Van Heat. He did not pass him. Or he is, I want to thank Shell Nelson for the camera work that he provided over the past hour or so. Thank him for his work. Cameras are back in control of Ian Bushing. Can't go broadcast without thanking Ian Bushing for all the work he's put into the sim racing community as well. But again, Marcel Offerman's now running 7th overall, 1st in GT1. Received a penalty. Drive-through penalty for him. He served it, came back on the track, and now he's not leading by a lap, but it's close. It's closer than it was. All that being said, though, Offerman's still in the lead. And guess what? We got some close battles on track to watch. Mikael Larson and Lynn Oak. We told you Lynn was fast in those cars that he doesn't start the day off with. And he moves into the 20th position by Larson, who runs wide. Larson runs wide, gets back in there. So Lynn Okel now in the 20th position, 13th overall in the SBN Enduro Porsche. And he is actually not that far away from Lee Allen in front of him. So we'll watch Okel as he gains on Allen, and then we'll also watch Corrali as he gains on Korsfotsky, or Koryakovsky. There you go. Corrali's actually got to unlap himself from Koryakovsky first, which he's actually very close to doing already. Koryakovsky coming out of turn 1, now working his way down towards turn 2. Corrali is now out of turn 1. So very close between those two, and that will be for Corrali to unlap himself. Then, like we said, we're watching Lynn Okel as he gains on Lee Allen. That's for the 12th position. Lee Allen runs a tiny bit wide, going into the old chicane there. Okel now going through the old chicane perfectly fine there in his NAGT car, or what has now become his NAGT car. go ahead and give you a quick rundown of the top set of drivers here. Kassa is back in the car. Petter Kassa is back in the Torrent Motorsports C60. Simon Maluish runs second. And Simon has kept the deficit at around 12 seconds. It hasn't really oscillated that much, although the deficit now runs at 13 seconds. That was after their pit stop. At lap 71. Oh, whoa! Maluish has made contact with Mehmet Arslan. That's down in turn 1. Heard the crunch of some sheet metal, but it looks like Maluish doesn't really have any dents in the car. Lee Allen's run wide, though, in turn 2. And Allen and O'Kell are getting really close together. So O'Kell going to work it down towards the old chicane. Again, Allen now within really close distance between himself and Lynn. Peter Healy is in 5th place for the Triple P Racing Courage, and Lynn O'Kell just passed him. Now, of course, Peter's going to pass Lynn right back, but a little shimmer of amazingness from Lynn O'Kell there. Klaus Tagg also back in the car for RC Motorsports in 3rd. Just a cluster of cars all down there. Lee Allen's run wide in turn 1, and he won't stay there. He will not stay in 12th in the GT1 class. He will go back to 13th, and Lynn O'Kell move into 12th. And he's got craziness around him. That was Healy and Hackworth around each other. And he's now got a gain on Dennis Salvage of the Christian Racing DVR9, who is about a sector ahead of him. But again, Petter Kassa driving like Massa in his peppy red Pescarolo. Currently leads the field. 175 laps into this event. It's a 19-second deficit, and it is gaining every single lap. Kassa on Maluish. It keeps on gaining another 0.2 in that second sector there for Kassa. We should give you guys a little bit of an update on the. We just had a pit stop from the Sim Racing for Holland Porsche of Vertigard. That was being driven by Vertigard earlier in the race. Now it's being driven by Philip Verbert. That was a recent driver change. The Sim Racing for Holland Porsche. It's kind of an experimental ride for Sim Racing for Holland. They've got 2 Corvettes in the field and 1 Porsche. And nevertheless, Andres Corrali, 4th place in GT1. We told you he would be moving through the field. He's now on the same lap as Verbert, but he's about 2/3 of a lap behind. But nevertheless, he is on the same lap as the 3rd place Sim Racing for Holland car, and it'll be really interesting to see what Corrali does. We should note, just an amazing run for the GT1 guys today. All of them. The attrition rate really hit the LMPs pretty hard. Hasn't really affected the GTs that much. Started with 27 GTs, now down to about 18. And the GT1 class really strong. In fact, Marcel Offerman's, the top 3 are all in the top 10. The top 4, actually, in the GT1 class, all in the top 10. Offerman 7th, Koryakovsky in 8th, Berber in 9th, and Corrali in 10th. Those are your GT1 drivers in the overall top 10. So a great run for those guys. Offerman's closing in on Koryakovsky. Let's give you a quick little through the field difference edition. And by that I mean, let's tell you the difference between each set of drivers. Peter Kassa has got the lead by 22 seconds over second place Simon Maluish, who has got an entire lap between himself and Klaus Kag, who's trying to make it a not lap, so to speak. Klaus is very slowly gaining. In fact, let's watch this real quick. Let's stick with this. Third place, Klaus Kag trying to unlap himself from Simon Maluish. Klaus appears to be the faster driver. Simon, the relief pitcher, so to speak, in his GH racing car. Klaus wants to get by. I tell you what, by the end of this race, we should have a top 3 battle for the win, because the drive that's being put together by RC Motorsports has just been very strong, and they've kept it within 1 lap, and they've kept it between a lap between themselves and the leaders. And that's a very interesting thing, because normally once you go down a lap, you'll lose even more time and more time and more time. Well, RC Motorsports has battled back throughout the day, and there goes Klaus to the inside of Simon. This is again to unlap him. Klaus to unlap himself. Simon, no real need to battle back, because Klaus is going to have to get an entire circuit around and pass him again in order to get the actual position. But Klaus definitely the faster driver as of right now over Simon Maluish, so we should see the deficit of what is now 1 minute and 29 seconds close over the course of the race today. But getting back to our gap edition of Through the Field, Klaus Kag is behind by 1 minute and 29 seconds over Simon Maluish, but he's 2 laps ahead of David Carney. And Carney is in a lap, literally on a lap all by himself, as he sees Robin Toll go wide through the sweeper. Now into the hard left. But again, Carney all by himself. He is 2 laps behind Klaus Kag, and he's 2 laps ahead of Peter Healy, who runs in the 5th position. Who actually, this is something we might want to watch. Let's stop here and watch this. A recent pit stop by the SRT guys puts Paul Valentine back in the SRT garage, and it's an 11-second gap between Valentine and Healy. Never mind, it's a 5.5-second gap between Valentine and Healy. This could see the SRT garage back in 5th place. And Healy drives the car a little bit wide, and Valentine is on a charge. And he sees him down the straightaway. A lap ago, it was an 11-second deficit. Now it's the closest battle on track presented by Inside Sim Racing. Down the straightaway, he's got a good draft. And Healy's going to yield the position. So Paul Valentine moves into the 5th position. And rounding out the GT field, the deficit between Peter Healy and Marcel Offermans is 8 laps. And now we move into the GT1 boys. Offermans has got an entire second between himself and Nico Koryakowski, who runs second. He's actually in the pits right now. Miko in the pits. Let's watch this pit stop here as the invisible pit crew gets to work. Now, under this pit stop, Verbert, Philip Verbert will move into the 2nd position in GT. Koryakowski going to pull away. And we've got a new driver. 50-second pit stop. Stefan Renault. So Stefan Renault. Sorry, Rualt. Stefan Rualt. So Rualt will get into the Ghost Speed Racing DBR9. Looks like a Sim Racing for Holland guy, or driver. In fact, it's Marcel Offermans, your GT1 leader, in the 7th position. So Offerman's in the pits. His invisible pit crew getting to work. Long pit stop here for the Sim Racing for Holland guys. Now I'm going to pull away. Almost stalled it. Check for the driver swap here. There we go. Wilfred Vandenbrink back in the car. Why do you think? So Wilfred Vandenbrink back in the getting word that Lee Allen and Simon Maluish might have gotten into a bit of contact. Split show it. Looks like Maluish lost 4 seconds in the last sector alone. Lee Allen having even more trouble. Let's see if we can't get what happened to Lee Allen here. Just kind of lost it. They took it off track. Nice little drifting excursion there for Lee Allen. All good. No harm, no foul for him. kind of took it into the hard left and just kind of drifted it. We should note that Klaus Cog has gained time back on Simon Maluish. Remember, it was a minute 29 after he unlapped himself. Well, now it's a minute 15 is the current deficit, and that deficit's bound to close even more as the race continues. We knew RC Motorsports wasn't done. And now it's a minute 14 is the deficit. Right along with Andres Corrali here, we knew he'd be a force to be reckoned with once he got into the car. Him and Neuenhoff were in the car. Corrali's been in the car and he has just driven the wheels off this. Looks like Klaus Cag had an off. That's not going to help his chances of gaining ground. Andres Corrali now 16.8 seconds back of Rualt. That will be a battle for third when he catches up. And it brings me great pleasure to welcome in the booth my FSR counterpart, Michael Lamb. Welcome back, or welcome to the booth, Michael. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for giving me some relief after 4.5 hours of racing. Thanks for joining us.
Well, good afternoon, Paul, and all the viewers out there. Once again, it's a pleasure to be commentating alongside you today, Paul, and once again the SSCA boys. And it's been a long while. As obviously, I didn't take part in the 6 hours of Silverstone broadcast. I have to say that was an entertaining race. And once again, great commentary as always on Paul.
Thank you, Michael. We're watching Klaus Cag going around here. Just kind of got on the green stuff and looped.
Mighty slippery, that asphalt turf artificial grass stuff around this Mount Fuji track, isn't it, Paul? It's mostly slippery in all places, but it seems to be supremely slippery here today.
Yeah, the Grasscrete always never was supposed to be a place where they were supposed to drive, so they made it a little bit more slippery, and Klaus just got a little bit of it and kind of took him around. Green stuff always means spin in racing. So right now we're watching Andres Corrali and Michael. Of course, you weren't here for the beginning of the race. We had we had the Go Speed boys go out just an hour into the race. Bruno Marquez and, of course, his teammate Andres Corrali. So Andres said, okay, I'm going to go drive for the second Sim Racing for Holland Corvette. And now he's in the car, and he's 4th place in GT1. He had driven the car with Johan Nieuwenhof was in the car earlier, and so now Corrali's in the car, and he's driven it between Nieuwenhof and Corrali. They've driven it from around 15th in GT1 to around what is now the 4th position in GT1, and he is making a strong push towards Stefan Rouault.
Wow, certainly great performance indeed. And Stefan Rouault, obviously, for those who tune into FSR, will know he races in there in the World Championship Series most of the time. And we've got a car in the pits, it's Peter Healy. And I'm guessing there will be a driver change to that car, possibly, Paul.
Either driver change or they're fixing a lot of damage there, Michael.
But the engine running, that's quite interesting. I would have thought in the sheer amount of time it would be better off switching it off.
Well, normally you would expect that, but all our pit stops today have been around the 40-50 second range. I guess not necessarily expecting a 4-minute pit stop here for Healy. Kind of limped into the pits though. Might have had some damage that they were trying to fix, but they're back in the car now. Also could be it also could be that his pit stop's already ended and he's on a bathroom break.
Might well be indeed.
It wouldn't be the it wouldn't be the first time we've seen that.
Guess that's one of the luxuries that you can afford to do in sim racing compared to if you're actually racing for real life.
Yeah, but in real life you get to mask it with a little bit of sweat. And after that gross little intrigue there, we have to mention that Klaus Kag is a minute 13 back of Simon Maluish. A random fact of the day, he's out on lap 186, he's a minute 13 back, but Peter Kassa driving like Massa in his peppy red Pescarolo. Yes, I'm trying to change the puns. I'm trying really hard, and it's not working very well. He's currently your leader, and he's pulled away from about 10 seconds on Simon Maluish to now about 50 seconds. And that's been over the course of this small run. It's been about 20 laps this run has taken place. And this is the first we've really seen of any driver, or the Torrent guys have been in the lead for such a long time. But this is the first we've really seen of Torrent start to pull away from the rest of the field. And they are very strong.
Yeah, and obviously the car that Peto's driving right now supports the new sponsor of RedShiftNews.com. Michael Fleece, the team president, is absolutely delighted to have them on board, and their website is in the making right now and should be up in a few days. So if you are interested in checking it out, then just log on to RedShiftNews.com. At the moment, it's just a basic site, if anything there, but in a few days, it should go live.
We'll be sure to check that out. I mean, and those Torrent guys have been around for they've been in the sim racing scene for a while now. I know that they were smaller and they kind of got their start, and they've been in FSR for a while. That's what I was trying to say. That's what I've been trying to say, is that they've been in FSR for a while.
Yep, that's been mixed fortunes for the Torrent Motorsports team in the FSR this season, so hopefully today here at Fuji it will bring them better luck.
And obviously they're putting together a very strong performance. Kassa just driving around, just really manhandling the Fuji circuit here. And like we said, he's gained about 40 seconds in this run alone on Simon Maluish, who runs second. Then you've got Klaus Kag running third, who Klaus is starting to put on a strong run. He's starting to bring the car together. The RC Motorsports team, they won in Silverstone. That amazing battle between Picard and Corrali. We heard from Kag, we heard from Klaus earlier that we'll see Daniel Spectala getting into the car a little bit later, and then we'll have James Picard, the captain, as he's been so eloquently nicknamed, Captain Picard will be getting in the vehicle to finish out the race, but we won't see Picard for a while now. It should be around 6 a.m. his time, Klaus said. So, good morning to James.
We've got Swartenbow into the pits as one of the Porsches. And it's also worth mentioning Klaus is a fellow commentator on FSR. He commentates on the World Series AMA, so nice to see more commentators in the booth on the track today. And the car that was in the pits of Healy is finally exited the pits now. Not sure. Oh yes, the driver change. Harper now drives the car.
37-second pit stop for Swartenball there, and for pit stops in that time range are more or less 4 tires. Pit stops in that range are still more like four tires and fuel. So Swartenball for a 4-tire pit stop made an amazing one at that. And this has really been a day, Michael, where we've seen a lot of drivers who would normally be racing LMP running GT1. The race was started with David Greco on pole in GT1. If you remember back at Sebring, he was the 3rd driver at Ghost Speed, but he was in a GT1 today for the Black Rebels, currently driven by Mehmet Arslan, and then you also have Corrali, who had trouble with his car, and he is now in a GT1. So it's good to see that these guys with multiple talents, you know, having bad luck in LMPs or just choosing to run GT1s, and they were successful at it.
Certainly is. It goes to show that they're quite happy to drive other machinery after all. They're all in it for the enjoyment, really, aren't they, Paul? Obviously, there is a competitive element to it, but at the end of the day, you have to be enjoying yourself to be taking part in these cars.
And it really just goes to show the amazing effort that some of these guys have put forth. You look at like Lynn O'Kell. The funny thing about Lynn is that he has started the race in one car. That car ends up getting lost in some way, shape, or form, and it doesn't come back. And then he gets in a different car, and he's actually faster in the other car. And in some cases, you have a completely different setup. In Andres Corrali's situation, it's a completely different class with a completely different setup, with a completely different car, and he's manhandling the thing. He's driving the wheels off of it, and he's currently running 5th in GT1. Once Griffin makes his pit stop, he'll be running 4th. I mean, we could very well see, depending on how Corrali does and if he gains on Rualt, if he gains on Rualt and passes him, we could very well see a Sim Racing for Holland 1, 2, 3 here, and that would be amazing to see.
Certainly will be. Got a long way to go yet, Paul. And he's only just over a minute and a half behind Rualt, but the suspension is a long way to go yet, so anything can happen here at Fuji.
In terms of looking at the countdown clock, you know, we're Silverstone started an hour ago in terms of counting down. You know, we hit the 6-hour mark, you know, just about 0.8 of an hour ago, so Silverstone just getting started. Sebring's been chugging along for about 3 hours now, and of course this race about to hit the 5-hour mark, and like you said, there's so much racing still to do. It's going to be amazing to see, you know, how can these cars hang on. We've also had a pretty high attrition rate. It's been losing about 4 cars an hour. That has thankfully gone down as the race has gone on. But we had 40 cars start the race right now. We have 23 still on track. It's going to be interesting when we get to Le Mans and they try to run 24 hours with these things.
Well, it certainly will be. And I know that will be pushing the demands on PSR TV as well, which I know that will be broadcasted on with cameramen and commentators. It looks like we're going to need quite a bit of help from people around the world.
I already said I would only do 23 hours. I wouldn't do 24.
And it's also worth mentioning, Paul. Obviously, the weather around the world in certain places, so it's actually becoming quite bad, isn't it? So no doubt that'll be affecting people's even power supplies.
That's the theory. That's the thinking behind it, is that Tropical Storm Hannah has been wreaking a little bit of havoc on the eastern seaboard, which has actually been threatening the integrity not only of the server but of the broadcast and of a couple of drivers. And obviously the server and the broadcast are doing just fine, but a lot of drivers have been taking out, and word is that those drivers are from or around that eastern seaboard region. We could have seen power outages there. You know, just not necessarily widespread damage, just a lot of loss of power. Maybe a grid gets shut down, or some power surges from Tropical Storm Hannah. That could be attributed to the attrition rate, but overall, still, you know, it should be expected you have a high attrition rate in an extremely long endurance race. You can't expect that 40 cars are going to start and 40 cars are going to finish, especially at a track like Fuji, where, you know, Formula 1 cars come here, and you don't really associate a track that Formula 1 cars go with a track that, you know, touring cars go with. That's something else that should be noted too.
Definitely so. And I have to say, the weather in the UK is hardly not much better either. It's been pretty much raining all day down here. And so I no doubt UK drivers, people from the UK or Europe, might be under threat as well. And Simon Mediwish, our second place man, comes into the pits, Paul. Let's see how long this stop takes. We've got the stopwatches ready. Engines revving. In neutral.
Could see a very short pit stop here from Maluish. Invisible pit crew really doing their job today.
So, yeah, I'll be interested to see who steps into the car next.
It should be around driver swap time for the GMT boys.
As Mediwish is away, let's see who's in the car.
If there's a driver swap from Maluish,
it looks,
nope.
Looks like he's still got a spin.
But here's something interesting. Here's the extremely interesting part. Klaus Kag moved into second. RC Motorsport's been sitting in third for a few hours now. Guess what? Now they're in second. And Klaus has been the faster of the two drivers that we've seen between Kag and Smiktala. Klaus is now, you know, really trying to charge towards the front. Let's take a look at last lap time. Last lap for Klaus Kag was a 1:27.189. Last lap for Petter Kosla was a 1:26.747. So, although Kosla is faster, Cog is at least keeping in touch.
Certainly be interesting to see how it plays out, as Mediwish hasn't exactly come back out in clear traffic. They have to negotiate two of the GT1 cars there of Hampstead and Verbert. And Verbert wasn't particularly cooperative when he's letting Simon by. So that would have cost him some time there.
Lewis has really been he's been as consistent as his teammate was Tristan Bayless, who started the race and who led a good bit of the race. He's been a little bit slower than Bayless, but he's pretty much kept in check, and Kossa's really turned on the afterburners in terms of speed, and Lewis is trying to keep in check here right now, holding on to third, not that far off from Cog in terms of positioning on track. In fact, when Klaus makes his pit stop, we should see those positions swap. Just overall, a performance being put forth by Torrent that's starting to starting to turn up just a little bit.
Yep, and we've got a car into the pits. There's William Griffin, the Fletch Tech car. We'll see if there's a driver change for that. To the Aston Martin.
And his
41-second stop there.
Griffin's going to exit the pits.
Looks like another stint for him.
So William Griffin gets another stint. Andres Corrali gets to pull away. He's back in 4th in GT1.
Yep, he's now just under a minute and 25 seconds behind Stefan Rual. So he's catching him slowly.
And we should be expecting a pit stop soon enough from Rual. We're in that lap. We're in that range where we should see the next set of pit stops between 25 and 30 laps is what we're expecting for in terms of lap time. Getting word that we found the closest battle on track, presented by Inside Sim Racing, between Erwin Lavoisier and Christopher Larson. Tom Nasala.
As the race leader, Petra Kaza, goes past him, and that just highlights the sheer straight line speed difference that you get in the LMP1 cars and the GT1 cars, especially on this very, very long pitch straight here at Mount Fuji, isn't it, Paul?
And it's always been that way. It's always been that way at Fuji. You know, the course went through that radical redesign in 2005. They tried to make their Formula 1 bid. They finally got it a few years ago. Let's go on board here with Lavoisier as he tries to battle Nasala here, and he's closing in. This is, again, your closest battle on track, presented by Inside Sim Racing. Nasala and Harper having a little bit of fun.
Look at that there, Paul. Look at that. The gap is nothing now. Ooh, almost running into the back of that Porsche of Nasala there.
Getting extremely close.
It'll only be a matter of time. Is he going to try anything here? Big break, third, he goes up the inside. Nicely
into
done.
The old chicane, he's got it.
Ooh, twitch there. Yeah, job done, I think, Paul. Job done. Nice pass, Stefan Lavoisier.
Erwin Lavoisier with a very nice pass there. Then Tom Nasala is going to Tom Nasala is going to kind of turn the car back a little bit and just trying to get into the finish mode. These guys, the scary thing is, Michael, is that we're almost 5 hours into the race, and these guys are still. Nobody's push mode. Nobody's in okay, I gotta go mode. Nobody's really starting to turn up the heat at all because we are not even halfway through this race.
Well, no doubt the team managers will be on the radio telling them to conserve the cars. There is simply no point to push the car at this stage of the race, is there? I mean. Like the old saying, to finish first you have to finish. And you're not going to do that if you're going to be driving the wheels of your car lap after lap in a 10-hour endurance race.
And as you say that, we keep watching, we keep looking back at Andres Corrali, who just continues to move his car in ways that we normally see him move his Audi R8. While we watch riding along here with Baz Wartenball as he tries to gain ground on Griffin in front of him, William Griffin in front of him. Let's take a quick little moment to talk about each other's current league that we're doing a bunch of commentary in. Michael, of course, with FSR, you guys had, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys had the Valencia Grand Prix last week?
Yeah, we certainly did at the Valencia Street Track. A great effort from the track testing team at FSR to find and update a version of Valencia so soon after the real life event the week before that, which I was actually impressed with. The track wasn't the finished article, I will admit, but the layout was quite good to race on, and it certainly provided, it wasn't the most exciting of races, but it certainly showed who pushed their car to the limit and who was good at preserving their cars to the end and setting up their brake ducts. I have to admit, as we saw a huge number of brake failures towards the end of pretty much all the series races. And it's especially in the World Championship race where Patrick Witt was led from pretty much start to finish with about 4 laps to go. And he started losing braking efficiency, and in the end he ended up third. It just goes to show how much time he lost in the end with no brakes. And
then of course, you guys...
in the end, it was actually Bruno Marquez that picked up the win. So that was a timely victory, what go speed there. And that puts him in the World Championship lead, actually, as Roy Colby still leads on the tables, but he's announced his withdrawal, shall we say. He's taking the rest of the year off due to personal reasons from the World Championship season of 2008. So the order is effectively Bruno Marquez from Andre Kunschmann, first and second. So no doubt that will be interesting to see how that plays out with, I believe, 6 races to remain. We're heading to Spa-Francorchamps, Belgium, for next weekend.
Now there's a track that you cannot help but love, Spa-Francorchamps. It's always good to see the old circuit, that gets the very slight, the tiny little update every now and then just to make sure it's kept up with F1 regulations and whatnot. But Spa's just such a joy to race at. It's such an old school circuit. It'll be a lot of fun to see those cars take to that track. FSR action next weekend on PSR TV.
Yep, I will be there myself with World Championship Series and hopefully for World Series Pro as well. We'll see about that. And also on a week Monday, the GRC Championship Season 5 is kicking off again, starting with Division 2. So that's the 15th of September. And Toro Motorsports have actually entered 4 cars into the Division 1 series and 2 cars into Division 2, and I'm delighted to admit I'll be driving one of the Division 2 cars myself.
Well, congratulations on that one there, Michael. I'm sure everyone will be able to get out of the way so you don't crash them.
We'll see. It's certainly a great team to work with, and hopefully I've got quite a good teammate alongside me as well.
GRC's been around for just about as long as I've been in sim racing, and it's always good to see those guys continuing to strive forward. In terms of the American sim racing market, of course, you got the Bridge City Racing boys, the TSW Pro Cup Series, getting better and better over at ARCA Sim Racing. Last week, the guys took to the track for the ICU 200 at Montreal, and boy, was that one exciting. You had some exciting battles between Robert Blackwell and Jason Bernstein. Those guys have actually been given 1 week suspensions for their actions at Montreal. In the end, it was Wes Wiseman who was able to carry 31 laps of fuel in a stock car at Montreal. And I tell you what, Michael, you'd be surprised. You probably didn't see the race, but you would probably be amazingly surprised at where some of these stock car drivers were making a pass. You do not tell a stock car driver that, hey, you're at a track where you don't pass in certain corners, because there were literally passes, not only in corners where you wouldn't see passes in F1 or a touring car series, but they were on the outside. There were a couple of passes on the outside on the corner that led to the big hairpin. There were passes on the outside in these big, long, swooping corners where you wouldn't even see a pass on the inside in Formula One if you had the best setup ever. So it's amazing to see, you know, the mentality of those guys and the stock car drivers who say, well, you know, if we can fit it in there and it's a safe enough and clean enough move, you know, you can pass anywhere on the circuit. And that's the kind of mentality that you don't normally see at a road course, but boy, is it fun to watch. Philip Verbert in the pits.
That sounds really great there, Paul. And no doubt the viewers will be enjoying that. I'm going to have to check it out myself. And speaking of Montreal, Circuit de Villeneuve, that is actually where the GRC Championship will be kicking off for both Division 1 and Division 2 there. So definitely have to watch out for that, I think, there, Paul.
Got a little bit of debris to clear up after the TSW Pro Cup Series race there, but that's always expected with a stock car race. Those guys really put on a great show there. 31-second pit stop for Philip Verbert. He probably only took 2 tires on that pit stop because it was very quick. Didn't expect a 4-tire pit stop to come in that form, but very quickly done there. Quick mention that 31-second pit stop for Verbert. It's always great to hear, you know, more drivers coming to the more and more stuff getting broadcasted, and always good stuff. That's what I forgot. The little birdie in my ear, telling me now what I forgot. We are at the halfway marker. 5 hours to go. Yay! Almost 2 months ago, I said to myself, you know, good, we're 1 hour into this race. Let's keep it going. And now here I am saying, oh goody, we're halfway through. 5 hours still left at the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV.
Yep, and Schwarzenball has been to the pitch, and another driver has taken over for Robinson. So that car is running in third seat at the moment. Behind Arslan, about 40 seconds, but no doubt that will change yet due to the number of pit stops. And as I mentioned that name of Arslan, he is scheduled to pit this lap, I believe, in the Aston Martin for the Black Rebels team. And he's out the final corner now. Let's see if he swings right here. And indeed he does. Another car is coming into the pits now. Let's see if they do a driver change, Paul.
That's the Black Rebel team, waiting to see how their pit stop goes. Getting ready to come out. Invisible pit crew giving them the okay to go.
Well, this down. Just holding the car on the rev limiter now in first gear. Personally, I don't think that's the wisest idea to do, but if the driver feels comfortable doing it, then, well, you can't really argue with that, can you, Paul?
Well, some drivers might have the mentality that after you've driven the thing for 5 hours, it just might, wow, car almost stalls as he lets the rev limiter go.
And he's still on the limiter.
And he gets, he forgot the rev limiter. new driver for that vehicle. Ben
Leversio is in the pits now in the Aston Martin. Well, for the engine stalled for a minute there.
Michael, you wanna take a guess at who's in the Black Rebels car, or you might want to take a stab at how to pronounce that name there?
Well, it looks like Ben Butensic. Looking at how it's spelt. Apologies to Ben if I have totally butchered the pronunciation.
That's why I had you do it. Butensic is what I'm being told by the little birdie in my ear. Little birdie doesn't have any clue, but he says it might be okay.
And I'm being told the 5th place guy, Paul Valentine, is due into the pits this lap in the Sim Racing Tonight sponsored car.
Okay. We gotta wonder if Darren Ganji might get in the car soon, or maybe even Sean Cole. Sean's here. Sean was here. He was in the drivers' meeting. We know he's here somewhere, but we haven't seen him yet. See if we can get any words with Sean Cole or Darren Ganji as the race progresses. Still got 5 hours left.
Yep, and out of the final corner, Valentine is coming, and does he swing right? No, he doesn't. He can stay down for another lap. Now he's fast, zooming up behind Corrali in the Corvette. As you can see, another demonstration of the sheer straight line speed difference, but I have to say, that Corvette is no slouch down the straight, is it, for a GT1 car, Paul?
That Corvette has been faster all day long down the straightaway than any other GT car. It's been so much faster than the Aston Martin. It's been so much faster. I mean, this is probably the only time that we will ever see David Greco get passed, downright passed on a straightaway in a drag race. You know, I mean, at the beginning of the race when Van der Brink took the lead away from Greco, it was just sheer straight line speed between the Aston and the Corvette. I mean, Greco didn't come off of the final corner any bad. He didn't have any kind of slip up. Van der Brink didn't get this amazing run off the corner. It was sheer straight line speed of the Corvette to just blow by the Aston Martin, and that's the American power that you know we've kind of always expected from the Corvette. It's just really being shown in full force here at Fuji because they have such a long front straightaway.
Yeah, that's definitely a key factor of this track, the very long pit straights, ultimate top end straight line speed. And the Corvette no doubt has it.
And battling third place GT1.
He very much got savaged.
Verbert and Savage. Oh, Salvage just couldn't break the car in time, so he turns Verbert around. Paul Valentine in the pit. This is not good for Sim Racing for Holland. It is, and then at the same time it isn't, because that's a Sim Racing for Holland Porsche that's going to lose time to the Sim Racing for Holland Corvette. 23-second pit stop for Valentine.
Yeah, there's the Philippe Verbert, to correct you there a bit, Paul, and he got savaged by Dennis Salvage.
And he's in the lead. Verbert in the pit. Gonna get a replay soon. Now you look for Andres. Where is Andres? He's in the old chicane. Can he complete the entire third sector, the most difficult part of the course, in enough time to pass Verbert? Verbert in the pits. Let's take a look at the replay. Michael Salvage just couldn't get the car stopped in time.
Yeah, bit of brain fade it seems on Salvage there. Or maybe his
the brakes
giving
starting.
up.
Yep, that's just what I was thinking.
Yeah, Corrali has gone past Burbank. Well, Burbank's in the pits.
And that's just a great story. That sim racing for Holland C6R has just been, it's been so far in the back of the field throughout the day. Dennis Salvage does get a drive-through penalty for his lapse of braking. And so Andres Corrali, but back to Andres Corrali real quick, he is in the third position in GT1, on the podium in GT1, and that's really just such a testament to how well they've done.
It sure is.
As he goes off track.
And I'm not surprised Salvage has been given a driver penalty here. And our second place man in the pits, Paul, sorry to interrupt you, Klaus Kager is in the pits. Let's see, there's a driver change. Tyres, all 4 tyres have been changed, I believe. Looking at the invisible pit crew doing their work. Reps are rising.
That should be expected. Klaus double stinted the tire. He told us earlier in the race in an interview, he said, we are going to double stint the tires.
Manuel has gone past. Salvage is driving past as our commentary box, and he's away out of his drive-through, and so is Klaus Kag. Let's see if there's a driver change or not as he trundles down the pit lane.
We have a commentary?
Painfully slow.
What? Ian's had me sitting on the side of the road for 5 laps. I guess I have to talk to the little birdie in my ear. He had me set up down in turn 1 in this little shack. When did you get the why did you get the commentary box?
Well, the perils of being an FSR. Get a VIP pass to all the commentary boxes around the world. And speaking of FSR, not directly related, but it is in this race, to the team anyway, Top Motorsports, Peter Kaza is scheduled to come in this lap, I believe.
Getting pretty close.
Yep.
Is going to come down pit road. Let's follow this.
Yep, and Top Motorsports do like to find the best talent, or try their very best to find the best talent for their teams in Formula Sim racing, and breed the drivers to a better level, really, and feed them through the series. It's almost like a Renault test development drivers, where you get like Roman Grosjean and Lucas Di Grassi, and drivers like Nelson Piquet Jr. from the past, as Kaza is in the pits now.
Torrent Motorsports does really seem like they're striving to be the new age Redline, the next big racing team that everybody seems to know about. I remember I was racing an FSR, back at Twister in late 2006. Back when they just had the AMA league, the amateurs, they didn't have they just had the pro, they didn't have the amateurs back at FSR. And Torrent was kind of sort of starting up and kind of sort of still there, and since then they've just kind of grown, and we've seen them anywhere from we've seen them just about everywhere. We've seen Torrent all over the place, and they do have a strong stable of drivers. Oh, it looks like we have a retirement. 42-second pit stop. Brian Stewart in the Flash Pro Texperts GT1 car has DNF'd. Showing, looks like he might have just disconnected.
Quite unfortunate, actually, as we sort of covered earlier in this broadcast, and I remember mentioning it back in the Sebring endurance race, that the driver's internet connections plays another problem in sim racing as well, doesn't it, Paul? As in, that they can retire just in a blink of an eyelid if their connection drops or their router packs in.
And that's always been the folly of sim racing, the hardware malfunction, so to speak. You're not necessarily going to find a situation where a guy's going to retire because his engine just randomly decided to expire. You know, a game really hasn't worked like that. But in the same respect, it kind of levels it out, because while you're not going to necessarily see your car drop out because, you know, it had a randomly placed camshaft explosion, no, in the same respect, though, you see that you see, you know, people dropping connections because they crashed, or because they you know, had a router drop, like you said. You know, connection issues kind of take the place of hardware malfunctions within the car. So that way you can still say, oh, you know, the car blew up, you know, and it could mean, you know, anywhere from the car actually blew up when I crashed it into the wall, or, you know, we dropped it and it dropped the connection. So, you know, the hardware malfunctions are still the same, just like they are in real life, although it happens in a different spot, be it instead of the router, or it'll be happening in the router instead of the engine.
That's a very good point, actually, Paul. Never thought of myself, as though Stefan Ruau is exiting the pits now. 41 seconds stop there. I believe all tyres are done, and it looks like he's taking on another stint, Paul. And he maintains the 8th position overall.
Well, he just got into that Ghost Speed car. Those Ghost Speed drivers this is the 3rd Ghost Speed driver, and they've been going at it or the Ghost Speed team is really held in there. Ricard Helston, you know, started on pole in the GT1 class in his DBR9. And they're really trying to make sure that sim racing for Holland does not get an entire podium sweep. I mean, that's pretty much how it stands. Corrali is currently running 3rd in GT1. You know, Wilfred Vandenbrink runs 1st in GT1 by, oh geez, it's about 2 laps now that Vandenbrink leads over Rualt. And then you've got Philippe Verbert, who runs in 4th in GT1. You know, we're looking at a sim racing for Holland sweep of the podium if something should happen to Rualt here. And I know that's still early to talk about, but the possibility is there.
Oh yeah, definitely so. Anything is possible in the remaining. I ain't got a time clock here, but 4.5 hours remaining, as I'm being told by the bird in my ear. And anything can happen, yeah. And obviously, well, I'm sure the European drivers are likely to take the final stint, as this race for the UK is actually finishing at 3 AM UK time. So you can only imagine what the time would be roughly for the other European drivers out there. So it's unlikely they'll take the final stint unless they're living off on Red Bull and caffeine tablets tonight.
Americans not going to get done with this race until around 10:30 their time as well. It's good to see an intermingling of the international, you know, posse here. You got your Americans, you've got your UK and your European guys. We've got literally drivers from all over the place in today's race, and that's always good to see when you have international interaction.
Certainly is. We've got a car in the pits, as Carney is in the pits, running in 4th position.
Great day for those SimHQ guys too. They entered 4 cars in they entered 4 cars back at Silverstone, and this race I've only seen 2 of the SimHQ guys, and they even brought out the new instead of a old school camo, they brought out the Digi camo look, and so now I can't make them cow cars. I can't call them cow cars. So right now you look at Ahmad El Namur, who gets into the blue Digi Camu SimHQ Motorsports Pez Carollo, and he will rejoin in the 4th position again on a lap of his own too. Those guys, but yeah, overall just a great run for SimHQ today.
Oh yeah, definitely so. He's in the perfect position should any one of the top 3 drop out. He'll find himself in a podium position. Not that I'm saying I want anybody in the top 3 to drop out, but anything can happen, Paul.
And that's the thing is that even, I mean, you got to keep going back to RC Motorsports. They've been a lap down from the rest of they've been a lap down from the leader for as long as this race has gone on, just about ever since Klaus and Daniel had their hardware malfunction earlier. They've been a lap down, you know, for just almost seemingly forever, and they haven't let that go. They haven't given up, so to speak. They've consistently remained a lap down from the rest from Kassa and from Maluish. And Cog is, you know, keep trying to unlap himself from Maluish. You know, he's within a lap right now of Maluish. And I still think that RC Motorsports is not done. We still haven't seen Captain Picard get in the car, you know, and he'll turn the car into warp speed. So we'll see if anything might come out of it, although Cog said that Picard will be at the end of the run as he wakes up. Hasn't been the fastest of the three RC guys. And as we've seen so far, we can probably figure out Klaus is probably the fastest of the RC Motorsports guys. But James Picard, you know, he put together such an amazing run back at Silverstone that you have to wonder if he'll have something for these boys in Torrent and at DH Racing come the end of this race today in 4.5 hours.
Yep, definitely so. And the field is actually quite spread out at the moment. They're seeing this pull throughout, all the way down. Closest battle we got at the moment is Stefan Rual and Ferrari, but even then the gap is just under 7 seconds.
Now wait a minute, that's what I thought at the beginning of the race too, and it's now 7.3. Rual's actually gaining ground on Corrali, but Corrali has a knack, especially in the third sector, to gain up to 2 seconds on the car that's in front of him, no matter who it is. And Corrali's just been, it's insane how fast Corrali has been in that Corvette, considering he was supposed to be in an Audi R8 today, and now he's in a Corvette, and it's amazing to see what he has done. And I'm not counting out Corrali as being too far away for it to be a very interesting battle. It's 7.7 seconds. I think Corrali's getting ready for a pit stop, so the deficit will probably gain, and it'll increase as the battle wears on. But I don't think that Corrali and the Rual battle is over anytime soon.
Klaus Krag is lapping the... Sorry, trying to find out which car it is. Lapping the Aston Martin of somebody. They're diving up the inside of one of the final chicanes, I believe, and somebody was really being very cooperative there. No damage done to the car, but that was a close shave.
Well, and the reason Klaus is trying to be so aggressive is because he's got 19 seconds separating himself between, well, himself and Simon Maluish. And you know, you wonder, you know, Klaus has been battling from a minute 23 back. He actually unlapped himself almost a stint ago on Simon, and I believe these guys are on the same, they're pretty much all good now in terms of, you know, who's on what pit strategy. I believe they're both even. So you're looking at Maluish really, you know, lost a lap on track to Klaus Tag, and we could actually see a change of position here. We could see a battle on track, you know, in just a few laps, because Klaus is gaining around a second a lap on Simon Maluish. In front of him, gap now only 19 seconds.
Definitely so, and I hate to say this to Simon, as he's effectively my team boss in the GRC, I don't think he's got an answer to the pace that Klaus has at the moment, unless they do something drastic to the car in this next round of pit stops, which I don't see happening, as you can't really do much at all when you're actually down the pit lane.
I think this is the first time ever I've been this excited about a 19-second gap.
And into the Simon Maluish. Oh no, sorry, my mistake. He's snapping a car there of Corrali. I thought he's swinging into the pits there. Sorry about that.
Michael, we still got 4.5 hours to go, buddy. You can't jump at everything, man. You can't. I tried doing that. I lost my points about 3 hours ago.
And oh, that is Petter Kaza. It looks like he's about to put a lap down on Simon Maluish.
This would be expected.
There we go.
So the field is lapped.
And Simon's lost a bundle of time there, to letting Petter through. The gap is now 16.2 from him to Klaus Kag. So that was a bit of a costly move, but well, he's lapped down, but looks like he's got superior straight line speed against that Torrent Motorsports car, sponsored by Rest
It's just the draft. It's just the draft. That's how strong the draft has been today, is that it's turning these slow cars into fast cars. The only time I haven't seen it work is when an Aston Martin comes up behind the Corvette, because the Corvette's just got so much more straight line speed, it kind of holds off the draft just a little bit and kind of negates its effect just a small bit, but not even that much. Should note, like you said, Simon Maluish did lose a lot of time to Klaus Kag. It is now a 15.6 second gap. Never been this excited about a 15-second gap before.
Track temperature is actually 36 degrees Celsius at the moment, so quite warm for the tyres. Ambient temperature is 26, and got a good battle going on here, Paul, between Shumney and Janssens. The two Aston Martins, different teams, but same cars, battling out, separated by a mere 1.6 seconds.
Also watching a battle starting to develop between the other rare endurance team, the other rare endurance car, that's Hodwig and Krone. That battle also about a second apart from each other.
It's not even that now, it's 0.7 of a second. In fact,
actually,
it's not that, they're wheel
Krone
to wheel.
is on the inside. Yeah, Krone on the inside of Hodwig right now.
And he's got him. 19. So that was a change of position. Krone up to 19th now.
We'll get a replay of that. Meantime, we'll keep watching the battle between Shumney and Janssens. But the Blue Flag Racing Robert Krone car goes into the 19th position overall. And that was through the sweeper, the long left-handed sweeper there. Michael, that's your name.
Certainly was, and that's actually a scene where Fernando Alonso crashed his car heavily, and well, it's boosting his championship chances last season in Formula 1 in the rain here, of course. So during that race where Lewis Hamilton won in superb style, I have to admit.
And proceeded to crash his car a week later at China. But that's besides the point. Robert Krone did take the position in the sweeper. And here's the replay. Krone just dives to the inside. He holds his line. So does Hodgwick. Just an amazing pass. Beautiful, beautiful pass.
Whoa, we've got a retirement ball. It's William Griffin. He's running in 11th. And quite high up in the GT1 class, and he's retired.
That's the Fletch Tech entry. That's good for that's bad in the points. Sim Racing for Holland's two competitors in the point standings in GT1. Sim Racing for Holland was in a dead heat tie with the Orion race team coming into this race. Orion was out 2 hours ago. I'm sorry, Orion has been out 3 hours now. Sim Racing for Holland's the car 51 C6R, which Wilfred Vandenbrink is currently driving, currently leads. So that was going to break the tie, no matter where Sim Racing for Holland finished. Their other big competition was the 23 Fletch Tech Racing C6R, which is going to hold steady at around 99 points. So Sim Racing for Holland is going to go into Le Mans, it looks like, even at this point, with a huge lead.
Well, certainly looks like it, and I just checked the replays on my screen, so it looked like a simple disconnection for Griffin. They're really unfortunate luck there.
That's not good. And you look at all the other competitors in that top 5 for the GT Championship. Leno Kell is Sim Racing tonight, number 11. They're 4th. The RC Motorsport C6R, which this week was an Aston Martin, was done. The top 5, with the exception of the leader, the top 5 are all out, with the exception of the Sim Racing for Holland C6R. And that's amazing. That could basically what you're looking at right now. If you went down a list of current running cars in the GT Teams Championship, you see Sim Racing for Holland with 113 points coming in, going up against Ghost Speed, who had 85 points coming in. And that means going into Le Mans, we could see Sim Racing for Holland sitting very pretty in terms of the drivers' champion, or I'm sorry, in terms of the team's championship.
Certainly will be interesting to see. And while you're talking about that, Paul, Andres Corrali has been into the pits in that C6 Corvette, Sim Racing for Holland, and Ricardo Michaelewski has taken over that car and is running 10th place overall at the moment, and 4th in GT1 class, I believe.
He's got some time. He doesn't. Well, okay. Let me rephrase that. He's got some expectations to live up to. If he wants to retain that 3rd in class, or if he even wants to fight with the Ghost Speed team, for 2nd in class, he's going to have to drive pretty much like Corrali did. And Mikowski started the race with the Sim Racing for Holland guys, and then he switched over to Neuenhoff. We are at the halfway point in the race. We're under the halfway point in the race. We could see, another, stint or two by Mikowski, and then we could see Neuenhoff get in there, and then we could see, a situation where we see Corrali at the end, kind of in the same respect that we saw here at the end of the first half of the race.
Certainly won't be in. The gap is now down to 9.6 between 2nd and 3rd of Simon Menuis and Klaus Krag.
And there is nobody else in the way at all. Nobody. And the thing about it is that Simon and Klaus right next to each other. Guess who's right in front of Simon? If you want to talk about the battle between RC and now Torrent developing, Torrent has just kind of sat in front of DH right now. Torrent Motorsports has kind of sat in front of DH Racing for a little while, just kind of sitting in front of him, laughing cars. But Maluish has kept with Kassa. Kassa, I think, is really Kassa's really had a very interesting race. and he seems to have put it into cruise mode, because now you're looking at a situation where Klaus Kog could unlap himself overall if he can catch up to Kassa.
Wow, it's interesting to see that. Although he's been told by the team to, although he's been told to conserve the car, there's still a long way to go yet.
Very, very, very large bit of racing still to do. And joining us in the booth is the, I must be extremely tired, Darren Ganji. Sorry, it's the cold, I swear. Darren Ganji joining us in the booth. Darren, welcome to the booth. First of all, what a run for the Sim Racing Tonight Garage put forth by you and Paul Valentine.
Yeah, thanks. And talk about tired, Paul. Look who's talking, buddy. Marathon man. You're kicking some butt in here, dude. You guys are all kicking some serious butt. Ian, Paul, Michael, awesome broadcast. This thing has been incredible. But yeah,
thanks for that. But
yeah, oh, sorry, Paul. But yeah, back to the, got to talk about my team here a little bit. But yeah, we had a great run going. Paul handed the car over to me, and my force feedback was backwards. And I don't know if you guys have ever driven like that, but it is hairy. And held on to it for a couple laps. I had it come. I spun it once or twice. I ended up coming in, got a hold of Paul. Paul took the car back over for a lap, and then I changed some stuff, got back in, and it was fine. And then soldiered on. But yeah, we're having a good run. We're looking at fourth right now. We think we can run him down.
And quickly from an admin kind of, like from an admin standpoint, you know, you're very, very big at the higher ups at SSCA, and what a race this has been. For one, in terms of attrition rate, really high attrition rate. Possibly, we think that may be attributed to Tropical Storm Hannah and the couple of routers getting some disconnects because of that. But not only that, but what a point shakeup this race has turned into.
Oh, no question, man. This has been big time shakeup. Yeah, as a matter of fact, like you mentioned, the storm. William Griffin just got booted, and that was definitely internet related because at the same time he got booted from TeamSpeak. So definitely some funky stuff going on there, and yeah, it's probably related to that storm, and it's definitely going to mix up the points.
We noted that first and sixth in the GT1 points are the only guys in that GT1 championship who are still running. A quick note to your SRT teammate is Lynn Okel. Lynn has been running amazing in cars that he's not supposed to start the race with. He did the exact same thing at Silverstone, and he's got an amazing ability to adapt to the cars that he's not starting the race with. He did the exact same thing at Silverstone. Then he jumped out of the SRT car, or the SRT Porsche, after its confusing mix-up that happened earlier, and then he jumped into the NAGT car and really put some laps down in it.
Yeah, Len's an incredible driver. And, you know, we're able to bring our own setups into that car. So as long as he's got things set up right, he's running his setup in that Porsche. But, yeah, Len was considering running the LMP, but we actually recruited Sean Cole. Sean Cole was going to run in that number 11 Porsche. And now that it's out, I've asked him to run in the 39 because one of our original drivers, Ron Black, is having some problems, and he's not going to be able to run with us. So Sean Cole is going to be jumping in that car next.
That was my next question: is your Inside Sim Racing colleagues and whether or not they would be in the race. We speculated Sean. We knew he was at the drivers' meeting, but he hasn't shown up yet. We knew he was going to be in the Porsche. What about the other sim racing? Or I'm sorry, what about the other Inside Sim Racing colleague?
She's watching, but not participating. She's definitely not up to snuff yet.
Slowly but surely, she's gaining ground to become a great sim racer. Can't wait to see her on track. By the way, while we interview Darren here, we want to mention that we are still watching the battle between Simon Maluish and Klaus Kog. The difference is now 5.7 seconds. We will continue to watch that as we interview Darren here. Darren, great race again, even from a sponsor standpoint. You got Butt Kicker on board, you got Sim Gear on board, of course the regulars, PSR TV and Orion and Sim Racing for Holland. Talk about how SSCA is able to bring together the sponsors consistently and put together such a great show.
Well, you know what? It really starts with the admin team, and everybody that's put their blood, sweat, and tears into this series. All the guys that helped develop the mod, the tracks, that help run it day to day. Travis Bailey, and I got to mention Race Control here really quick. Those guys are scary today. Scary good, and they are on top of it, and I tell you, every time I saw that message when I was driving, I'm like, oh man, did I get busted? But those guys are doing a great job today. But it's
Darren, got to cut in real quick. Darren, got to cut in real quick. Philippe Verbert has retired from the event. He exited pit road. It looks like he spun the tires as he exited pit road, and it slammed him up against the outside wall. And, it looks like his wheel was locked to the left side and he couldn't drive it. And it was a driver switch to Tim Van Hee. He's done. Tim Van Hee and the Sim Racing for Holland Porsche is done.
Possible hardware fault, do you think, Paul?
It looks like maybe a wheel lock, or they spun the tires straight into the outside wall. That was 9th overall. That will end the possibility of a Sim Racing for Holland sweep of the podium. Wow. Oh wow, that's extremely. We'll get a replay of that just a second. Didn't mean to interrupt you there, Darren. We have noted how really good the admin team has been throughout the day. We saw the battle between Rick Helston and Vandergaal, which took out Ben Wheeler earlier in the race, and it wasn't even half a lap later that Race Control acted upon that and gave Helston a stop and go. We've seen both leaders of both classes get drive-through penalties. So Race Control really taking names today.
Paul, I've got to interrupt you here. Klaus Karg is in the toe of Simon Menuis as they go down the pit straight. They're side by side. Klaus has got the straight line speed advantage. They go down into turn 1. He's comfortably past him. Menuis trying to challenge around the outside. Doesn't quite do it. And Klaus Karg takes that second place overall. Fantastic pass from Klaus.
We should mention that is for position with pit cycles factored in. That is a battle on track with pit cycles factored in. Klaus Karg moving into second for RC Motorsports. Like we said, the possibility is there that they could leapfrog both Go Speed and Swedish American today by the end of this race. And if they don't leapfrog them, they're going to get darn close. As we get ready for Le Mans, it looks like we will indeed have a three-way battle for that LMP championship.
Oh, definitely so. And you mentioned about the Tom Motorsports team. Word is out there that team principal Michael Tice is holding their cards close. But the word is they are cruising at the moment. And
let's go to replay the path.
I'm sure they will push when they have to.
Wow, I was talking to Darren and we got sidetracked this way and that way. I'm so happy you kept up with the battle, Michael, because I almost forgot about it. On the front straightaway and just closed in, used the toe, pulled to the inside, pulled right out, pulled right into the inside. It should be mentioned, though, that Maluish did not just hand it right over to him. He did try to battle back going down into turn 1.
Yeah. It looks, obviously, it's clear to see Klaus's car had a clear straight line speed advantage without the toe.
Simon's in the pits.
Simon's in the pits. It looks like Simon's car is geared towards the slower corners, quite possibly. Yeah, so what do you think of that, Darren? Obviously, great to have you in the booth.
Oh, great to be here. You know what, one thing I wanted to touch on, too, you mentioned, how do we continue to draw the sponsors and put on an event like that? Look at the drivers here. I mean, this is, I'm amazed at the drivers that are in this race. David Greco, you know, Bruno Marquez, Peter Kassa, just a who's who of sim racers in today's event. It's just been awesome.
You got guys from it's like Robin Taylor. What? Robin Taylor? You want to talk about a fast guy? This is the guy that was on pole at Sebring. Robin Taylor. He was driving for not this team then. I don't think at Sebring, but he's driving for DH Racing right now in that garage, and he's running third. And you want to talk about a fast guy, Michael? Robin Taylor is a very fast driver. This could be a saving grace for the DH Racing team.
Well, he came out
Not
right
only
behind
that. Oh, sorry.
You know what? I'm going to let you guys get back to work. You guys are doing a killer job. Wanted to thank you all for the great job you've been doing, Ian, Paul, Paul, the marathon man, dude, you're awesome, and Michael, you guys are doing great. So I'm gonna get back to my team. We're gonna get ready for a driver swap here. Sean Cole's coming in, and I'll check in with you guys later.
All right, thank you, Darren. Again, putting on a great show. Good luck in the remainder of the race, and you guys are really kicking some butt in that Sim Racing Tonight garage in fifth.
Oh yeah, best of luck,
Thanks.
Darren. We'll be watching you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Yeah. And we've got Robinson in the pits now. Steve Robinson in the Sim Racing for Holland Porsche. Long stop. Taking on fuel and tyres. No doubt. As he goes a lap down on Mikhailowicz. And away he goes. Back to wheel spin. Let's see if there's a driver change. No.
Andy Robinson in the car. It's kind of funny. We got three commentators in the booth at once. All three of us, Darren, myself, and Michael, all really geared towards the play-by-play guys. So myself and Michael have just a blast trying to find the balance between analyst and play-by-play, so that's always fun. And then you get Darren in here, all three of us trying to jump on the action all at once. Gotta love the dedication of the commentary teams here at PSR TV. It almost just makes you laugh. Got Lynn O'Kell in the booth right now. I swear I'm laughing because I'm tired. It's the cold, I swear. Lynn O'Kell in the booth right now. Lynn, I want to ask you something. How is it that whatever car you're in at the start of the race, you're fast in it, something happens to it, how is it that you're able to get into another car and be faster?
Hey guys, actually the Porsches are pretty much the same because I get to run my own setup. But when we get into an LMP car, that's when it starts getting pretty tough. So if I have to do that, I try and run as consistently as I can and use it as practice.
Well, you've been extremely fast. We saw it when you took over in the SBN, the NAGT car. You know, celebrating the release of that mod, which came out over the past week, and you put together. I mean, back at Silverstone, you did it in an LMP car, and we followed. You know, just how amazingly not only just consistent, but just how fast you have been in cars that you don't start the race in. It's almost comical to note that Lynn O'Kell's in 36th and 23rd. You know, so it's great to see, that not only you're having success in your own car, but if that car happens to suffer any kind of bad luck, you're able to continue success in somebody else's car.
Yeah, thanks very much, Paul. I jumped into the NAGT car because, for one, our car was out, and I was pretty upset about that because I'd been practicing and working on my setup for about 4 weeks. And the NAGT guys, I've always had a really good relationship with them on the track, and they've always been respectful. So when I went looking for a team to see if I could get a drive, they were the first guys I thought of. I'm actually going to get in the 27 car and run the last 2.5 hours, so I'm looking forward to that.
That'll be. You said the 27 car. That'd be the car that Sandy Robinson is in right now. That's 5th place in GT1.
And I actually found a problem with my setup. I didn't have the correct force feedback setting on the 28 car, so I'm fairly confident I'll be able to pick it up a little bit more. I was running late 33s on full tanks in the SRT car, so we should be able to pretty much get near that as long as the 27 car isn't damaged.
So we're cycling towards the 4 hour to go mark, and Lynn, I guess we'll ask you before you have to get back in your car. You still have over 20 cars left in the race. The attrition rate's been pretty high. But what is your opinion as someone who's been on track? What's your opinion of the race so far?
Very, very tough venue. A bit disappointing about the disconnects, but as you guys said, you've got a tropical storm off the southern coast of America, so that's probably not helping the situation. Out on the track is probably the hardest race I've run in the series. You cannot not concentrate for 1 second with the LMP cars around you, and plus I was coming up on the slower GT cars, so it was very, very hectic. Probably the hardest race we've had to date.
Well, we want to thank you for joining us in the booth, and obviously you've had a great run so far, and no matter what car you're going to finish the race in, you know, you put a great run in whatever car you've been in, even if that car might not finish the race. That obviously, in the case of the SRT car, was not your undoing. It's kind of a glitchy kind of thing, and just good luck on the rest of the race, and great run so far in both cars, and good luck in the third one.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Michael. Keep up the good work, guys. You're doing great.
Thanks very much, Len. We've got 2 cars in the pits. Well, one's exiting now for Crone, and Johnson is in the pits as well as that.
So here we are, 6 hours into this 10-hour race. Got 4 hours left to go. Paul Messer, Michael Lamb in the booth with you. You're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, live on Pro Sim Racing TV, presented to you by Butt Kicker and Sim Gear. Also being presented by Pro Sim Racing TV, the Orion Race Team, Sim Racing for Holland, and InsideRacing.tv. At this time, we're going to take a quick little commercial break, give you a rundown of the standings. You can watch that real quick. And we'll be right back after this with more from Fuji. Welcome back to the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Watching this battle for the 18th position, Tom Nasala trying to hold off Chris Hewson. This is Fletch Tech and SBN going at it. And this is a really close battle, Michael.
It certainly is. And Hewson and Nasala. Obviously, the only Fletch Tech car running at the moment, Hewson, after his teammate Griffin suffered a disconnection while running in 11th overall, as Nasala kicks up the dirt. As they break down very hard and go into this slow chicane. As you can see here, time here always ticking down, ticking on. I think it was 4 p.m. Here, the shadows are getting longer and longer as the sun is moving.
Houston trying to adjust his line a little bit, seeing if he can get the Sala off the corner.
Oh, here we go. He's in the toe. Let's see the straight line speed. It's Porsche versus Aston Martin. 180 miles per hour as they cross our start-finish line. They're side by side. There we go. Can he outbrake him? Oh, he outbrakes himself. That gives the Sala the chance to cut back in, but he doesn't quite make it stick. Now, will he have an answer here? No, he has to concede, and now he has Harper bearing down him in the LMP1 car. So that's a clean pass there for 18th position from Chris Houston.
So Houston's going to move into 18th. That's 12th in GT1, 18th overall. Good run by Houston so far in today's race. We had Simon Malouish in the booth here for a minute or two, but he went and left on us. See if we can't get him back.
Yeah, Simon is very much like Kimi Raikkonen, though in the way he talks. He's quite a monotone type of bloke. He's been dubbed as the Kimi Raikkonen in the GRC Championship, actually. So he's the way he talks. As Ballantyne is alongside El Nimer down the pitch, it's not for position.
This is for Ballantyne to unlap him.
Yeah, was sort of making a meal of it.
And so Sean Cole's going to be getting into the 39 car, into the 39 Pescarolo car in a lap or two. He's getting ready for it, which is kind of odd considering that Paul is really trying to take the battle to a mall.
Oh, here we go. He's finally past him.
And that's just to unlap himself. And again, that's just an amazing effort put forth by Sim Racing tonight. And once we get towards the end of the race, you just cannot wait to see the battle that'll be unfolding between Sim Racing tonight and Sim HQ. Now I'm gonna go ahead and welcome a guy into the booth I haven't talked to since he had a side-by-side finish at Indianapolis in round 2 of the Formula One World Sim Championship back at Racer a long time ago. Simon Malouish, welcome to the booth. Again, Minardi at Racer, raced a bit at GRC, and now he's here at SSCA, and you really proved that you can drive the slow car at Minardi last year, and now you're showing you can drive the fast cars here at SSCA. Welcome to the booth, Simon.
Hi, it's nice to be here.
Go ahead and talk about your race a little bit and your stint. You had a really strong showing at the beginning, and the car kind of tailed off just a little bit towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I got the tyre pressures wrong, so the tyres wore away a bit too much than I was expecting. So the last 15 to 20 laps of the stint, it was just no grip at all. So I was just trying to dawdle around to get into the pits and get some new rubber.
But overall, you really still kept the car within good touch. I mean, we still have 4 hours left in this race. If this were Silverstone, we'd only be a third in. But you still kept the car within good touch of Petter Kassa, who really is just flying. He's still flying. We're expecting a driver change from him, any time now. But you still kept the car in touch, and in the end, you only lost one position to Klaus, and Klaus has been in the car forever as well, and he's been driving the wheels off of that RC Motorsports Pescarolo too.
Yeah, it's actually GMT-DHR, but yeah.
for GMT Racing in the this series, the LMPs. That's it. The fast ones. First time for you guys in the faster, funnier looking cars. And now you got Robin. Sorry about that, Michael. Now you've got Robin Taylor in the car. Robin had the pole at Sebring. He's a fast driver. Is GMT still going? Do you know if GMT is still going for the win here, or is he? Is GMT still going for the win, or they kind of toning back here, trying to find out if they can get a good second or third?
Well, we've got 3 laps, I believe, on 4th, so we've got no pressure from them. So we've got nothing to lose really. And Tristan will be back in the car for the final stint, so I think we should claw back some time there. And we're looking pretty good for a podium anyway.
And you got the really fast Robin Taylor in the car now, and of course you were no slouch in the car either. You had a great run, even though you had the tire pressures off just a little bit. You still had a great run. Thanks for joining us in the booth, Simon. Good to talk to you again since Indy, a very long time ago. Good to talk to you again, and good luck for you and your team in the remainder of the race.
Thank you.
Okay. That was Simon Menuish, and into the pits comes Valentine in the Sim Racing Tonight car. And we've been told that Sean Cole will be stepping into the car, so let's find out. All 4 tyres have been changed. And there's a way that car is, Sean Cole was in the car now, as we expected.
He was originally supposed to be in that Porsche, but now he's in the Pescarolo. This will be fun. This will be fun. So now we got the driver swap. Sean Cole getting in the car, and those guys have been making some headway. They were 3 laps back of the Sim HQ boys. Now they're only 2 laps back. And so they are making some headway, and it'll be interesting to see how Sean drives that car. I can already tell it's only been half a lap. This is going to be fun.
Oh yeah. I was just thinking, maybe they should have fielded the second car in the GT1 class like with Jessica to drive. That would have been fun to watch.
Cycle through the, let's see if we can find some close battles on track. Right now, we're only seeing differences by laps. You've got Mikowski and Helston are about 30 seconds apart. That's the battle in GT1 for the second position. All of them running behind Wilfred Vandenbrink, who's got 2 laps on him. Then you've got cars all over the place who are still doing stuff, and it's really interesting to watch it. Not really that many close battles on track. Only found 1 battle that's under 20 seconds, and that's the battle between Nasala and Houston, but that's because Houston's pulling away. So I guess you could say the closest battle on track presented by Inside Sim Racing is, where'd it go? It might just be that battle between Helston and Mikowski.
Yeah, and our last car running at the moment is Ross in the Corvette, and he looks all over the place at the moment. He's just taken down one of the track markers. Not a great performance from him at the moment, I don't think, but credit is due where it's due. He's still keeping the car on the track, and he might well get it to the end and pick up some points.
He got enough points last time around the SSCA championship that he ended up tying Orion Race Team 113 to 113 coming into this race, and then about an hour in, there was just a huge exodus of drivers from the race, and Chris Summerfield was one of them, and that really just took himself out, that really took Orion out, sorry, and that really just opened the door for sim racing for Holland. Now they've got the opportunity for, 2 in 1, essentially, and that'll be interesting to watch. Real quickly, you got to mention that you're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji on Pro Sim Racing TV, presented by Butt Kicker and Sim Gear. If you want more information about Butt Kicker, check out buttkickergear.com. And then if you want more information about Sim Gear, check out sim-gear.com. And then, of course, you have PSR TV, Inside Sim Racing TV, the Orion Race Team, and Sim Racing for Holland also sponsoring today's race.
Okay, and our second place man Klaus Kag is into the pits now. Headlights ablaze. He clearly feels the need for them at 4:15 p.m. local time. And he stops on his marks. Stops on his marks. Tyres, all 4 tyres are changed. Now just waiting for the fuel. Let's see if there will be a driver change. Or the number 7 car.
Invisible pit crew doing their work. We should expect Daniel Smiktala coming into the car.
Okay. On the rev limiter. On the speed lane pit limit, rev limiter. Long stop here. And away he goes. Nice takeoff there.
One of the sim racing for Wilfred Vandenbrink. Smiktala's back in the RC Motorsports car, but Wilfred Vandenbrink now is the one that is coming down pit road. That's 7th overall, your leader in GT1.
Interesting to see there's a driver change for that Corvette. There you go, the left wheels are being changed.
Shouldn't expect one. The Marcel Offermans was in the car for a good 3 to 4 stints, and Wilfred Vandenbrink is currently only in the car for, this should be the beginning of his 2nd stint, so we should see him keep on going here. Again, you are watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Paul Messer along with Michael Lamb of FSR, and also GRC here on Pro Sim Racing TV. Michael doing a little bit of the play-by-play for now. I've got a little bit under the weather. Had a cold here come the latter part of the week, so gave the play-by-play for now. Michael, I'm going to do a little bit of analysis, and so Michael, go ahead and take it away and do your thing. We got Simon Lewish on cameras, and Ian Bushing is always a little bird in our ear. So it's been a pretty good race so far, Michael, and it should be interesting as we get set for the final few hours.
Oh yeah, definitely so, Paul. And obviously, the lighting is getting darker and darker, so the need for headlights will be needed very soon. And correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, but I believe you can get disqualified if you do not turn your headlights on in the dark. Am I right or am I wrong?
I believe that's an editable setting within the server, but SSCA has been very strict all day long. We have seen both sets of leaders. We saw Marcel Offerman and we saw Andreas Spengler both penalized, for infractions earlier in the race. So, race control picking no favorites here. Even the leaders not subject to not getting penalties, so to speak. So there's a good possibility that after some amount of time, if the drivers don't turn their headlights on, that they will receive a penalty. And although the shadows are getting long, there's a good possibility that we're still a good maybe 30, 45 minutes away from headlights being required.
Oh, yeah, definitely so, but it looks like Daniel Spector. Oh, and he spins it! On second place man Spector spun! And is he beast onto the curb? No. Oh, and he rejoins in front of that Porsche Robinson and very nearly takes him out. Hopefully we're going to replay that. Whoa. Well, that was a turnout for the books there. And clearly, Smektala feels the need for the headlights already.
Klaus Kag and Daniel Smektala were the first set of drivers to turn their headlights on, and their headlights right now are perfectly applicable. I do believe we're into that dusk setting. You know, I mean, they're not required yet, but they are certainly applicable.
Oh yeah, and looking down the field, we've got a couple of other cars with other headlights on now. Johnson and the Aston Martin running in swaps got them on, and so has Lang in another Aston Martin has got his headlights on.
Let's take a look at that replay.
And again, it looks like he got this car onto the grass creek AstroTurf stuff, and well, just we mentioned earlier, these cars do not like it, do they?
No, they don't. These are the prototypes. These are the cars that we talk about a lot, and you'll see a lot of the situations where they just have such a razor edge balance, a lot like a Formula One car, that if you get them any bit off the track, they're gone. And I think also that cold tires have got to contribute. Leader in the pits.
Yeah, Kassa is in the pits, just behind El Nemer, who stops on his marks. Well, it sounded like he stalled the engine actually, but anyway, doesn't really matter, as we are focusing on Peter Kassa in first position. The right wheels are off.
Should see a driver switch here. Should see a driver switch here. Kassa's been in the car, driving like Massa, just the whole race long, and he had what is now really, you kind of look at it, and it really was a short stint. It was about an hour or two that Andreas Spengler was in the car, and if Spengler gets back in the car here, we may very well see Spengler take the car to the finish.
Well, do. So you can see the Tire Motorsports car there, sponsored by RedShiftNews.com and Osiris. And away he goes, bags the wheel spin there. Get some heat into those tyres. And indeed, Andreas Spengler takes over from Peter Kassa.
Yep. Now we should note that Spengler is kind of the relief pitcher of this duo here. He's definitely not at Kassa's speed level. He's definitely the guy that's the cruise mode kind of driver. That's not to say that he doesn't have anything in his pocket that he could pull out at any time, but Kassa really turned up the heat in his second stint, so we're really looking at seeing Spengler being the cruise guy here. And if that's the case, you really have to wonder what do you say about Robin Taylor, and what do you say about Daniel Smektala? Smektala is kind of in the same situation. He's not necessarily as fast as Klaus Kog, but we could see Smektala, very slowly gain on Spengler just a little bit. And then you got Robin Taylor. He's kind of an unknown factor because he just got in the car, and he was extremely fast at Sebring, which was kind of like the last time that we saw him. And now here he is at Fuji, and he really is an unknown factor here. We're getting word that he actually drove at Silverstone, but the car DNF, so my mistake there. Been a long day.
As more cars have got their headlights on now, the sun is going down. And so are the skies. And, well, looks like our closest battle at the moment is between Smektala and Taylor, but unfortunately it looks like that gap is increasing, not decreasing.
Went from 20 seconds to 21 seconds over the past lap or two, and Smektala is gaining ground. It could be that Smektala was in cruise mode when he was in the car, and now it's kind of funny to say, Michael, but this late in the race, wow, I cannot believe I just said that. We have a little over 3.5 hours left in the race, And I'm starting to say things like this late in the race that this stuff has happened.
Yeah. Well, sorry to interrupt you there. Elnam just had a half spin. And that's allowed Sean Cole to unlap himself. And that's the fight between 4th and 5th place. So it'll be interesting to see how much Sean Cole can put the hammer down in that Sim Racing Tonight car. Car number 39, as he's stuck behind Vanderbrink in the C6 Corvette.
And you got to remember, he was set up to drive a Porsche today. He was not set up to be in this LMP1. So if he puts together a good run, and if he's able to unlap himself all the way and even pass El Namur back, or anyone who might be in that SimHQ car, if he's able to pass that car back, that's just something amazing.
Oh yeah, very much slow, and he looks like he's keeping up relatively in touch with Spengler. If we can try and get a longer shot, or even go on board with Sean Cole, we can just about see that Toronto Motorsports car not too far ahead of us. Sean gets a slide there, and another one through that curved corner there as he breaks up inside. Be cool as he gets past him, no, not quite.
That's really what's made these prototypes drive fast in this Enduro Challenge mod. We saw Andres Corrali, and we saw James McCard do it too back at Silverstone. We saw Bruno, of course, do it a lot at Sebring in their win. But to make these cars go fast, you almost have to have that controlled slide kind of feel to the car, just so you know that you're pushing it just as hard as possible. And if Sean's been watching Andres in the Corvette, then he'll have some kind of rough idea of how to drive this prototype. And it looks like he did a little bit, because the car's sliding around a little bit, but it's really a good bit of a controlled slide. You know the car's sliding, but you also know that it's going to eventually stop sliding.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, these tires are on the edge of adhesion anyway. Never mind if you're gonna try and push it even more over the limit, which you'll find yourself facing the wrong way against oncoming cars. Well, it looks like since Sean Cole has unlapped himself there, Paul, he's gained quite a lot of time on the 4th place man of El Namir there. So, looks like Sean's putting the hammer down, and he's got his headlights on.
He's one of the many drivers that do, and it's starting to become not a lot of cars left that don't have their headlights on. Robin Taylor's one of them in 3rd. Your leader, actually, Andreas Spengler, it actually already has his headlights on as well.
Yeah, it's half full time here at Japan. So, sun is going down. Another interesting fact is, Paul, well, obviously when the sun goes down and the ambient temperature in turn, then the track temperature will go down as well. Which will
all the
benefit
cars
the
will
tires.
tighten up, and all the cars are going to tighten up, all the tires are going to go a little bit longer. You're going to have basically a whole new race within itself, and it kind of times itself really nicely. That you'll get around we'll get around the 2 hour, and you'll get around the 2 hour 30-minute mark left in the race. Right now we're at 3, so about an hour from now the track is going to be so much darker, and it's going to have so much more grip. It's going to be like watching a brand new race, and it'll be a sprint race. The only difference is that you have guys like Spengler, who's going to have an entire lap head start on the rest of the field. But it really will be like watching an entirely new race.
Well, that'll be fascinating to watch.
And here's another interesting fact too: is that Smiktala, he's on the same straightaway. He's just now coming down the home straight, and Spengler is crossing the start-finish line now. And he's just now braking for turn 1 now, at the same time that Smiktala is crossing the start-finish line. So I'm beginning to wonder if we've got some cars that are starting to turn up the heat, especially in this lead pack battle here.
That might well be the case. The guys behind Spengler have everything to gain. Well, Spengler has everything to lose. Oh, it's a Spengler! Oh! Wow, that Aston Martin was... Oh, that was a switch there, wasn't it? Oh, some lack of cooperation from Lang.
Randy Lang tightened up in the middle of the corner. It came right up on him. And Sean Cole saw the whole thing. Oh, my goodness. We were talking about how Smiktala was gaining ground. It looks like he might have been able to make a race out of it. And then they hit again!
What is Lang doing? I mean, he's being lapped, for heaven's sake.
And he lets Sean Cole by just fine, and he gives Smiktala a whole crap load of heck.
It's almost like he hates Smiktala or something, or he's got it in for the RC Motorsports team. But let's not speculate like that on air, but it looks awfully suspect, doesn't it, Paul?
Nicely done, Michael. Nicely done.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Spengler still leads.
Yep, as Smiktala relaps Sean Cole. As they break down and say, whoa, look at that, the sheer braking differences between Sean Cole and Smiktala there.
And I think the draft had a little bit to play with that too. You saw Cole get right behind him, and he got his draft a little bit. The draft is going to carry you so much, especially in your brake zones. It makes your brake zone so much more less effective in the short run, so to speak, because you can't normally brake where you would normally brake because you still have your draft, and that's going to carry you forward because you don't have as much air resistance. So I don't think Sean really meant to do that, but kind of happens. No contact, no harm, no foul.
Yep, good point, actually. As in, we saw it a couple of years ago, didn't we? In one of the Formula 1 races, I believe it was Istanbul. I think it was on the final lap where Juan Pablo Montoya was lapping a Jordan of Thiago Montero, I believe, as they were braking for one of the corners. Montoya moved back in on the inside line quite suddenly in front of Montero, and Montero said his brakes were not effective at all due to the supreme aerodynamic effects you get from an Formula 1 car.
Yeah, not only and with the Formula 1 car, you have to deal with the aero push in addition to the brakes. So it's not like he could get out of the way either, because he has such a high aero push from being right behind an F1 car. So I mean, the problem's not that. The aero push problem is obviously not a little bit more non-existent here in the here with the prototypes and the GTs, especially with the GTs. But the draft and the momentum of the draft still plays a big factor.
Alright, definitely so. Okay, now we look at a battle between Robinson and Newtendick for 10th and 11th. The gap is 1.5 seconds of the last sector split, but look at it now, Paul, it's next to nothing as they come on to the start-finish straight.
Riding along
with Newtendick.
With Butendic here. Sorry, Michael.
Alright. Interesting to see Robinson weaving to the right there slightly. Not quite sure what he's doing there, but the gap is now just 1 second. So once again, Aston Martin versus Porsche.
That's actually called snaking, Michael. That's an American technique originated at the super speedways when they installed the restrictor plate on the stock cars. It's a technique known as snaking. The driver's going to go down the straightaway, and he knows that there's such a huge draft effect behind him that he'll snake down the straightaway, break the draft, and all of a sudden the car behind him doesn't have his toe, so to speak, that he would normally have, because the toe is moved out in front of him. It's in a different location than it used to be. It's called snaking. It originated on super speedways back in NASCAR, and of course it's now worked its way to just about any type of motorsport. So don't let anyone ever tell you that stock car racing didn't do anything for the world. It gave them snaking, which is a fun defensive technique because it's not blocking, it's just breaking a draft.
Oh, and he spun it! Robinson has spun! And he smacked it into the wall there. It's torn his front bumper off. Looks like he's torn the splitter off as well. That car is going to be horrible to drive down. Look at that, understeering all over the place.
Luckily for him, he's only 2 turns away from pit road.
Yeah, but that was, wow, quite unfortunate for Robinson there. I mean, he was driving quite well there for the sim racing for Holland Porsche.
No, we thought we'd have a battle, but I didn't even jinx it that time either. I didn't call it the closest battle on track presented by Inside Sim Racing TV. And it still ended up, I guess I was thinking about it, so it jinxed it anyway.
Wow. As Robinson trundles down the pit lane at 50 miles per hour. It must feel painfully slow.
Now he has to sit in the pits forever. Let's look at the replay.
We'll have a replay of that instant shortly.
In the meantime, he has already come out of the pit. Didn't even lose his spot.
Mainly prized She's lost, I imagine, and damage to his car. Interesting to see a few cars out there, Paul, that still have not decided to turn their headlights on yet. It's not too dark out there, but well,
there is beginning to excuse me, let me try that one again. There is a advantage that's beginning to develop between using your headlights versus not using your headlights. It'll allow you to set up the turn a little bit better. And we should see later in the race, like we said, everybody should have their headlights on, especially the track should be much darker as we hit the 2 hour 30 minutes to go marker, and that's when the track will really start to grip up and cars will get tighter and things will happen, and you know, it'll be really exciting to watch, especially as we get, you know, later on into the race. But yeah, right now it's still kind of a 50-50 thing. Some people want to use it, some people don't want to use it.
Yep, and it looks like Smektala has not got traffic on this side today, as Johnson was not the most cooperative to let him by there. But thankfully he's on the pit straight now, and he can get past another Aston Martin quite easily, hopefully. As you can see just there.
Well, we speculate that, you know, that Spengler is going to finish the race in the Torrent Motorsports car. The way that they've thrown their stints together is kind of a little bit of a proof of concept of that we might see Spengler in the car the rest of the way, because Kassa just drove the car forever. But one wild card that we haven't really mentioned is James McCard. James McCard is really when we interviewed Klaus earlier, he said he wasn't the fastest in testing. He wasn't, you know, but he will be the one who's available to drive the car at the end of the race, because Klaus is basically getting ready for bed and James is waking up, so to speak.
Very much so, and it's actually coming up to midnight now for me in the UK and all the viewers out there in the United Kingdom, in England. So no doubt some people have already gone to bed, but if you're staying up in the UK to watch this to the end, till 3 o'clock, then we all here Pro Sim Racing TV appreciate it very much.
And again, you are, and just for those UK guys that are so tired that they might have forgotten the name of the race, you're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV, presented by Butt Kicker and Sim Gear. Also want to mention the other sponsors, the Orion Race Team, Sim Racing for Holland, the folks at SRT Productions and Inside Sim Racing TV, and of course all of us here at Pro Sim Racing TV, helping to bring this race to you. Paul Messer with the cold, Michael Lamb with the majority of the play-by-play for now, Simon Maluish on camera, and he also drives Minardi's. He does it all right now, and of course Ian Bushing, the little birdie in our ear that tells us when we say stuff wrong. Luckily, we haven't heard a lot from Ian today, so I think we're doing an okay job, Michael.
Oh yeah, definitely so. And if you want to catch Simon Maluish driving another form of touring cars, you can catch the GRC Championship Season 5, Division 1, kicking off on September the 22nd, where you'll find full live coverage of the sprint and feature races there at Montreal, Canada, where you'll find Simon Maluish driving the Torrent Motorsports Seat Leon, which will be sponsored by RedShiftNews.com. And also upcoming on the PSR TV calendar, of course, next week you'll hear Michael as he brings you live not frag to frag, because that would be like Call of Duty, but live flag to flag coverage of the Belgian Grand Prix and all those events coming to you live. FSR action at its finest at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. That'll be next weekend. And then, of course, next Friday night at 9 is the Infinite Cabinets 200 live from the Daytona International Speedway. The TSW Pro Cup Series is only a round or two away from beginning their chase for the TSW Pro Cup. And be sure to catch all that ARCA Sim Racing action and more. Check out to see if Wes Wiseman will take a third straight victory at Daytona. Super Speedway action kicks off at 9 p.m. And we're looking at a battle for 16th and 17th at the moment, Paul, between Levertier and Warmington. The gap is 6.4, and it looks like it's closing between the two. So it looks like a battle developing here.
They've closed in on each other a little bit throughout the race, and we just saw Levassier. He's kind of taken a rather unorthodox approach to the sweeper there. He kind of diamonded the corner a little bit. That's I guess however you're going to get around is always the best way, right?
Oh yeah, definitely so. Every driver's got their own line. Whether it's right or wrong is a matter of opinion. And again, it's interesting to see Warmington in the 16th position. The 17 car is yet to turn on his headlights. Clearly, he doesn't feel the need to switch them on just yet.
It's not just a battle between drivers. It's not just a battle between Aston Martin to see which Aston Martin is better. It's a battle between headlights and no headlights.
And it looks like both cars are sporting some damage as well to their front ends and bumpers, it seems.
The Aston Martins haven't really had very clean noses throughout the day. All the cars that we've seen, all the Aston Martins that we've seen really haven't had very clean bumpers, to put it that way.
Oh, I don't think Aston Martin designed their car to be intended for bumping into other cars, that's for sure. As Levassier goes off onto the grass, and wow, that's a very unusual line through that curve there, and that is definitely very much the wrong line there.
Yeah, everything's subject to opinion, but let's put it this way: it's not the most effective line through the corner there. He actually was gaining a good bit, and he was down to 5.4 seconds, and now it's up to 8.051 seconds. The deficit between Levassier and Warmington.
Yeah, it was actually closing. It was down to about 5 seconds, but now, unfortunately, after that off from Levassier, it's gone right back up to 8 seconds again, as we've got a yellow flag in front of him. Oh, Butinik has gone off. Our 10th position man. He's just spun it, but he's back on the road again. We've got a car in the pits here of Johnson, running in 12th overall at the moment.
Brad Johnson in the Explorer Web Motorsports DBR died.
Yep, all four tyres are being changed. Revs are rising in that Aston Martin. Waiting for the fuel now.
The invisible pit crews overall all day long have really been doing their job, let's put it that way.
And away he goes. Bit of a clumsy takeoff there, but at least he didn't stall it.
Brad wasn't even supposed to be in that car as he hands the driving duties on to Simone Bowyer. Well, here's an interesting little tidbit of information here for you there, Michael.
Whoa, 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 whoa! 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 Harper is retired in that number 660 car. What happened there?
The Triple P Racing Pescarolo. Looks like we have another disco. Just another simple disco. It looks like what we're seeing here.
Looks like
Yep,
that to me
Disco.
as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Disco on the home straight. And that car was done. So 5 LMP1 cars remain. This means Wilfred Vandenbrink is going to finish 6th on the day if he can hold on to this win. If he can hold on for another 3 hours. That means that the GT1 winner, okay, let me rephrase that. The GT1 winner is going to finish 6th on the day. As high as 6th, possibly. And that's going to be something very interesting to watch. And one more thing we should note is that Tristan Vance is back in the GMT-DHR Racing Garage. And, oh goody, Michael, this is where things are going to start to get really interesting really, really quickly. Tristan has been extremely fast. He was extremely fast. He led when he was in that GMT car, and now he's got to play catch-up. Can he catch up 2 laps in just a short amount of time now, when quickly is becoming only 3 hours?
So, got some interesting information from down the pit lane in Paul, where we've been told that Andreas Spengler will not be finishing the race in that Toro Motorsports car.
And Andreas has been putting together some really strong lap times. His average is in the very low, or it's starting to be in the mid to low 127s, and it keeps dropping. The average just keeps on dropping. And that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting to keep tabs on. Don't know who might get back into the car. Of course, the speculation is going to go immediately to Peter Kassa, who drives like Massa, you know, on a good day. And it's going to be really interesting to watch who gets in that Torrent Motorsports C60.
Yeah, it was going to be. It was going to be Michael Tice.
We could possibly see some really interesting strategy where you see someone who might be in the 78. Remember, the first car out of the race was the 78 Torrent Motorsports car. Didn't even start, and that's a whole lineup of Torrent Motorsports drivers who could very well slot into the Torrent Motorsports 77 to finish the race.
That's a good point there, Paul. Yeah, and what will happen? As I was going back to what I started earlier, Michael Tice was going to be finishing the race in the car, but obviously he can't race due to injury, as he nearly broke his foot. Actually, he's injured it quite heavily, so that's ruled him out for the weekend. No doubt Michael will be quite disappointed at that injury, but well, you got to look after yourself first, haven't you?
Definitely. And when you have a cold, you probably shouldn't be trying to commentate a 10-hour race, but hey, we all learn.
Oh, yeah. Reminds me of a clip I saw once of a Bob Barsha trying to do commentating on the race with a sore throat and a broken voice of the Canadian Grand Prix back in 1994. As we look at the battle between 12th and 13th place. There's Bollier and Lang. Stuffing in it. You can barely put a wafer biscuit between them, and the gap, they're side by side. Is Bollier going to try and dive up the inside here? Bayless is being badly boxed here. And he's going
Tristan Bayless is a man on a mission.
Lang is keeping his foot in it. Bollier is side by side on the outside. Lang breaks very early and basically gives the position to him at the moment. Wow.
That was close.
Yep, I have to say, that was quite a brave move there on Bayless. I mean, if those two actually tangled with each other, it would have taken him out as well.
Going to keep tabs on a couple things for you here as we venture closer towards the end of this race. Of course, the big thing that we're watching is Andres Springler and who's going to drive for him as we get ready for this race to finish up. Then you've got Daniel Smiktala. We know the captain. We know Captain Picard's going to get in the car in just a few laps and finish off the race. And we'll see his pace relative to everyone else's. So that'll be interesting to watch. Then you've got this battle between Sim Racing for Holland, the second one, which is currently being driven here by Michalski, who's running in the 9th position overall. Can he gain on Ricard Helston and Ghost Speed? The second Sim Racing for Holland versus Ghost Speed battle. That's another Corvette versus Aston Martin battle. When Andreas Corrali was in the Sim Racing for Holland car, the second entry, he did gain to the point that they were on the same lap, but that has since changed, and Helston's got about a lap and a half on Michalski. It'll be interesting to see if Corrali gets back in the car to finish the race.
Certainly will be indeed, and obviously the question marks are still out there, and who will finish the race in that Toro Motorsports car, number 77, which is running first at the moment. I've been told all the drivers that were in the 78 car are available on standby if they are needed. But it remains to be seen if they will be used.
That still doesn't give us a straight answer on who might be in that 77 car. If it's Kassa, you're going to see an extremely quick pace with a good possibility of victory, but at the same time, with speed comes the possibility of an increased risk. I swear it's an increased risk of instability and possibility for spinning out or having a very large accident. But at the same time, if you pick a guy who's over conservative and who might try to hold off on the car just a little bit, you could end up seeing a situation where Captain Picard could get into the RC Motorsports car and make a race out of this thing.
So we've got a car into the pits. Looks like it's Toll in one of the Aston Martins.
You remember that? The thing we mentioned earlier about Sean Cole in the excuse me. Remember we mentioned earlier about Sean Cole in his SRT garage and how he had unlapped himself from El Namur? He is now a minute 17 back of El Namur, which is a lot less than a minute 30. So again, slowly but surely, we are really seeing this gap close between Sean Cole and Ahmad El Namur, and that is for the 4th position overall. And fourth, it's the first spot that's not in the podium, but 4th place out of 40 cars in the field is nothing to slouch over.
No, definitely not. And especially, most importantly, is especially after 10 whole hours of driving around the circuit. Okay, it's between 3 drivers, but obviously it goes to show that all the drivers have shown they can conserve the car and push when needed just to get the car to the end.
And we are, and here's another little quick interesting fact for you. Your leader is currently running lap 282 laps in a little less than 7 hours. We're about to hit the 7-hour mark, and
and he's just run wide. Sorry to jump you there, Paul. Our leader just run wide around that curve there. No harm done, but he's trying to lap that Corvette of Michalski, and he does so now, but in trying to do so in the 2 corners before, he ran wide onto the tarmac, which is beyond the curb, and not the ideal line.
just got the confirmation Kassa's going to get back in the car to finish the race. And that's good news for Torrent. That is very good news for Torrent. Like we said, Andreas Spengler has been a very strong, very consistent driver. He's kept the distance between himself and Smiktala to be relatively consistent. It's been about a lap and a quarter, lap and a half. In the same respect, though, Kassa has been faster, and he really knows how to put the power down. And so now the stage is set for, you know, the final 3 hours of this race. It's going to be Kassa driving like Massa in the peppy red Pez Carolo versus Captain James T. Picard, or yeah, Jean-Luc Picard. That's it, Captain. Yeah, he's going up against the Star Trek guy in the RC Motorsports Garage. And I'm going to stop talking now and let Michael talk for a little while.
Okay, and we got Lang into the pits now in the Aston Martin, running in 13th. The clock here has just gone 5 o'clock here in Japan. Revs are rising on the Aston Martin. He wants to get some wheel spin to get those heat into those rear tyres. By Michelin. Long stop here. Oh,
30 laps ago. 30 laps ago, T. Harper disconnected for Triple P Racing. He's an 8.
This goes to show how spread out the field is. And our 7th place man, the Ghost Speed car, Rickard Helston, is in the pits. Let's see this driver change.
Where's Mikowski?
Helston's ready and waiting for the fuel to go into his car. He's in neutral, not stretching the engine, just keeping it above idle slightly. So he's waiting, he's waiting, he's waiting, he's waiting, he's waiting, he's in first gear. Flipping the engine now. Really waiting.
He's waiting just to spite you now, Mike.
And away he goes. Let's see if there's a driver change. Or will it be Rickard Helston still? And it's Helston still. He'll be out to be looking for a great result after his comparatively disappointing weekend in Valencia. On set for a top 3 finish and maybe even a win in the World Series Ace until what I believe was a brake failure which put him out. The race only 8 laps to go.
Tristan Bale is putting the power down. He is 2 laps back of your leader, Andreas Spengler, and then you're going to have Petter Kassa get into the car later. But all that being said, you've got some very interesting storylines that are going to play out. We should note that in the battle of Bayless versus Kassa, Bayless won. Bayless won the battle twice, I do believe, through the cycling of pit stops. But for the most part, they were more or less relatively. Very similar, except near the end of the run, Tristan was able to pull away big time. And then after that, Maluish got into the car, and Spengler, and then back to Kassa, and we are where we are now. And it's a 2-lap deficit, and we know Tristan's got the edge over Kassa, but is it by enough to gain back 2 laps in 3 hours? And that's a question that's really, really interesting to think about.
It certainly will be, and I was about to say the gap between Sean Cole and El Namer was down under the 1 minute 15 seconds, but that's just gone back up just over 1 minute 15. But I do notice Sean does have a lapped car behind him, so maybe he was negotiating traffic. And Bayless is actually closing on Sean Cole, I believe.
Works his way down to the old chicane there.
Oh, there's a drive-through penalty being let me rephrase that. The drive-through penalty has been assigned to Randy Lang. For what reasons, I'm not quite sure of at the moment. Hopefully we'll find out. And Randy Lang's just been passed by Toll. But Lang does have to come in for a drive-through penalty. And I'm being told he's been given that penalty because he cut the white line when he came out of pit lane. It's also interesting to see, Paul, that number 28 car, Nacella, has dropped all the way down to 19th position overall now, so something must have gone wrong with that Porsche. Okay, they pulled away temporarily at the moment in the booth, so I'll keep things rolling as Randy Lang is in the pits serving his drive-through penalty. He goes past our commentary box now, and into the pits comes our 5th place man, Sean Cole, driving the Sim Racing Tonight car. He stops on his marks. Now let's see if he'll take on another stint or not. No tyre changes there, that's significant. Only fuel. On the rev limiter, and away he goes. A bit of a slow exit there. Let's see, there's a driver change. No, it looks like Sean Cole is staying in the car, and indeed he does. And out of the pits he comes, behind Daniel Smeksala. Okay, things are a little bit static at the moment, so we're just showing you through the field as Van der Brink is in the pits. Our GT1 class leader in the C6 Corvette. And away he goes. And Offman is just driving that car now. There's been a driver change there. Gotta love the sound, gotta love the engine though of that Corvette. Brilliant engine though it is. And ooh! His left tyres were definitely on the white line when he was exiting the pits there on that pit lane exit line. So there's touch and go to see if he will get a drive-through penalty for that or not. I was cutting it quite fine there. Looking at the rule book, it states you have to be over the line to get a penalty. So Offermans should be alright. The time is now 5 here in Japan. Track temperature is now down to 33 degrees. It's only going to get cooler and cooler as Spengler gets it a bit sideways out of the final corner. As he comes down, start-finish straight now. 190 miles per hour as he crosses the start-finish line there, before he has to break down to first gear to about 55 miles per hour before he heads on the power again. Little slide there. He's now on lap 291 with Randy Lang not too far ahead of us here. Okay, now we've been joined up here in the commentary booth by Klaus Kag, the voice of FSR World Series AMA commentating and the driver of the number 7 RC Motorsports C60 Pescarolo tonight. Klaus Kag. Klaus, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
Welcome back, actually, Klaus, in the booth. Obviously, you had what you described as the your best 2 stints in SSCA. Am I getting that one right?
Start up all again, please.
Right. I was just saying you described to me back when we were trying to get you for the interview. You had what you described as your 2 best stints in SSCA ever. Am I getting that one right?
Pretty much, yes. It's just, in fact, when I saw about 2/3 in the stint, I didn't really thought that Daniel has filled the car up with fuel, because it was such a pleasure to drive this time. Because in my first 2 stints, we have all this traffic and GT cars lapping over and over again. So my tires wasn't up to the heat they were supposed to be, and for this stint, I just had the space to heat up the tires and keep them warm. And well, the result wasn't quite clear.
Daniel's really been the yin to your yang. He hasn't had necessarily the quickest pace as you, but here in the second stint, here in his second set of here in his second drive around the circuit, he's been doing rather well, and he's actually really kind of kept in touch with Spengler a little bit. We do have word that Kassa is going to be back in the car later in the race. Actually, Spengler is pitting right now, so we know Kassa is going to get back in the car. And we heard that we're going to have Picard in later in the race for you guys. So do you guys think that you can actually start making a push towards Tort come the end of the race here?
Well, things have changed a little bit. As well, for Torrent Motorsports, we can't catch them. The lap we lost earlier in the race is really paying off now. If we haven't had those problems, it would be about 30-45 seconds behind Torrent Motorsports, and then we have had the possibilities, but right now we are more than a lap behind. We are about 3 hours left of the race, so if they're not getting problems, I would say that we don't be able to catch them.
Overall, so that all being said, just like we interviewed you the first time, and we said, you've got a great day in silver. If this does play out and it ends with RC Motorsports finishing second, you guys are gonna. That's second place. That's very strong for a 10-hour race. That's amazing. But also, in addition to that, you're gonna have you're going to have a huge point stake.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if we keep second place, we're gonna bump up in the leading of the championship. So of course that's a plus too. But well, when you're in the car and you don't really care about the positions, you rather want to win. And well, in fact, that's why I'm sorry for you, Paul, but you don't want to see what you call the captain in the car this time. It seems like James have had some problems first with his gears, and now this week he hasn't been able to pull down the lap time that he should. So he decided pretty much to give up this race. So the captain has turned to a dog this time.
Well, the only reason I call him that is because it's way too easy to make the Star Trek reference, the Captain Jean-Luc Picard, of course. But enough of my nerdiness. What can we expect from the end of the race? You guys, are you guys just going to try to keep? Actually, let's talk about that above anything. You guys have got Tristan Bayless behind you right now, and he's about a lap back, but he's still really strong. That GMT-DHR racing car in third place right now. Are you guys I guess concerned about them and the pace that they're going to start putting up towards the end of the race here? Or are you guys just really kind of running your own race?
Well, of course, you cannot be not aware when now we have about a 55-second lead above them. Daniel has just pulled out another stint. Of course, we know that Tristan is a fast driver, but also 55 seconds with against a driver of Daniel's quality. I was quite surprised that I gained about 2 laps on the GMT-DHR racing car in my last 2 stints, and I was surprised how well that worked out. I don't know if they have had any problems or so, but still I was able to manage to close the gap quite rapidly, and then open a gap of more than a lap when I was back. So of course we're gonna keep an eye on them, and that's pretty much why James won't get in the car this time. I should take over Daniel for the next stint, and then I should be able to drive it home.
Well, Klaus, we want to thank you for taking the time to come back into the booth with us, and we wish you best of luck on your remaining stint, on the stint that's still to come for you. Quick little note here as we toss it back over to Michael. Sandy Robinson has DQ'd from the 4th position. That was the car that Lynn Okel was going to get into at the beginning of this stint. Remember, we talked to Lynn at a little while ago, and he said he was going to be in the 27 car.
Interesting to see, it shows up as DNF on our timing screens, but then we also get an additional message that he's got a HDV file mismatch, and he will be kicked from the qualifying or the race, and in the end he actually got removed from the game because of a mismatch. So not quite sure what's going on there. Any ideas, Paul?
Yeah, it's definitely odd. Sandy's been driving that car all day long, and then just kind of a randomly placed disco. Just a kind of a what is that just happened kind of deal. He's been driving the bit turbo Porsche the whole day.
Yeah, and he gets a random mismatch message now with what was it, less than 2.5 hours to go, is it?
Yeah, definitely maybe like a quick blip out, and then when he tried to reload, he just kind of wait a minute, what just happened kind of deal. field. Getting word that Smiktala getting close to be putting another lap down. And that'll be 2 laps for the Torrent Motorsports guys.
Yeah, I have to say, that's, sorry Paul, I have to say it's actually quite disappointing to see the 78 car, the TMO car, disconnect so early in the race. As we've seen in practice and testing, the drivers in that car were on the same pace as the 77 car, so it might well have been a top Motorsports domination if things went their way today.
Could also have been a Torrent Motorsports coalition, a Torrent Motorsports battle, a duel, I'm gonna go back to not talking again. Real quickly though, do want to note on a little bit more of a serious note that the Marcel Offerman is now back in the sim racing for Holland GT1, back in that car, still leading GT1 by 2 laps. It's a really strong race that they're still putting together. And just, I guess here's a thought for you, Michael, just to think about real quick here, is that what are the implications of an upset like this? I mean, we came into this race and we did not expect to see Torrent Motorsports really out of anywhere. We haven't seen Torrent at least to my recollection, we didn't see Torrent at Sebring, we didn't see him at Silverstone, and we really expected to see, the dome of Swedish American. We really expected to see the bright yellow, I think, cars of DH Racing in the garage, and we really expected to see RC Motorsports with another really strong and dominating performance. We were really expecting to see Ghost Speed last longer than an hour into the race. But just the implications of a race like this are pretty unthinkable.
Oh yeah, very much so. There's 10 hours, anything can happen in a race. And if anything can happen. We're going on to the GRC. Anything can happen in 20 minutes, never mind 10 hours of racing. As you can see, Spengler is coming to the pits there. And we're expecting a driver change here. Or will Andreas do another stint? And it looks like he's doing another stint here. And he rejoins in the lead.
Going to drive away. Once again, want to mention our sponsors here at the the league that's hosting this race, the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. We have, of course, the race being brought to you by Butt Kicker and Sim Gear. If you want to check out either of those sponsors, you can check them out at buttkickergear.com or sim-gear.com. Also, this race being sponsored by Sim Racing for Holland and the Orion Race Team. Also by the SRT production staff and inside simracing.tv, and of course all of us here at PSR TV lending a helping hand there. And once again, you who are watching live coverage of me having a cold, basically is what you're watching live coverage of. No, you're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Michael Lamb on play-by-play, Paul Messer with the comic relief, and Simon Lewis on camera. It's been a long day, and still 2 hours and 30 minutes of racing still to be done.
Yep, and our leader, the 77 car of Andreas Spengler, will be approaching the 300 laps mark very shortly, Paul. So that's a bit of a landmark, isn't it, around this track?
Cycling lap 300 as we speak. It's been a while since we went through the field. Let's go ahead and do that here, Michael. In first place is, of course, the Torrent Motorsports Pez Carollo cycling lap 300, being driven by Andreas Spengler. He does lead. He should have his teammate, Petter Kassa, who drives like Felipe Massa, which is not an insult considering how well Massa has driven this year. In the peppy red Pez Carolo, that car will be being driven by Petter as the race nears its completion. Daniel Smictala rides in the second position in the RC Motorsports C60, car number 7. He's a lap back, but he's still keeping in touch. He's about a lap and a half back. In third place runs Tristan Bayless in the GMT-DHR Racing Garage LMP1, 2 laps back in third place. Vix Ramon has climbed back into the SimHQ Motorsports LMP1, Vix Ramon climbed back into that SimHQ Motorsports LMP1. And actually, Michael, this is something we should keep our eyes on. Sean Cole, 5th place in the SRT C60. Not a change of position, but definitely a reduction in gap. Sean Cole not that far off of Vix Ramon now. It's only about a minute, and they are both 6 laps back of the leader, so they're all the same lap. It's going to be very, very interesting to watch that battle play out. We knew it would be close. And Sean Cole was supposed to be in a Porsche today, and he's not in the Porsche anymore. He's in a Pez Carolo, and he's really putting together a really strong showing.
Oh yeah, very much so. And that is actually the 5 LMP1 cars remaining in this race. Amazing enough. The rest have either retired with mechanical problems or been forced to retire due to disconnections.
Marcel Offermans leads the GT1 class, currently in 6th place overall, and regardless of how many people, you know, have DQ'd or not DQ'd, but have had mechanical issues or have had, you know, an issue of some kind, a 6th place finish, a 6th place possible finish right now for a GT1 car is amazing regardless of how he got there.
Right,
7th place is Ricard, 7th place is Ricard Helston in the Go Speed Racing DBR9. And rounding out the current podium prospect would be Robin Vertigal, who was in the Porsche. Robin Vertigal was in the Porsche. This could be a move. This could be a move of a pushing it kind of move here by the Sim Racing for Holland guys. Remember, Robin Vertigal was in the actually involved in an incident with Ricard Helston earlier in the race, and it ended in Vertigal's front splitter getting taken off, and Ben Wheeler putting Ben Wheeler on the road to DNF as well. But right now, Helston has got about 2 laps on Vertigal, and with the possibility of Andres Corrali getting back in his vehicle is still there. Vertigal just got in, so we're going to see him in the car for a little while. Of course, Johan Nieuwenhoff was in the car for a little while, and Mikowski was in the car. He's actually had 2 stints in the car. He was there at the beginning, and he was right there then. So a lot of cars have been in that Sim Racing for Holland car 53, the second entry for them. And regardless of how they do, they've had an amazing finish. And if they can put this car on the podium and put Sim Racing for Holland in a 1-2 or a 2-3 or even a 1-3, you know, any kind of combination of 2 cars on the podium, that would just be amazing.
Certainly will be. Going back to your point about Ben Wheeler being involved in an incident, obviously first driver in that car was Robert Bates driving that Speed Freaks Aston Martin 170, wasn't it? At least from what I saw on 3 clips of the broadcast, it looks like he's doing a solid job in that car.
He was doing a great job in the car, and he had just handed it off to Ben Wheeler, and Wheeler just got tangled up in an incident that he had no utter control over. It really took place behind him. Of course, race control was put down a stiff response to that incident. That's done and over with, but again, just a tough break for that Speed Freaks group.
Yeah, and the third driver of that team, Phil Roberts, unfortunately, never got to step foot in that car and race tonight. He is deeply gutted about that. I don't blame him, to be honest. He's practiced so hard for this race, and so has the team to prepare for this 10 hours of Fuji race, and it's all gone to nothing, really, hasn't it, Paul?
It really has, and when you have a situation like that break out, your heart just kind of breaks for whoever didn't get to go in the car, who only got to go in the car for just a few laps, or even for the guy that was in the car for as long as he was, and then all of a sudden he's just not there anymore. It's kind of one of those goodness kind of things where your heart just breaks for him. You either want him to break right at the beginning of the race, or you want him to not break at all. Really, if you're going to have to break, you might as well break at the very beginning. But again, just a sad incident for anyone who had especially something that happens beyond their control on track. Now, of course, the discos, that's mechanical failures. That's going to happen all the time. But other than that, it's a heartbreak to see that happen when you've worked so hard, and then something like that's going to happen on track. That's going to eventually lead to your retirement. One thing I forgot to mention earlier, T. Harper of Triple P Racing, 6th place in LMP1, the first non-running LMP1 car, currently running 19th, and he'll drop back to 20th. We should note that we talked to the driver that was going to get into the car right after him afterwards, and we should note that it was indeed a disconnect that took those guys out, and those guys at Triple P Racing are also gutted. Both of their entries are now out of the race. The first one went out early, and this LMP1 is out right now. So tough break for Triple P Racing, and for the guy that never gets in the car, that's got to hurt too, because you really don't have any control of that.
Oh yeah, definitely so. It must be especially tough for that 78 car, Qatar Motorsports, of Ryan Gilmore and Dave Carr-Smith, who was due to drive that car, and another driver who I can't think of just on top of my head right now, to take over in the car as well. Sean Stroud, those three drivers in that car, they never got to complete a single lap. So that must have been even more gutting for them. And we've got Randy Lang in the pits. Well, there he goes. Nice exit there. Will there be a driver change? And the answer is yes.
There will. Really late driver change too.
Almost the pit lane exit line. He's going to get a try through for that, I expect. That was a bit clumsy. He cut the pit lane exit line. I don't expect drivers at this level to do that.
It was about a two-driver. It was a two-tire thing. There was nobody around him, and race control might not have seen it if you didn't scream it loud enough. We're getting word from Simon here that they're really only taking a good look at that and possibly issuing penalties if there is a car coming down the straightaway, and really wasn't that time. So kind of a we'll let it slide kind of deal there, possibly upcoming for Colin Francis.
Yeah, well, rules are rules. Don't want to turn it into like the FIA, where they are pretty inconsistent their penalty applications, I have to admit, but let's not go there, shall we? Tonight anyway. We've got a race to run here.
And that race is nearing its completion.
Yeah, and I believe it's, just to correct you, Paul, I think the Speed Breeze car of the number 170, they actually retired because of a disconnection rather than the crash that Ben Wheeler was involved in. I've just been told
I believe you're right. I believe you are correct, and I apologize for that mistake. But it was not long. In my own defense, it was not long after that crash that Wheeler had the disconnect.
Definitely so, and just looking at the timing screens, the gap between Bayliss and Smettalo is now 56.598 seconds. So it looks like it's going down slightly, I think. Well, we've got a long way to go yet.
We have a very long way to go yet. You are indeed correct.
But they are on different pit sequences, though, between those two cars. And looking at our timing sheets here, Paul. So Tristan's, the 303 car, the GMT-DHR, has pitted 7 times so far in this race. And the number 7 RC Motorsports car has actually been in the pits 10 times in total. And our race leader, Andreas Spengler, has only been in 8 times in the pits. So,
and actually, if you think about it, Andreas, one of those times in the pits was actually a drive-through, so he didn't actually have any service. So I do believe that Andreas and Tristan are actually on schedule right now. That is the actual differential. We talked about that at Silverstone. For the longest time, there was actually like a lap difference between Corrali and Picard nearing the end of the race, but the actual difference between them after they got on schedule was about 10 seconds, and that's indeed what it ended up being at the end of the race there. So the actual distance between Spengler and Bayliss is around the area of 2 laps, what it is right now. And then the difference between Spengler and Smektala is really a lot more confusing because of the sheer fact that Smektala made so many more pit stops because of that whole issue in the middle of the race with Klaus Kag.
Indeed, yeah. And our closest battle at the moment is between Bailey and Warmington for 15th and 16th place. Hopefully we can have a look at that one. 2 Aston Martins at it once again. And Sean Cole is being blocked a little bit by these 2 cars here.
And you kind of have to be understanding if you're an LMP car. Unless you're in your battle unless you're in your own battle. Whoa, hello, Sean. How you doing? Unless you're really in a battle of your own, an LMP car's got to be a little bit more understanding than they might normally be when it comes to getting out of or getting around these cars, because you can see Warmington's going to go to the inside.
There we go. He's done it. Oh, Bailey cut back on the inside. Doesn't look like he will. Unless he's going to do a kamikaze move up here on the inside. Doesn't look like he will. That's a change of position now. As Warmington runs wide. Slides.
One more thing we should note, Michael, is this is probably the most this is probably the most FPS consuming moment in the race. The FPS is, they really start to drop as the race wears on, and you have your different lighting and your different effects and whatnot. And of course, now you have moving lighting when you have the headlights coming in here. And one thing we should really note is that until the sun goes completely down, this dusk portion of the race where the headlights are on and it's still kind of light outside really just chugs the machine to death, and it's going to start affecting some of the drivers that may not have the most high-end system, to the point that it'll affect their lap times.
That is definitely a factor indeed, Paul. And from what I've seen on this track, this is not the most FPS-friendly track either, is it, this Fuji track? A lot of high-res details I can see looking around with our cameras here.
One thing that SSCA does well is that they know how to pretty up the track, and they always do such a great job making the track look good. Of course, the cost that comes with that is a little bit of an an FPS drop. And at this time of the race, you kind of wish that jumbotron wasn't in that certain part of the corner, exactly where your braking point is, kind of mode. But these guys kind of expect it. by now. It's coming to them. You know, I think at this point they're thankful almost for the chug, because they realize that, you know, we're so far into the race that, you know, my machine's starting to chug because it's starting to get dark out. Whoa, Warmington went wide. Bailey's going to battle back through the old chicane.
And he's got past. Yeah. So now Warmington's got to do it all over again. A spectacular. Chinks up on the inside. As Bailey runs wide in that corner.
That should be what, blue flag and Fletch Tech, I believe, racing there. And to think, we still have you know, we keep talking about how late this race is getting in, and it's you know, it's still, you know, not, and that we're already talking about, you know, who might finish where and what kind of effect it might have on the point standings and all that good stuff. And it's kind of funny to realize, you know, we still have 3 hours, we still have a little less than an hour, or 2 hours and 30 minutes still left in this race. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! Marcel Offerman's out of the race! That is your leader in GT1 by over 2 laps! That was your leader in the point standings by a dead heat! That was Wilfred Vandenbrink and Marcel Offerman out of the race!
Wow, I don't believe that! That was a turn up for the books! Well, that's going on. Tristan Bayliss is due to come in this lap, I believe. But what disappointment for Offman's there.
From the lead! Today is not a good day to be a leader pulling away from the rest of the field. Marcel Offerman's done. Sim Racing for Holland, done. And the Orion race team breathes a sigh of relief. Oh my goodness. And Ghost Speed might pull a win out of this thing. They came into the race and you might think, oh well, Ghost Speed might might have a really good shot here at winning this thing, and then you kind of realize, wait, that would be an LMP one. Then they start on the pole in GT1, but they've done that before. And now Rickard Helston is going to be in the lead in GT1. Oh my gosh. Michael, things breaking apart. Things falling apart at every turn for whoever's leading. If you're Andreas Spengler or Petter Callis now, you're almost a little bit worse.
Well, this way, I'm wondering if we'll get any finishes.
Well, the attrition rate has gone down. That point is prominent. The attrition rate has gone down, but it is who the attrition is affecting is what's really the story to watch here. Offerman was in the lead. In fact, he still has the lead in GT1. He's been gone for almost 5 minutes now, and he still has the lead in GT1. But Rickard Helston was 2 laps back. And finally, Rickard Helston will move into the lead in GT1. And now we have a battle. We have got a downright battle for the win here. And you know what this is going to do, Michael? Robin's been out there for a little while. When Robin Vertigal comes into pit, we may very well see Wilfred Vandenbrink get in the car for the number 53.
Yeah, might well do, yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens. And a few minutes ago, I saw Nicol in the Black Rebels Aston Martin. It looked like he was coming into the pits, but then it very much looked like he missed his pit lane entry completely, and now he has to go around and do another lap. So maybe we can get a replay of that and see exactly what happened.
Well, missing your pit road entry is nothing new for sim racing. We see that a lot. You figured though you practice this much for the race, you kind of know where your pit. You kind of know, that what you'd have to do to warm the brakes up to make sure you stop in your pit box.
No, he actually missed the pit lane entry completely, unless he was having a half-hearted decision. I'm not sure, but he was definitely inside the white line that separates the pit lane entry to the pit road, but then he went straight on over the red and white rumble strips and went straight back on across the start-finish line.
Oh, well then, my mistake.
And here he is now. Nicol, he's actually made it into the pits this time, so he's obviously found his way in properly this time.
That's going to open the door for Bowyer. And oh my gosh, one turn of event, Michael, with Marcel Offermans and the Sim Racing for Holland crew, with them gone, with them out of the race with their disco, the whole thing just breaks wide open. We just saw the thing with Nicol. Now we have to wonder if Vertigal will start to apply pressure, because you have to wonder. Sim Racing for Holland came in here with 3 guys who at one time, were in like 1st, 3rd, and 4th, and then we've had 2 discos from the Sim Racing for Holland boys. And if you're Wilfred Vandenbrink, you almost want to just jump in that 53 car right now and chase down that Go Speed entry.
Well, if I was Vandenbrink, then I'd be feeling the same too. As in, the passion is clearly in for it.
It's been about 15 or so. It's been about 15, around 15 plus laps since Vertical made his pit stop. So we're still looking at a good half a stint left for Vertical. Start looking at the lap times, I guess, now between Vertical and Helston.
Still a lap between those two, though, I believe. So it'll be a while yet to see what happens with the gaps. As that Go Speed car will be pitching this lap, I'm being informed. So Rickard Helston will be in this lap. It'll be interesting to see who takes over.
Rickard's lap times have been in the... Rickard's average lap times have been in the high 134s to really low.
Whoa, don't do that. We've got a drive-through penalty for Daniel Spectator. Wow, I have to turn up.
And Keith Davis has also been retired from the event. That was from 18th, though, so he's actually not going to lose a single position. He will finish right where he retired from in 18th. And I guess if you're sim racing for Holland, you're still going to get points for finishing in front of Orion, but I guess you need anyone from 9th to 17th to DNF right now. You'll get even more points. It's almost like you need more people to crash all at once.
Wow,
it's a little cynical in thinking. It's a little cynical in thinking, but it's very much true. Because the more cars that you put in between yourself and Orion, the bigger gap you're going to have going into Le Mans, where anything will happen.
Oh yeah, 24-hour race there, where I'm sure Paul will be there.
Said I'd be there for all 23 hours, and then I'll sleep for an hour.
As I was in the pits, Spectator is serving his drive-through. Why he's been given that drive-through, I do not know.
We'll see if we can figure that out from race control. Spectator is serving it right now. This opens the door for Tristan, though. This is really going to open the door for Tristan. Stefan Rualt back in the car. And we were watching Rualt's lap times as compared to Vertigal's. Vertigal has been gaining, and he's been gaining a lot, about a second a lap faster on average. So this race not over by a long shot in the GT1 lead. Again, folks, we talk about how late it is in the race, and we talk about, how close we are to the finish. We still have 2 hours worth of racing still to do, and as just proven, as just shown to us by Marcel Offerman's disconnect, anything can still happen. I mean, at this point, I'm not counting Sean Cole out of winning the whole thing.
Well, who knows? As Raymond has put a lap back down on Sean Cole as I speak to that.
We may very well see a GT win the whole thing.
Well, who knows, Paul? I mean, we only got 5 of these LMP1 cars running at the moment.
The 10 hours of Fuji, the caption under that, who can DNF last?
Well, if this can happen in 10 hours of Fuji, then what will happen at the full 24 hours of the Mans race?
Ooh, the intrigue grows. Be sure to join us second week of November. We get ready to kick off the 24 hours of Le Mans, presented by a full number of sponsors and a lot of people. Hopefully I won't have a cold.
No doubt we'll be having a whole host of commentators for that race as well, giving you the full coverage, and cameramen.
If not, we're gonna get to 14 hours in, and I might fall asleep on the keyboard. And so, you know, kind of thing. And of course, Ian will have to scream in my ear, and you know, then we'll get the broadcast back up and going. But aside from all that, it should be a very exciting event.
Oh yeah.
So getting the call from race control here, little birdie in our ear, screaming at us that it was aggressive driving that was warned many times. So that's the call. And Michael, what's your you gotta get your response to that. This opens up the door for Tristan Bayless.
Well, we haven't seen much of Daniel Spectator when he's going through lap traffic, so I can't give a fully unbiased view. Now he's trying to lap Warmington there around the outside. Daniel better be careful.
That was a little bit aggressive.
Well, as you say, it's a tough call. I mean, obviously the LMP1 cars are a lot faster than the GT1 cars. But at the end of the day, the driver
it's got to be an issue of safety.
Yeah, and the issue of safety. And any driver cannot just jump literally right out of the way for you. I mean, you've got to jump out like here. He's coming up behind Bailey now, as Bailey can't just like suddenly swerve off the track. I mean, that would be dangerous for him and potentially for Daniel Spectator as well.
So you've got to outside, and it's really iffy. I mean, Spectator really putting the power down, and it looks like he wants to, you know, have that never give up kind of attitude, which is awesome, and it's great to watch.
Oh, definitely, but it looks like he's landed himself in some trouble with them so far, the race directors.
so, with less than a little over about maybe a minute or two left in the 2-hour marker. Sorry about that. With a little over 2 hours left in this race, you're watching live coverage of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Paul Messer, Michael Lamb bringing you all the action here. This event being brought to you by Butt Kicker and Sim Gear, among others. And again, you're watching live coverage. Right now, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break, give you a rundown of the standings, and we'll be right back with more action live from Fuji. Welcome back to the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV, presented by Butt Kicker and Sim Gear. Paul Messer, Michael Lamb in the booth, ready to bring you the final 2 hours of this amazing event. Michael's burning the midnight oil, I'm burning the Advil. We are sticking in here for these final 2 hours. Got Ilka Hapla on cameras right now. Want to thank Simon Maluish for all of his camera work. And now we got a true jack of all trades, Ilka Finn in. Everybody wave hi to Ilka. Ilka's going to wave back. And as we enter into this 2 hour to go marker, Michael, we got some interesting stuff to talk about here, and I guess the most interesting thing we got to talk about, and the thing that's going to be the most the thing we're going to have to follow the most is this battle for the GT1 lead, because after Wilfred Vandenbrink and Marcel Offerman's Sim Racing for Holland C6R kind of crapped out on him, now you've got the Ghost Speed Racing DBR9 and the Sim Racing for Holland, the other C6R from Sim Racing for Holland. They're going to be battling it out for the win here, and Vertigal for Sim Racing for Holland has been gaining on the Ghost Speedage.
Certainly has. The gap is 1 minute and 14 seconds at the moment. And he's been slowly chipping away that gap. And as you mentioned earlier, you know, we might expect some team orders, and Vandenbrink might end up in that car, as Vandenbrink's car is actually out of this race.
And the lap times for Vertigal are indicating that he's getting close to a pit stop of his own. He has not pit in quite a long time. Vertigal and Helston are on opposite strategy. One thing we haven't really covered throughout the whole race is who is the fast guy at Ghost Speed. We got Rualt in the car right now. You had Helston in the car earlier. You also had another driver in there in the middle of the stint. Sorry, name escapes me at the exact moment, but you've got guys that are, you got three really consistent guys at Ghost Speed who they've just kind of been there, and now they've the lead's kind of fallen into their laps, and they're really taking advantage of it now. But if you see Wilfred Vandenbrink get in the car, you know, what can we expect as we enter these closing stages? Because Vandenbrink just took the car and just started dominating it. Real quick, though, we want to say welcome back to the booth to Courtney Smith. Courtney's situation hadn't really changed. The RC Motorsports team, their situation hadn't really changed since the last time we talked to Courtney. Both RC Motorsports, we had two RC Motorsports cars, the E-Dimensional RC Motorsports Courage and the Aston Martin from RC Motorsports. Sorry, my mind's drawing a blank here at the moment. Those guys are having trouble, and they did not finish the race. I think they didn't get past the 2 hour mark, but now we've got, I'm sorry, that's Natural Point as the sponsor on the Aston Martin. The other RC Motorsports car, the Auto Sim Sport Magazine RC Motorsports Courage, currently runs second. The number 7 C60 Courage currently running second, and those guys are having a stronger run than they were the last time we talked to Courtney. And Courtney, we talked to Klaus Kag earlier, and he said that the two stints he had were the two best stints he's had at SSCA, and that really speaks to how well they reach into the latter stages of this run.
Yes, Paul, you're right. I just finished talking to Klaus, and he told me he drove two very, very good, consistent stints, and supposedly those two stints moved us up from third to second, passing the DH car. So yes, very, very good. So I think, is there room for two captains on this ship of the number 7, James and Klaus?
I don't know if there was ever a Captain Cog on Star Trek, but I guess we can always make room, I suppose, on this the USS RC Motorsports Courage. And now the puns are going to stop, because I'm going to keep asking questions as we continue to work our way around the circuit here. Ms. McTalla currently runs in second overall, and in the LMP1 class. Let me ask you, Courtney, the same question that I asked. Klaus. Sorry, ask you the same question I asked Klaus a little bit earlier. Is that do you think that the RC Motorsports entry, that Courage, could catch the Torrent Motorsports Courage by the end of the race? We're down to 2 hours. Time's ticking away, but it's definitely within the reach of the RC Motorsports car.
Well, honestly, Paul, with us only being a lap behind, and we had those, let's see, I think 2 or 3 extra pit stops, you know, because of our problems earlier. I know for sure, well, I think for sure without those 2 pit stops in the beginning, we would definitely be right there with them. But because of that and being 1 lap back, we have the pace as them as far as outright speed. Our lap times are very, very similar. I just don't know if they're going to make a mistake and we'll be able to catch. If they do, I think we will be right with them. But unless something happens, I don't really think we can catch them. But I really don't know how fast their second driver is. I haven't really been paying attention to him, Peter Kassa.
Well, and overall, although you guys had the other RC Motorsports troubles that you guys had, the other 2 cars, the Natural Point car and the E-Dimensional car, your Auto Sim Sport entry in the number 7 car, those guys are going to come out of this in beautiful point shape.
Oh yes, I was hoping you were going to mention that, because if you didn't, I was going to. But, yes, very good with, I mean, very unfortunate for Ghost Speed, obviously, and Swedish American. But, yes, considering we came into this race 3rd in points, 30 back of Ghost Speed, and for them to have early troubles and then Swedish American, and for us to be on the podium, hopefully 2nd, maybe a 1st, it's going to be huge points today, so it's going to be amazing going into Le Mans. I can't wait, because there'll be Ghost Speed, Swedish American, and us top 3 going for 1 race and the championship. So that's going to be incredible. I can't wait.
Well, we still got Klaus Kag who's going to get back into the car, and you know, if he puts together any sort of run that's similar to the run he put together earlier, Torrent Motorsports cannot just sit back and watch the victory fall into their hands. Courtney, I want to thank you for joining us back in the booth, and go ahead and send our best wishes to RC as the race starts to wind down.
No, thank you so much, Paul, for having me again, and to anyone that did miss it in my first interview, just if I could do the real quick shout out for E-Dimensional.
Go ahead. I love them too.
Alright, well, just because eDimensional.com, they are our sponsor in the number 8 car, and they have a special promotion for this race that I want to pass on to all you guys. It is a 10% discount on any purchase, and all you have to do is enter the discount code, which is RCM Racing, and you'll receive a 10% discount on any purchase. So log on to eDimensional.com, pick something you like, and just type in RCM Racing to get your 10% discount. So thank you so much to those guys, and they have some great products, I know. So definitely go out and take advantage of that coupon. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Courtney, and now let's move back towards the racing action here. Real quickly, do want to give a quick shout out on a personal note to E-Dimensional. They make some amazing headsets. Still got mine. I got it about 1.5 years ago, and it still works like a charm. And it's only my fault that the vibration on it doesn't work anymore. It's my fault because I fell over because I was screaming because Theo Gort tried to pass David Fisher down the Hanger Straight, and I got excited, and I fell over. And that's why the vibration doesn't work on mine. E-Dimensional has no part in that. They built it sturdy. I just fell over.
It's called a
user
error.
Welcome Michael Lamb back into the booth. Yeah. I want to welcome Michael Lamb back into the booth. He left us for a quick moment. Luckily, I was interviewing Courtney at the time. So, Michael, welcome back. Don't scare me again.
Well, thanks so much, Paul. And just had a few technical problems up on my end here. But I'm back here and ready to rock and roll.
That's always good to Well, here's something else that's good to know, Michael. The chug is all but gone. The chug effect is all but gone. The effect you get from racing at dusk with the headlights coming on, well, now dusk is really starting to become night here at Fuji, and the chug effect really starting to dissipate. My FPSs are going back up, which is always good to see, and it's good. And now these drivers, they've kind of really gone over the hump now. Now it's all downhill from here. It's just now how do you drive in the nighttime? How do you drive with more grip? How do you drive with a tighter car? And now the race really starts to break open.
So it will be interesting to see indeed. As McTarlo's in the pits. And away he goes. Oh, expecting a driver change here, I believe.
Should see Klaus get back in. He's back in. Tries to warm the tires a little bit, and he is gone. Klaus Kag back in the car.
Yep.
Got about 1 point, see, let's make my math right. Got about 1.8 hours still left in this race. And it has been a long one. One hour, 48 minutes left in this race is the exact marker.
Well, Paul, after the pit stop of Klaus Kag, albeit pit stop's pending, he's only 41 seconds behind Klaus Kag now, and I'm being told that Darin Ganji has made heavy contact with the wall somewhere on the old instance log. No obvious damage to his car though. Obviously, Darin Ganji taking over from Sean Cole.
And that's a battle we want to see play out as the race starts to finish. I'm rewinding through the replay, through my personal replay here. It doesn't look like he made contact with anything actually. Maybe a really hard jut against the curbing.
Who knows, eh? But that car is still running strong. And you've got Darin behind the wheel now.
And Darin and Vix are right around the same lap time, so that'll be interesting to see how those two play it out. See if we might have a battle for fourth here in LMP1 as the laps start to wind down. The real battle we want to watch is between Robin Vertigal, which may very well become Wilfred Vandenbrink at the end of this race, and Stefan Ruwalt. That's Ghost Speed versus Sim Racing for Holland. I'm looking through the TeamSpeak server here. For Ghost Speed, Ricard Helston is still in the same channel as Stefan Ruwalt. So, and Robin Vertigal down pit road. This could be it right here. We could see a driver change.
Yeah, but he made a late change to the pit lane, though. I don't know how strict the race directors are at SSCA, but he was on the actual racing line. Then he swung right into the pits quite late. and he went right over the line separating the pits and the track. I'm just wondering if he might just get a penalty for that.
Oh, that'll be something interesting to think about. Here's one more thing just to make you think. Both Andres Corrali and Wilfred van der Brink are in the Sim Racing for Holland channel. Both of those guys are in that channel, so either of them could end up being in the car to finish out this race. Waiting for this pit stop to end. Vertigal trying to get out of the pit lane. Getting ready. We'll see if there is a driver change, it'll come after the pit stop. Here comes the pull away. Here we go. Waiting for a switch. Wilfred van der Brink in the car. Let the battle begin. Start watching the lap time. Start getting excited, folks. It's time to start paying attention to this GT1 battle as we enter the closing stage of this race. We're down to roughly 1.7 hours left in the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, and the battle's just starting to heat up. This is going to be a battle for the GT1 victory. Stefan Rualt and whoever might finish the race for him, it could be Rualt or it could be Helston, and Wilfred van der Brink will be going at it.
Oh, sure. I mean, van der Brink's got everything to gain now, as Raymond puts a lap on that Corvette.
And you got to think now, van der Brink, he doesn't have a slick track to deal with. He's got huge grip levels. He's got a car that hasn't been in a lot of. He's got a car that is driven through the field in so many ways today, and in so many instances, it's just come through the field. It's been driven by Andres Corrali at one time. And now you've got a feel-good story for Sim Racing for Holland that's beginning to develop. And it's also a feel-good story at the same point for Ghost Speed, because out of the fact that, you know, they had their disco so early in the race, here comes the GT class who might still pick up a win for Ghost Speed. So it's almost like, you know, watch the story play out and which fairy tale is going to come true here.
Definitely so, as you can see Raymond into the pits now, changing all four wheels and tyres, and we are expecting Andreas Spengler to be pitting in the next couple of laps, where we expect Petter Kassa to be taking over from Andreas, and Petter will be driving the car to the end.
Where Petter will be driving the pesky red Pez Carollo, and he's going to drive it like Massa does. Kassa will. Point in case the puns are going to start again.
And the field is actually quite spread out at the moment. No close battles. So I correct myself. Larson and Allen are. Well, okay, it looks like there was a recent change of position, as Allen is pulling away now from Larson for 14th and 15th.
Yeah, but just to think, any change of position, you know, on track, this late in the race is just something amazing to really think of.
Oh yeah, definitely so. As Ganji is just blasted past van der Brink down the pit straight. And our race leader is in the pits. Andreas Spengler pulls into the pits now.
Got a 2-lap lead on Klaus Kag in front of him, or behind him.
No cheer for the Tara Motorsports guys. He stops on his mark.
Let the invisible pit crew do their job.
Yeah, let's just admire this lovely red paint job by Tara Motorsports on this car, which is sponsored by RedShiftNews.com.
Don't just enjoy the paint job either. Enjoy the elegance that the invisible pit crew is putting forth. They're just a beautiful job. You can see they're working on the car so well. And I really got to give a shout out to all the invisible pit crews that have done such an amazing job throughout the race today. We haven't had one real extended stop because somebody dropped a lug nut or someone dropped a tire or let it fall over or something like that. It's been a good day for the pit crew.
And as we expected, Kassa takes over.
So the battle will end as follows. It'll be Kassa versus Cog.
Certainly will be.
Let's ride along with Wilfred Vandenbrink in the 7th position overall. In that number 53 Sim Racing for Holland Corvette. And let's take a look at some of his lap time. Since he's gotten into the car, they have been just amazing. First lap out. His outlap was amazing. A 1:33.465 was his first lap on track, and then right after that was a 1:33.3. He's only picking up speed. He just ticked a 1:32.975. That is the fastest lap that this Sim Racing for Holland Car 53 has run all race long. Wow! Fastest lap of the race. 8.5 hours in for that Corvette. So within the car, there's obviously nothing wrong with it. And Vandenbrink will begin his charge. Again, last lap was a 1. Now you start getting really itchy if you're ghost speed. Last lap for Stefan Rualt was a 1:35.714. He's coming down the home straightaway right now. So we're going to get his newest lap time right now. See if he picks up the pace and responds. Rualt's lap time is a 1:34.804, a 2-second deficit. Rualt to Vandenbrink. And if Vandenbrink is gaining 2 seconds a lap, it will not be that long. It will not be long at all before we really start to see something break out here. Another battle we'll keep watching is the battle for the final spot on the podium between Timon Bollier and Dave Nicole. Another Dave. We had Dave Greco, we had Dave Garcia, now we have Dave Nicole for the Black Rebels DBR9. One of many cars that has opted to have one of many cars that has opted to have 4 drivers in today's field. If you look at the Sim Racing for Holland C6Rs actually had 5 drivers in that car 53.
Okay, so okay, well, things are pretty static at the moment. I'd like to welcome Michael Tice into the booth. Team Principal of Torrent Motorsports. Michael, welcome.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Great to be here. Good, nice little race going on here. You guys are doing a great job up here. Really keeping it lively.
Thank you, thank you. Let's talk real quick about Torrent Motorsports and the effort you guys have really put through. We kind of noted it earlier in the race that we really see Torrent as, or at least in my personal opinion, really see Torrent as trying to become the next red line, and you guys are doing a darn good job at it, especially with today's performance that Peter Kassa, who likes to drive like Massa, is really having. Yes, I have to throw the pun in there. I'm sorry, but just talk about the performance of that number 77 today.
Well, actually, I mean, it all starts off with, you know, where we were about a year and a half ago. I mean, I don't know if you were around or know the history, but, you know, we came in one race and took Daytona after being basically double discoed out of the Watkins Glen race before it. We took a 1-4 victory in Daytona and then came back with a 3-car effort for Germany, but because of server problems, we only could add one car in there, which Petter actually drove to a strong second place after an early incident. So not exactly we haven't been here. It's just we stepped away for a while. As you know, we're pretty well focused in the FSR, one of the only teams to have 2 of the World Championship licenses right now. So we put a lot of dedication, a lot of focus into that. We made a lot of team changes. So we felt that, you know, after I talked to Darren and a couple other people in the SSCA, I said, you know, I think it's time we get back into our roots. Because as a race team, we're a simulation race team, but we were actually based off of a real race team for a while there, which was not, you know, a serious effort, but definitely a group of guys that was looking to do a lot of serious sports racing, and we did some. So it was, you know, getting back into sports cars was definitely the goal of the of our race team. So this was the next logical step back into it.
I remember being a very, very young, very, very naive and not very good World Series Pro driver back in FSR in late 2006 when I first heard of Torrent Motorsports, and the name's only grown since then. And I knew you guys were based off of a real race team. I just didn't know what division you guys were racing in. But it's good to see consistency in the race teams in this sim racing community, especially, you know, when you have a team that is a foundation that eventually everybody knows the name. You know, that's always good to have.
Well, and that's one thing we're actually trying to do, and it actually links in directly with our sponsors, is, you know, everyone knows that sim racing, at least the guys that do it, know that sim racing, I mean, it's really close to real racing. And, you know, you get the same feelings, you get the same, you know, it gets you going just like it does in real racing. And there's no reason why sim racing and real racing should not be held on the same level. So, you know, as a transition team or a hybrid team, as some people have called us, being both simulation and real racing, you know, this is exactly where we want to be. We want to be, you know, in the forefront, and that way when we make the transition back to the real world, people are going to know us in the sim community and be like, hey, you know, I know those guys from the sim racing community. Look at that, they're actually out racing for real. So it can happen. And it actually leverages in directly with our new sponsor, Redshift News. Their whole goal is to take the news from the real world and the news from the simulation world, such as this race, and actually bring this into, you know, right into the same format on a web page to be able to read all that news together. So, you know, you could read about the SSCA race today, you read about the ALMS race tomorrow, you know, all in the same you know, page, the same format. So it'll bring those two together, and we're really hoping with that partnership that it's really going to bring sim racing right next to real racing.
And of course, you know, you talk, I mean, you of course are a pioneer in that aspect, you know, having this, the quote-unquote hybrid team, and then of course you have, of course you can't talk about the convergence of real and sim without mentioning, of course, our own Ian Fishing, you know, bringing broadcasting to the sim world, and while that's been done before, Ian, you know, doing it on a more broad and public basis. But getting back to Torrent, because you guys are the focus of this interview here, let's talk, excuse me, sorry, I swear it's the cold. let's talk about the race today for Torrent. You guys had trouble in the start. The 78 car didn't even get started. We've actually had Ryan Gilmore in the booth the whole race. We're sorry to Ryan that we haven't mentioned him, but he's actually been in the booth listening to myself and Michael for quite some time now. What happened to the 78 car at the start, and how has the 77 car just been so good over the course of the race?
Well, everybody knows that, endurance racing will definitely, if the drones are going to come out, they're going to come out during endurance racing. So it's actually funny, before that even happened, Petter, right before his qualifying, about 2 minutes before he got on the track, his hardware actually crashed. So he was just able to make it in literally right when they were rolling out, and managed to, cut off a really good qualifying time. And Ryan actually had a few incidents on his qualifying as well. Finally got a good lap in. So that was, it hasn't been without the hair-raising moments. But as for the start, yeah, it seems like it was an internet fault somewhere. He basically just dropped from the game, and that was extremely unfortunate because, as you know and have mentioned, both teams were right on the same pace. I mean, we were neck and neck in practice, and it's really unfortunate for the team because I had, David Carr-Smith and Sean Stroud and Ryan Gilmore, all endurance rookies basically, who were absolutely looking forward to this race. And I feel terrible that they won't be able to get in here, but we're looking forward to Le Mans already. We're going to get those guys in there, and we're obviously going to need a large team, to be able to cycle out drivers for 24 hours. I unfortunately couldn't race the car, which was pretty heart-wrenching for me. I mean, not only did my machine take a pretty nasty hit from lightning, but I managed to find my way down the stairs the fast way, so it didn't exactly work out too well, and I messed up my foot. So, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, having guys like Petter and Andy in there just crushing laps, it's the reason why they're there. We try and focus on the important parts of racing: consistency, teamwork, keeping the team together.
Michael, if I cut in just real quick, I apologize. Who got it mentioned? 4th place in LMP1 is gone. Bix Ramon in the Sim HQ blue Digicamu car is gone. He's out of the race. Disco on lap 342. And that opens the door for the Sim Racing Tonight boys to take 4th place. And if all this should cycle through before the end of the race, we could see the GT1 guys finishing as high up as 5th. And wow, Michael, what an amazing turn of events here. Thice or Lamb, for that matter, sorry. What an amazing turn of events for the Sim HQ boys. They had such a strong and consistent run. And again, we're 8.5 hours into the race, and no driver is safe. It still appears, and it looks like to be an internet crash from Bix because he is already discoed from the TeamSpeak server as well. So, stuff's still happening all over the place.
Yeah, it's pretty rough out there.
It's the end over until that checkered flag falls for you, that is for sure. And
something about the fat lady, right?
Yeah. And no doubt you're delighted with the performance from Petter and Andres tonight in the 77 car.
Well, after Daytona, we nicknamed Petter the Iron Man for obvious reasons. He pulled triple and quadruple stints with no problem at all. And for him, he's over in Norway, so it's getting around 4 o'clock in the morning for him. So yeah, he's definitely the Iron Man. And Andy jumped right in the car, did an awesome job. Basically kept right with Petter and hit his marks on every time. And we're pulling 42 lap stints as opposed to what most of the people are pulling 39s and 40s. So yeah, very pleased with the team tonight. They're right where we wanted to be. Keep our nose clean and just run the laps the way we want to.
That's great to hear. Obviously, just swinging the attention away from this race a bit. Obviously, another part of your team will be preparing for the Belgian Grand Prix next weekend for FSR.
Absolutely. Yeah, our season's going to only get warmer over there. FSR, we've been making strides and gains. As you know, we pretty much refused to buy a driver. We we wanted to breed our own and bring our guys to the top. We grabbed our first podium this year, which was big in WC. We've grabbed multiple points in WC this year, which we're way ahead of last year. So it's a tough league, and it's a great place to race. Next year, I think it's going to be even better. So yeah, we're loving FSR, and we're just trying to continue to work our way up in Belgium. I'm expecting maybe a WC podium. I think we could do it.
JJ, also it's worth mentioning, obviously mentioned it on the earlier in the broadcast, obviously Charter Motorsports will be coming into the GRC Gentleman Racing Club Championship as well for this season, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. We're actually, there is I don't know if I can say this officially or not, but there are rumors that Redshift News may be sponsoring the D2 division. So we're not sure yet, but I think that might happen. I know I've certainly been pushing for it. GRC looks like a fantastic league. I know there's a lot of really good door-to-door racing there and some good finishes. So it'd be a good place for us. Another good continuance in the sports cars.
Call me crazy, and if you can't, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. But to my recollection, the league that I normally race with, SimCar racing, really one of the foundation leagues, and used to be partnered with the old school Racer League. I've actually seen a Torrent or 2 driver at SimCar, and it's if I haven't, then I've seen something very reminiscent of one. But it's always good to see a big team reaching out to the smaller or the not so populous leagues, so to speak. And the more those guys get out there, the more respectable and the more popular and the more well known the team become.
Absolutely, you weren't seeing things, I can tell you that. A policy we have at TMO is we like to have our drivers focus on one league that they can, run and focus on. However, some drivers are good enough, your Kassas and Spenglers and Saxons, and, guys like this, they can handle focusing on more than one league. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't mind stretching our legs, and we don't want to overextend ourselves. That's why we've been kind of pulled back from the SSCA for a while, and we focused on FSR. As a team decision, we decided this is what we should do. This was the next logical step. So, yeah, don't be surprised to see us all over the place. I mean, we love racing, and we're always going to be here.
And that's always good to hear. Like I said, I race at SimCar, every other Thursday night, and all of a sudden, randomly, I think it was either a NORAM or a Champ 1 event that I randomly see, people from Torrent, and I go, wait, Torrent, what? That doesn't make any sense. And I think I also might have before Racer went on hiatus, I might have seen one or 2 Torrent guys there too. But point in case, Torrent's name is out there, and that's why I keep bringing up the analogy that they're the next Redline, is because everybody seems to know Torrent. Like them or not, everybody seems to know that Torrent is out there, kind of like the way Redline was. Whether or not you liked Redline, you know what Redline was back in our 2K3. And it really seems like Torrent is trying to strive to be, that kind of team, and that's something sim racing needs.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head by saying, you don't have to like them. Every big team will always get a smear here and there, and I know there's certainly, I try and stay on top of every incident, and not so much clean it up, but obviously just try and keep the team image good and keep the focus of the team to be, we are to be focused on teamwork. And, we're here having fun, we're here learning, we're here getting further, doing what we love doing and getting better at it. So, it's just one of those things where, we're going to get big, and if we're not already big enough, we're going to have a few smears, but, I'll be darned if I let anyone say anything super bad and let it stick. So, yeah, we're here to stay. We're not going anywhere, and, as I always say in the team mantra, is onwards and upwards. So.
Well, Michael, we want to thank you for joining us in the booth, taking your time out, and obviously Torrent. It looks like they're gonna looks like if things stay the way they are, which is something we really have to kind of keep in check considering what happened to Marcel and Wilfred earlier. But it looks like if things stay the way they are, you guys are going to get a first and shotgun award tonight. So I want to say overall, even up to this point, congratulations on such a strong run for your team, both here in this race and in the overall sim racing community. Good talking to you, and we hope to see you soon, and we'll hope to see you at Le Mans as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, the champagne is chilling. We have a tradition that we do pop champagne after every race, just like, you know, the real guys do. It's just something we do. But yeah, it's in the chiller, and it'll remain there at flagpoles, that's for sure. But thanks so much for having us up here. Again, I just want to plug Redshift News. They're moving to new hosting. Their site should be up in another week. Definitely go check it out. It should be exciting. If you have a race team that has a news feed, please, by all means, you can let me know for now, or there's an email on the site. Email them, let them know about it. They'll put it up there for free and get your news on that site. So, by all means, spread it around. Check it out in another week. And thanks for having us. We're looking forward to Le Mans.
Michael Dees of Torrent Motorsports, thank you for joining us. So Michael, now we're watching this battle. Michael Lamb, now we're watching this battle. Now we're watching, and of course the battle I'm talking about is Stefan Ruwalt and Wilfred Vandenbrink. It's a deficit of 47.386 seconds, regardless of whether or not the pit stops are aligned or not at this point. After almost 9 hours, this is a battle that you are highly interested in.
Yep, it certainly will be. And obviously, while we were talking to Michael there, Bayliss had come into the pits.
So Tristan in and out. Whoa, 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 later spun. Later is round, in the sweep. Oh boy. Easy does it. They got a huge lead. It's over a lap. They have an over the lap lead there. There's no need to try to work it here.
Definitely not. And he's away again. No problem there. You got David Greco on the track now in the Black Rebels number 21 Aston Martin now, running in 8th position overall.
And what a star-studded podium we could possibly be looking at here. Wilfred Vandenbrink, Stefan Ruwalt, and David Greco. Wow, that's a podium. That's almost like watching an FSR race, only these cars have bumpers.
And less aerodynamic reliant parts.
Well, there's that too. And speaking of FSR, be sure to check out Michael next week, where he'll be fully awake as PSR TV brings you live coverage of Formula Sim Racing, Belgian Grand Prix for the World Championship Series. They're going to be kicking it off next weekend. They'll be doing all sorts of fun stuff. And be sure to also tune in 9 o'clock Friday night for the Infinite Cabinets Unlimited 200 live from Daytona International Speedway. The TSW Pro Cup Series is back in action. Bridge City Racing took a week off for Labor Day, and, well, they're not taking a day off anymore. And they're going to be getting back to racing. Again, Daytona International Speedway track opened this evening. In fact, about 5 minutes ago is when they started their first race. And those guys will be getting ready for the race in the TSW Pro Cup Chase, which will be taking place in about 3 more rounds. But be sure to check out all of your stock car racing, ARCA sim racing action live on Pro Sim Racing TV, Friday night at 9 from Daytona.
Oh yeah, so check that out. And the gap between Van der Brink and Ruel is been steadily shrinking and shrinking. It's now only 45.6 seconds. Looks like we might well see a battle at the end of this race here, Paul. With
I'm almost afraid to call it the closest battle on track. About an hour and 30 minutes still left to go. And this race is still pretty much wide open. Hour 15 still to go. And you can tell it's getting dark out. You can really tell it's getting dark out. The cars are now full on headlights. All of them are on. And if they're not, they should be. And I honestly, we're starting to see that deficit between Ruwalt and Van der Brink. It's getting smaller, yes, but is it that the closing gap enough? It might not be. Basically, what's going to have to happen is with a minute 15 to go, with an hour 15 to go. Sorry, I'm trying to get it in as quickly as possible. No, with an hour 15 still to go in the race. You're looking at Van der Brink having to gain a little over half a second lap in order to catch Ruwalt by the finish. But in the same respect, we haven't factored in pit stops as well. We do not know the actual deficit between these two. Gap 44.914 seconds the deficit. And this is the battle we are going to start watching. It's going to get closer as the race goes on. Last lap was a 1:33.472 for Wilfred Van der Brink.
Yeah, should that Corvette get up behind that Aston Martin, then he will be passed in a sniff, as that Corvette is mighty fast down the straights.
And you have to wonder, is that reflective of the new mod changes which came with the new GT physics, which were released this event? Actually, it's the first time they're using the new GT physics. Could they maybe overpowered the Corvette a little bit, or in quite possibly the more logical definition, or the more logical thought pattern is maybe the Corvette, it's naturally got a lot more power, and that straightaway at Fuji is just it's so aero dependent and it's so long that the Corvette can probably drive by, an Aston Martin in real life. Regardless of who's better in the corners, the Corvette will just drive away from the Aston Martin down the straightaway.
So it will be as Van der Brink is on the home pit straight now. Let's see what lap time he does. 1 minute 33.4. That is quite a quick time, isn't it? Considering it's this late in this race, and probably even
not this late in the race, but he's also pretty deep into his fuel run, or into his first run, and how he takes care of his tires and how that's reflected in his lap time is going to be huge. The gap, 43.732 seconds. He's gaining 0.3 in that first sector alone. He's down to gaining about a second a lap once again. And this will be really interesting to watch.
Will be indeed.
I'll tell you one thing, he knows
55.
He knows how to drive his Corvette. No problem. Yeah, I was just going to say, Michael knows how to drive his Corvette. That goes without saying.
Oh yeah. One thing I have to say, the engine note from that car is absolutely fantastic for this.
And I think that's a beautiful segue. Let's go ahead and ride along, give you a nice little roof cam of Wilfred Van der Brink, and take our final little quote-unquote break of the evening here. Myself and Michael are going to rest our voices. Michael's going to try to wake up. I'm going to try to not get any worse with this cold. And we'll be right back with the final stages of the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on ProSim Racing TV. For now, enjoy the sounds of speed with Wilfred Vanderbrink. Welcome back to the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji live on Pro Sim Racing TV. Paul Messer, Michael Lamb, going to bring you to the finish. We have Simon Maluish and Ian Bushing as the birdies in our ear, and Ilka Hapla as the cameraman. Ready to bring you to the checkered flag and a couple of post-race interviews here at the 10 Hours of Fuji. And Michael, the track is looking pretty dark right now, and the only thing that's really lighting it up is the occasional light here and there in every other corner, and then you also have the headlights of the cars. And now you got a really interesting race starting to develop between Wilfred Vandenbrink and Stefan Rualt.
Certainly have indeed. And the gap is now only just over 37 seconds. Obviously, I believe both of them have one more stop to make. But that would mean they're on a level playing field. And the track temperature has gone down a lot now. It's only 30 degrees. So the air temperature has gone down. So the cars will be loving it out there right now. Nice sticky track. Cool track. Warm tyres and the cool air. The engine will be liking a lot.
Last lap for Wilfred Vandenbrink was a 1:33.933, and just an amazing pace being set forth by Wilfred. And we saw him. It's not like this was unexpected from him. He really just pulled out. It was him that got an entire lap on the GT field at the start of the race. And with the help of himself and Marcel Offermans, they got another lap on the GT field. So I mean, this is not like it's unexpected from Wilfred. Even though he's in a different car, he's still in a Corvette, and he's still Wilfred Vandenbrink. He's going to be fast, and the gap now 36.9 seconds. But I have to wonder, if you're Stefan Rualt, what do you have to do? Because you know that you're basically being hunted.
So it will be indeed, as Vandenbrink is approaching the final few corners of the lap now. The gap is now officially under 37 seconds.
We'll check the split at the line. Also check the lap times. This looks like it's going to be a fast one from Wilfred Vandenbrink. 1:33.834 is the lap time. 36.607 is the deficit.
Slowly, the gap has been stabilized a little bit now. It's only been catching by like 2 or 3 tenths per lap, where it seemed to be a lot larger now a few moments ago. It looks like Rual has put the hammer down now in the Aston Martin.
And I think that's got to be expected. Now we start to see everybody's true hand as we get towards the end of the race here. And now but I think that Vandenbrink is just still a lot faster in some areas of the course than Rualt. Like that first sector, he's still gaining about 0.3 in that first sector alone. So we just checked the split of the second sector. He only gained 0.4 of a second. So that's where he starts to slow down a little bit, but he's got some sheer speed in places that Stefan does not.
Yep, and while we're talking about that David Gatti is in the pits now, and I wonder if we'll be seeing this last stint now, or will Sean Cole take over in the Sim Racing Tonight sponsored Pescarolo.
Invisible pit crew getting to work here. Darren's really he's in a zip code of his own. He's got 5 laps between himself and Tristan Bayless, who runs third, and then he's got Vic Ramon, who is still out of the race, and he's been out of the race for about 17 laps. He's got about 17 laps separating between himself and Darren, and Stefan Rualt, who leads in GT1. As we just got the call, 1 hour left in the 10 Hours of Fuji. Stefan Rualt's not going to pass Vic Ramon for another 6 laps. So that's about 10 minutes that Vic Ramon is still going to be in 5th place. And so as Darren pulls away here, it's really interesting that Darren's just kind of chilling. Oh,
Then O'Cool's gone into the car now. Don't cut the pit exit line. Don't cut it. Don't. Ooh.
Close, very close, very close. Didn't have any cars coming though, so I don't think it would have been any harm, any foul there. Should be noted though that this is the third car that Lynn O'Kell is going to be in today. It's the first time he's going to be in an LMP. And we know he is fast in a car that he doesn't start the race in. We know he's extremely fast in that. And we should also note that, we talked about the Vix Ramon situation where he's been out for 17 laps, and he's still in fifth. Peter Kassa and Klaus Kag and Tristan Bayless are literally one lap, and then one lap, and then one lap. Each driver is on a lap of their own. Kassa, of course, leads, and then a lap back is Cog, and then a lap back is Tristan. But should anything happen to any of these top three drivers, the effect will be almost immediate. It's not going to be a situation where we're going to have a guy who's sitting in the garage, for a long time, before he gets passed. It'll be a pretty much immediate effect. So let's just say that the battle up front for the win is nowhere near over as well.
Oh, it definitely isn't. The gap between Ruel and Van der Brink is now 35.6 seconds. So it's chipping away. So this looks like it is our closest battle on the track and in terms of position at the moment.
Well, you got a couple of other things to look at. You got Chris Houston, who's gaining on Larson in front of him. Then you got Larson, who's only 8 seconds back of Roger DeClean, and then you've got that's pretty much the closest battle of the bottom three. But I think those guys are either pulling away from each other or they're still together. We'll keep watching that because that might turn into the closest battle on track. But here's one thing we know: that Wilfred Van der Brink is faster than Stefan Ruwalt, so that's why it's being considered as the closest battle on track. The other guys, yes, they're only 8 seconds apart from each other, but they're pulling away from each other, so it's not really a close battle on track because that deficit's gaining slowly. But again, we'll keep an eye on that thing those battles in the back, and if they start to develop, we'll go to them. Right now, though, we're going to keep tabs on this battle between Ruwalt and Van der Brink. The gap, 35.115 seconds. And I just checked the last split, and indeed I have been corrected. Looks like Chris Houston is gaining on Larson in front of him, and it's very, very slowly. It's about a tenth per sector. That rounds out to about 3/10 a lap. And so, Michael, looks like we might have the closest battle on track be between the two guys that are the farthest back. That would be 16th and 15th, respectively. Very high attrition rate here at the 10 hours of Fuji. Had 40 cars start.
And only 15 remain. And that gap really is closing now. Larson must have made a big mistake as the gap, as Houston gained a whole second on him there.
We've seen Houston and Larson and those guys in the back battle before, and we'll probably see them battling in before the race gets over. Again, we'll keep an eye on that, but the big battle that we're watching, and we're going to continue to watch it, is this battle between Van der Brink and Ruwalt. This is the battle for the GT1 win here. This is the battle for the GT1 lead, and it doesn't really have a points effect in this. Well, let me chew before I speak. Hold on. Let me double check. This is the team's championship here. The Go Speed Racing C6R is 6th in points, and the 53 Sim Racing for Holland is 37th in points. So this does play big for Go Speed. If Go Speed loses the win here, they are 30 points back of. In fact, they're the highest running team in the GT Teams Championship. They are 30 points back, roughly about 30 points back. They're actually like 28. They're actually 28 points back of the lead. And so going into Le Mans, if Go Speed can tie or pass, leapfrog 5 positions, and get into the GT team's lead at the end of this race, that'll be a sight to behold. And I'm thinking that's partly why you have Van de Brink in this 37th place car in points, is because you can't let that happen championship-wise for the 51 car. Check the lap time. 1:34.550.
Keeping an eye on that gap between Houston and Larson is yo-yoing about. It did go up back up to 7.2 again, but now he's back down to 6.3. So looks like they're taking turns to make a mistake on each lap.
Want to thank Ilka Hapla for his contribution to the broadcast. He ran cameras for the past hour and a half here, maybe up to 2 hours. I've lost track of time, to be honest with you. I just know that we have a little less than an hour left in the race. But Ian Bushing back on cameras, and Ian's job's pretty simple at the moment. Follow Stefan Ruwalt or follow Wilfred Van der Brink. That's pretty much the only battles we're talking about on track. We also have the Larson-Houston battle that we're talking about as well. Right now, the continuing focus continues to be on Ruwalt and Van der Brink.
Yep, I personally ride with the because it sounds better to my ears.
Does have a nice sound to it. He's actually picking up the pace again. He's up to a 1:34.003. That's faster than his past few laps. It's a 33.844 second deficit. Again, both of these guys still with a pit stop to make. Well, I have good news for you, Mike. Vince Ramon is no longer in the 5th position. Oh, pit stop. Wilfred Van der Brink coming into the pits, 7th place.
So, Van der Brink blinks first. He comes into that pit lane.
This will be very, very crucial. Is he going to double stint the tires? His lap was a 1:39.281.
Fastest lap in that car is actually 9/10 of a second faster than what has been driven in that Aston Martin of the Ghost Speed car in front of him. So that's goes to show the sim racing for Holland Corvette has been consistently faster all day.
And that's the car that started, I believe, around the 39th position overall. And now it's going to be battling for the GT1 win.
Wow, let's see what happens there. It looks like the tyres were changed.
That's a risky move, because you could see Ruwalt try to double stint his tires at the end there, and that would give him 20 more seconds to play with.
And Ruwalt has actually gone past the pits already, or the start-finish straight, put the lap back down.
So Van der Brink out of the pits with 4 fresh tires, and we'll see how he does. His fast lap is in the 1:32.9. That would be 2 seconds faster than Rualt's most recent fast lap, and we're going to be awaiting Stefan's pit stop. Now it's let's follow Stefan and see how he does on his pit stop, and if he stints his tires, if he tries to double stint his tires to get more time, more cushion in front of him, Michael, that's really kind of risky because you've already, I believe you've already double stinted the tires. Now you're going to try to triple stint them. We've only seen that done by a couple of LMP cars.
Yeah, well, you don't really want the tires to go pop around here, especially on a car like either the GT1 car or the LMP ones.
And on such a fast track as well.
Definitely so. I mean, just look at some of the corners around here. I mean, if the tyre goes pop up at the end of the pit straight, then, well, you're off, aren't you, into the corners.
Well, here's an interesting thought. Here's one last interesting thought to put it in on the Van der Brink pit stop strategy here. His outlap is a 2-minute and 40-second stop. The last lap from Rualt was a 1:35.2. Here's one last interesting thought. If Van der Brink is able to unlap himself on track, that's going to really open up the playground, and that is completely within the realm of possibility. Van der Brink right now is going through the sweeper. Rualt's going through the hard left. If Van der Brink can keep the car going, it looks like for the most part he had a very fast pit stop. If Rualt doesn't pit soon and Van der Brink unlaps himself, then when Rualt pits, it's going to be hairier and hairier to see where he comes out relative to Van der Brink's position.
It definitely will be, Paul. And while we're talking about that, Klaus Kag has given up, but is done for the night in that number 7 car, and Captain James Pickard is now in the driver's seat of that RC Motorsports car, running in second.
Piloting the USS Courage. I mean the RC Motorsports Garage. My fault. So Picard gets into the car, and actually, wait a minute, hold on here, Batman. The deficit between Tristan Bayliss and Klaus Kog, or what was Klaus Kog? The deficit between Tristan and James is 22 seconds. Second place might not be locked up for RC Motorsports.
But does Bayliss have to pit again? That's the question.
He might just, but if he's gained so much time that he's been able to unlap himself over the course of the pit stops, if he's been able to unlap himself, he might still have a shot, just like Wilfred Van der Brink.
He might well do, yeah. And speaking of that battle, Ruel is scheduled to pit this lap, I believe.
And let the fun happen.
Out of the final corner, Ruel comes, and he does swing right.
He does swing,
and he comes into the pits.
Here we go. Someone start following Van der Brink. Van der Brink's going to pass him now. This is going to put him back on the lead lap.
All right, I'll be with you guys in just a second after Stefan Rualt's pit stop.
So, all cameras on the Ghost Speed Aston Martin, and he does change tyres.
Okay, he had a minute. His end lap was a minute 40.6. That is up on that is up on Wilfred Vandenbrink, who had a faster in-lap. That tells you one thing. That's the first thing to note. Next thing you got to watch out for, Vandenbrink currently making his way down into the hard left.
Painfully long stop for Rural here.
Well, it was also a painfully long stop for Vandenbrink, so that's also something you gotta think about. Vandenbrink entering into the third sector. Ruwalt is out of the pit. 39-second pit stop for Ruwalt. Vandenbrink's in the upper section of the third sector.
Helston's in the car now. Oh, he's going to cut the pit lane exit line there, but he realised at the last minute.
Off turn 1. Now what we'll do is we'll check his out lap time. Vandenbrink now down the straightaway. We'll check Vandenbrink's lap here. This is what Vandenbrink ticked on a normal lap, and he is obviously in extreme push mode. Lap time is a 1:32.067. Or I'm sorry, 1:33.067 was his lap time. Now we're going to check Ricard Helston's out lap here, and after that, we're going to have a couple of quick little interviews. Right now, we're going to check Ricard's out lap. He's working his way towards the third sector right now.
I have to say, the night racing
got one last four.
Yes. So I'll wait for this. Carry on, Paul.
Sorry about that, Michael. Now down the straightaway. Here we go, across the start-finish line, under the butt kicker bridge. Now across the start-finish line. And it's a +4. A +4. You had a 2:36.405. If you remember, Wilfred Vandenbrink had a 2-minute 46 lap. So that all being said, also factoring in the in-lap, a gain of 3 seconds in favor of Ghost Speed that lap. And it's a 30-second deficit. Race to the finish, it has begun. And we are almost half an hour away. Vandenbrink is quickly entering in a situation where he is he's almost got to gain a second a lap. All right, got a couple guys in the booth here. First, we want to welcome the guys from Black Rebels, CBR9 that was piloted by David Greco. Currently is still being piloted by David Greco, actually. That would be Mehmet Arslan and David Garcia. David, we're going to start with you. You took control of the car much earlier in the run, right after David Greco. How did the car perform for you once you got it?
Well, the car was pretty good. It was in a very good situation. I was in P2 when I took the car. I made a little mistake, but I lost my sprinter and I had to make an extra stop. So the gap I had with the guy in P3 was lost. We moved P4 or 5, I think.
After all was said and done, though, you had an extremely long stint, and then you gave the car over to Mehmet Arslan. How were the track conditions in terms of other drivers, traffic, and LMP and cars lapping you, of course, over the course of the run? How were they performing?
Well, it was quite good. Every time I was trying to focus, the LMP1 car came and I had to focus all over again. But it was not that difficult.
Again, after all is said and done, you guys are looking right now, should anything happen, or if everything should stand as they are now, Mehmet and David both, you guys are both looking to finish the race on the podium in GT1. Not only 3rd place in GT1, but 7th place overall on an entire field. How big of an impact is that to finish, how big is that to have such a big finish, or how big is that to have such a good finish possible, you know, after 10 hours? And what does that say about your team?
We are very happy because our first experience at Sebring, it was a disconnection in the first driver swap. So I don't know, the experience to the team and the atmosphere with team members in the team speak all the time, in MSN all the time, trying to help. It's amazing, and as you say, after almost 10 hours, it's a very good thing to be 7th place overall.
We're going to cut away from the interviews really quick. We have a close battle for 15th place. We will get back to the interviews in just a second, but we're watching this battle for the 15th position. This is Larson and, well, it was Larson and Houston. It was Larson and Houston. It still kind of is, but it's not as much anymore. Michael, looks like one of those situations where the guy was really starting to push the car and he just kind of ran it a little wide. I guess going back to the interviews real quick, Mehmet. I guess the same question to you. What does this mean to you to, after 10 hours, have your team in a possible podium finishing position?
Well, I really didn't expect this import. I was thinking like 2 hours long. I had to race. I was like. I don't want to ruin the race for the other guys, so I was concentrating all the time, and it was going quite good. It's really unbelievable that we came this far, and so I hope it will stay like this. And we have David Greco finishing it off, so I don't think it will be any problem.
Well, we want to thank you both for joining us in the booth. Here's we enter the closing stage of the race. And good luck to your team and to David, of course, as he finishes out the last 36 some odd minutes that are left in this race. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations on the run so far.
Yeah, and I want to thank you for this event, and see you next time on Le Mans, I guess.
And indeed, the 24 hours of Le Mans already looming in drivers' minds, even though this race hasn't even finished yet. Thanks, Scott. Now being joined in the booth by Stefan Rualt, and this is going to be an interesting interview, to say the least, as we watch Wilfred van der Brink continue to close the gap. And we'll check the split at the line, and then we'll talk to Stefan here. And it looks like he's under the butt ticker bridge. And across the start-finish line in a 1:32.979. He almost reset that car's fastest lap. 25.49 seconds is the deficit now. Stefan, I guess the question to you is quickly becoming, what is it like to be driving the Go Speed car, and then all of a sudden you're in the lead, and then all of a sudden it's, oh goodness, I'm in the lead, and now I've got an extremely fast car behind me.
Yeah, I knew the moment that the first Sim Racing for Holland car would dropped out, that Wilfred was going to step in and then push the hell out of that car. So I tried to stay calm, but you know, it's hard when someone's closing the gap with about 1 second a lap. I was going to do the Go Speed LMP car, but Bruno dropped out so soon, so I took his place in the GT car without any practice. So it was pretty exciting to just join in and then battle for the lead.
Well, and I have to ask, you know, Marcel and Wilfred, you know, had a 2-lap lead on the rest of the field. What was it like to all of a sudden you have the lead kind of plop right down into your hands?
It was so unexpected. I mean, Rickard had so much trouble in the beginning of the race with some incidents, and then he fought his way back to third, and then I fought my way to second, I think, and then, you know, we consolidated for second. We didn't wish for anything more, but now we want the win.
And that obviously is going to come with a huge challenge now. 2 laps in a row. Wilfred Vandenbrink has ticked sub 133 laps. His last lap was a 132.952. The gap is slowly closing. It's 24.121 seconds. Wilfred seems really strong in the first sector, but let me ask the same question to you. In what area of the track is your car strongest?
I have to say it's pretty strong on new tires in this sector. Our car is gets pretty understeering towards the end of the stint, which is especially hard for me because I like a bit of oversteer in this car.
And one more question here. We did notice that once Vandenbrink started closing, you did kind of close the gap a little bit. In fact, you closed it. You shrunk you stopped the bleeding. But there we go. That's a little bit better of an analogy. You stopped the bleeding a little bit, and you really put together a good run in the car. I guess my question would be, what is the plan of attack here for Ricard Helston should Wilfred Vandenbrink catch him?
Well, first of all, Ricard just basically came online. He said Wilfred's going to step in and just stay calm and try to push as hard as you can. So I did that, of course, and then I stopped the bleeding, sort of, I guess. But then, we were consolidating for a second, but as I said, when we got the lead, then we wanted to win, so we started to push again, harder and harder. But now, once if he's gonna catch him, I think Rick just made a mistake, by the way. That sucks. He's still gonna need to overtake him, so let's find out how that goes on.
Last lap, we are getting confirmation. Ricard spun, or he had some sort of offing. The gap is 14.392 seconds. Now it's starting to look a lot like what happened. It's almost like a repeat of what happened back at Silverstone between Andreas Corral and James Picard. Wilfred Vandenbrink is going to respond with what looks to be a low, actually that's a mid-33 second lap there. Stefan, of course, want to send our best wishes and a hearty good luck to Ricard Helston. He won the pole and now he's in position to win the whole thing. So send our best wishes to him, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks guys.
And now the battle is, like we just mentioned, it's starting to look a lot like Silverstone. It's Andreas Corrali versus James Picard, Part 2. Only James Picard is now Wilfred Vandenbrink, and Andreas Corrali's part is being played by Ricard Helston. And Michael, obviously, Ricard feeling the pressure a little.
Yep, I know that driver fatigue is setting in as well. Timing is pushed on quite late in most European regions around the world.
But Last lap time for Ricard was a 1:34.402. Vandenbrink is on the same straightaway as Helston now. They're both on the same long straightaway. Let's check Vandenbrink's lap at the line. 1:34.061. He's going to gain about 6/10 on that lap overall. Vandenbrink is closing the gap as quickly as possible. He's got lap traffic in front of him. This gap continuing to close as quickly as possible. And we are under 30 minutes. The final bells are ringing, and we are about ready to finish this race. Joining us in the booth now for one last quick interview before the checkers, we got Klaus Kag back in. Klaus, it's a record third run in the booth today. Welcome back to the booth. Real quick, James Picard he came out of the pits. James Picard, 22 seconds back of Tristan Bayless, and he's kind of held it there. He's doing a good job.
Yeah, well, we decided to let James run the last stint as it was playing at from the beginning, but when I got in the car, I was planning that it was the plan that I should finish the car. However, I probably didn't notice that I had a crash because of a program on my computer decided to shut down, and Windows just told me that this program stopped working, so I had to minimize, and I hit the wall and it was about to fourth and lost that lap, a little bit damaged in the front fender, and then I lost about 14 seconds on that single lap. After this, the car wasn't too bad, it was about a half a second slower per lap. But my confidence and my trust to the computer that say that now after I just crashed, it wasn't high enough, so we decided to let James do the last thing. He could do it about the 10 lap times, as Tristan is doing about the 27s. Just bringing the car home now with about half an hour to go. Pretty much it. Total Motorsports has been beatable today. Hopefully we can catch them up next time.
I'm going to ask you about it the first time, I asked you about it the second time, so I'm going to ask you about it this time, and I'll probably ask you about it in the post-race. Just an amazing points day starting to shape up here for your team.
Yeah, well, I can't believe it, really. And I don't really understand how this points has been given, because if you're going to finish this looks like this race, it's just going to be our second finishes. But I guess our positions overall, even though if we have retired, we have got the points anyway. That meaning we are going to lead the championship by these 2 points. And well, that's motivation enough to just go out and practice like, it's obvious, but practice like shit for the next race. At Le Mans, we know we cannot afford to lose to Ghost Speed then, and we just, well, at that time we can't afford to lose to Swedish American team, but of course we would like to get the race victory. And well, I know the modders, they got to do a little bit off about the mod to make at least the engine last for Le Mans, but let's hope something gets fixed. We have some issues we would like to have changed, and well, it's gonna be a race that no one can forget, because if we also see now we have 10-hour race, and how many drivers have had problems with under 15 drivers now, so that's not even the half of the Le Mans. So I don't really know how the SSCA admins are gonna run that. I've heard some rumors saying that the race will be held in practice mode, so drivers can rejoin, but I have no idea how that will work out in practice. But well, let's see. At least we're happy now for second position. We know podium was gonna be hard today. I thought the team of Paul Valentine would be a little bit harder, but they have had those problems. I didn't know about Tristan Bayless, but I know the Toro Motorsports and the Ghost Speed Racing. So yeah, so Ghost Speed would be hard opponents to beat, and but both sadly and luckily for us, Ghost Speed then had a failure, and the same for Swedish American team, and it kind of brings back the luck as we got tripped over twice, 2 races in a row where we would have had podium speed, but we just didn't get it. Let's see, this race has been fun, and especially the testing, the practice racing has been a lot of fun, and I think the team is ready for a new challenge.
Well, Klaus, we want to thank you for joining us in the booth, and congratulations again so far. You're only a couple minutes away from a strong podium finish in a 10-hour race, and you can't. There's no way you can't be happy with that. So congratulations on the run this far, and hope to talk to you in the post-race interview. Thanks, Klaus.
You too.
And Michael, now the battle switches back to the lead, and just as we come back from the interview with Klaus, there's a 10.3 second deficit. How has it gotten this close so quickly?
Wow, look at that, it's going to 10.3 now, it's 10.2. As Van der Brink goes past. And that battle down the back is still going on between Houston and Larson, separated by just over a second.
Yeah, let's go to that battle. There's still 10 seconds between Van der Brink and Helston. So let's go back and watch this battle between Houston and Larson. About a second back from each other. Literally, they're this close. Houston's gained on Larson the whole time, and he can now see Larson. He's the next car in front of him. This is the battle for 14th overall, and this is quickly becoming a very interesting battle.
Certainly is, as the clocks are winding down. They have much longer to go here at Fuji.
It's a 1.157 second deficit between Houston and Larson. Larson's got Hodgwig right in front of him. Larson's got Hodgwig right in front of him, but he doesn't seem to be holding him up. At least not that much. Larson just seems to be pretty content behind him. Houston seems to get a better run off the corner, and he's going to have the draft down the straightaway, but Larson's going to actually have a stronger draft from Hodgwig.
Yep, actually, the climb is actually only 5.8, make that 6.4 seconds up the road from where Larson is, so I don't know if Larson's gaining or not, but well, it might turn into a three-way train a bit, but Hodgwig is not a well, he's holding station, so he's not exactly holding up Larson, is he?
Yeah, he could be used as a pick though as we enter into these final couple laps. You can see they're going to go under the sim gear signage into the sweeper. All the cars kind of sweeping wide, now coming down under the butt kicker signage into the hard left, and Houston is there. Houston is Larson's not going to get away from Houston, I don't think. Under the Michelin signage through kink 1. Out of kink 1, set up kink 2. Here we go. Now it's a run down to the old chicane. Looks like Houston's got an advantage this time. He's going to look to the inside. Not going to do anything.
Tristan Bayless with the pits. And out again. Let's see if there's a driver change.
That looks just to be like a splash of fuel. We should also be looking for a close on fuel for Picard as well. And here we go. Now we're looking now at the time clock reads 18 minutes and 5 seconds. That's the amount of time that's left. The deficit in time is 7.014 seconds. That's the deficit between Helson and Vandenbrink, and that gap is going to close once Vandenbrink is going to be able to see Helson, because that's just going to give him a whole head of steam that he has not felt yet.
He'll be able to see that ghost speed Aston Martin any time soon. The gap is now 6.3. Wow. It's definitely closing down, isn't it, Paul?
It's getting a lot closer. It's almost time in your case to wake up and for me to get excited. This race getting very close very quickly in the GT1 battle. Now it's a time constraint battle, including a deficit closure battle. Last race at Silverstone, it was almost the exact same situation, only it was a little bit more time left on the clock. The battle between Corrali and Picard is going to go down in the history books, but this one might go down in there as well. We could see a repeat of the Silverstone finish much later in the end of this race, and these guys have gone 4 hours longer. Picard's going to be extremely close on fuel, we're getting word, and looks like he'll have to make a splash and go, or he can try to stretch it and end up running out of fuel. That'll be interesting to keep tabs on. Right now, though, it's the GT1 battle that we're following. 5.767 seconds is the deficit between Helston and Vandenbrink. And he can see him now, Michael. He can see him.
Oh, yeah, he can.
4.852 seconds the deficit now.
Yeah, especially if he's got the driver name tags attached. No, you can see that will be popping up once in a while. Wow, look at that.
Oh no! That could have been the race right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, a slight little off by Wilfred Vandenbrink has just opened this race wide open yet again for Rickard Helston. He is now 6.9 seconds back.
Well,
he's not that far back. He didn't lose that much time.
Right, it's not over until it's over, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And now he is in downright boogity mode. 15 minutes are left. He doesn't have to gain a second a lap as long as he keeps it remotely close. The gap now 6.6 seconds. If he just keeps it remotely close, he'll still catch it. This might not be over yet.
Oh, it certainly isn't. And then you got James Picard closing down on Vandenbrink now.
Picard, he's got fuel to worry about. He might have to make a splash and dash. He should be safe from Tristan Bailey's, or from. Here's the slide by. Here's a quick little replay of the slide by Vandenbrink that might have cost him the race. Or it could have just delayed the inevitable. Oh, tightens up again. And again, oh my goodness. He's trying to get passed right now by, it looks like, Picard. It is. He'll get passed by Picard, but he's going to lose time in the third sector because he is really running the car on its edge right now. Looks like the tires might just be shot. And he's trying to get a draft off Picard down the straight. Lap time for Wilford was a 1:34.412. 6.664 seconds now is the deficit.
And now he's got David Greco bearing down behind him. Greco is behind him in terms of position, but he is 3 laps behind Vanderbrink.
And while we keep tabs on the Vanderbrink thing, let's give you a quick run through the field. In the lead is Petter Kassa. We haven't forgotten about him. He is still your leader. Kassa's running like Massa, very strong. Got 2 laps on the rest of the field on James Picard. After Picard, it's going to be Tristan Bayless. He runs 3rd. Yeah, that rounds out your podium. Then Lynn O'Kell, the Sim Racing Tonight Garage. He runs 4th. That rounds out your LMP class. Then Rickard Helson. He leads your GT1 class, but he's only got 6.3 seconds between himself and Wilfred Vanderbrink. We're continuing to watch that battle as we work our way towards 10 minutes to go. Behind Vanderbrink on track and in position, only 3 laps, is David Greco, the Black Rebels DVR9. Behind him is Commons, who runs 8th. And then Rytus Johnson runs 9th, and 10th is Sumney. 11th is Steve Boyer. 12th is Hodwig, Jarno Hodwig. 13th is Roger DeClean. 14th is Larson, and he's still trying to get chased down. He's still getting chased down by Chris Hewson. Time clock reads just under 12 minutes left. 7:53 p.m. local Japanese time. Leader is Petter Kassa on a record-setting pace. He's about to take his 400th lap. In the meantime, Wilfred Vanderbrink, 5.551 seconds is the deficit. Once again, he's closing in on Rickard Helson. .574 seconds is the deficit. These cars are almost dead even now. And we thought it might have been over in this corner right here, just a few laps to go. Not a strong final corner here, it looks like, for Wilfred Vanderbrink. He's been charging and driving that car as much as he possibly could. And now it's just a battle of wits. 34.076 was the lap time. 5.152 seconds. He's slowly gaining. If he keeps hitting his marks, he will catch him. And he's almost at the point where he can see him again. Approaching 10-minute mark very slowly. 4.406 seconds. He gained almost an entire second in that sector alone. And he can see him now. Once again, he can see him, Mike.
They're both in the same shot now. When you look at it on the camera, the extended trackside cameras. But like the old
birdie
saying,
in our ear reminding us that, yeah, the little birdie in our ear reminding us of the old saying, catching them's one thing, passing them's the other. We remembered that when Picard had to get by Corrali, it took almost 5 minutes for that to happen, and it actually took the luck of a lapped car for it to happen. Otherwise, we might still be racing at Silverstone.
Well, the gap's now actually 4 seconds dead, so let's see what it will be.
And if Battle for 15th getting really close, but now 3.824 seconds is the deficit. Another 34 flat for Wilfred van der Brink. Works it through turn 1, looks like he might have gone a little wide. Helston's right there now, he can see him. Battle getting dreadfully close. 3.764 the deficit now. 10 hours and they're separated by 4 seconds.
Who would have thought that, eh?
I think Andreas Corrali and James Picard might have thought that.
And who would have thought there would be four LMP1 cars running at the end of this race?
And that's probably the other big story out of this race, other than this battle for GT1, which is about to start really heating up. The other big story coming out of this race is going to be that high attrition rate. And what are the factors that might have caused it? Was it Tropical Storm Hannah? Was it just a bad race? You know, was it the length of the race? Was it the track selection? It could have been any number of things. But Silverstone proved that all of these drivers here have a very high caliber of driving ability to finish with with a very low attrition rate. So you cannot really attribute the high attrition rate to the drivers. And Wilfred van der Brink just took the 1:33.811. The gap is under 3 seconds now. Now 7 minutes left. Peter Kassa still leads. He's got about a lap on the field. Or, I'm sorry, a lap on second. He's got many laps on the rest of the field. We're watching this battle for the GT1 lead. Through the sweeper goes Helston. Through the sweeper goes van der Brink. 2.572 seconds the deficit now. Under the butt kicker signage. He's there. He's there. Let the battle begin. We're going to continue to watch James Picard. He should be coming in for a splash of gas soon. If he can make it, if he can't make it last, he'll be pitting anytime now for a splash. Right now, we're still watching van der Brink and Helston.
Wow, 2.2 now. Nothing in there, is there? I was just looking at Picard, and this doesn't sound like it's jaw shifting at all, so he might be alright on fuel, but we'll see.
He might be thinking it's safer to go, you know, full out and then splash and gas instead of trying to save it and lose more time today with. Last one. 1:33.817. An exact identical lap time as the lap that came before for Wilfred van der Brink, and he slides it in turn 1. Helston will get the advantage in turn 1. 1.848 seconds the deficit. Down into turn number 2. Kassa's still leading by a lap. 5.5 minutes left. If you didn't think that Silverstone could get any better, I give you Fuji. Someday that line will make sense. Through kink 2 goes the 2 drivers. That's the left car, Rinus Jansson's in front of him. Five minutes left, the timer now reads.
Jansson's getting right out of the way there. It's good driving for him. And wow, look at that, Paul. The gap is now next to nothing, is it?
It's almost time to say that there is no gap. Van der Brink's there, but we know Van der Brink's not perfect. He's already lost it one time. He's barely going to have enough time to catch him. Last lap was a 1:34.544 by Van der Brink. He lost so much time in turn 1. 1.457 is the deficit. Down into turn number 1. Oh, great turn for Van der Brink. He's there.
Well, look at that, 1.1 now.
Under the sim gear signage into the sweep.
Had to make the throttle
10
there
hours
slightly.
of racing and it's come down the bit. Under the Michelin signage. And now we're starting to get down to the lap range. How many more laps can these drivers go? Is it 2? Is it 3?
Whoa, well, Vanderbrink lighting up the rear tyres there. Now he's getting close now. He's got to be careful though, not to be too overconfident.
This is the corner where he lost it before. Ooh, He's there, he's there, he's there. He had a better turn on the exit of that corner. Gets a little bit loose though. Now down the straightaway, he's going to start to feel the draft off of Helston. Helston almost wanting to try to snake away a little bit. Doesn't think he's close enough. 1:33.939. This race is about to break wide open. Glenn O'Kell could play spoiler here. There's the gap. You see it right in front of you. 2.5 minutes left.
Wow, look at that ball. Less than 4 tenths of a second now.
Vanderbrink's got Lynn O'Kell right behind him. If you're Lynn O'Kell, how do you say this? How do you say, how do I get past the battle for the GT1 lead? Kind of like this right here. Oh my God, that was bad for Vanderbrink. That was very bad for Vanderbrink, and O'Kell backs off. Oh my goodness.
Well, you got traffic in play now.
Oh, that's come on, right in front of him. Oh, and Vanderbrink catching traffic at the worst possible time.
Yeah, but don't forget that Corvette's got supreme straight line speed advantage over that Aston Martin.
When Petter Kassa comes to the stripe, he will see 1 lap to go. So 2 to go for these GT boys. The gap reads 8-10. Here we go, down the straightaway. Aston Martin versus Corvette. Go Speed versus Sim Racing for Holland down into turn number 1. Time remaining shows 1 minute. Petter, 1 corner left. Petter Kassa will take the white flag. 1 lap to go. And remember, the race will end after Petter gets the checkered. So these guys still have a lap to go.
Whoa, look at this pole. It's, wow, bumper to bumper now.
Now Vanderbrink can think about setting him up. This is the race for the GT1 class lead. After 10 hours, Vanderbrink's going to look to the inside. No, he bobs it back in. Through the old chicane. Up through the 3rd sector. Kassa's still got about half a lap to go. We'll cover his checkered flag line. Right now we're watching this battle. This will be the corner right here. If anything happens, it'll be on this straightaway. Time has expired. This battle has it.
Oh, there we go. He's in the toe. They got 1 more lap to go.
They will have 1 more lap left for the GT1. Here we go. Here comes Vanderbrink. He's got the speed. He tries to pull out. He's still turn 1. Lock up against the outside wall. Oh, down to the turn 1. Here we go. He's got him right now. Helston's gonna battle back. They hit each other again. Final corner, final straightaway. Petter Kassa's gonna win the race. He will win the SSCA 10 Hours of Sebring. Petter Kassa, Torrent Motorsports dominate. They will win. And the fireworks will begin to go off.
Well, Paul, that was quite
In the
naughty
meantime,
from
Van der Brink and
I think.
Helston still have lap. This is it. You want a battle? You've got one. Last lap. Through kink 1. Through kink 2, they'll race to the chicane. This is for the GT1 lead. He's there. He's there. He almost touched. He still almost touched. Van der Brink's there. He would have had him a lap ago, but he got severely blocked by Helston.
I don't think he's going to do it. Rickard's car is better out of the corners, I think. It's got more acceleration.
So, oh! One last corner. This is it. Picard's going to finish second, race to the line in GT1. It's not going to be enough. Wait. He's closing.
It's a long straight, but the start
Long
line's
straightaway. It's over. Ricard, Helston, and Gus Speed. Oh! Fireworks after the race. Helston slid sideways. Wilfred Van der Brink, sim racing for Holland, obviously not happy.
I'll be happy if I was him.
There is something to be said. Wow, what a finish. What a finish. Race is over. Top 3 in LMP looks like this. It looks just like this. Peter Kassa wins the SSCA 10 hours of Fuji. James Picard will finish second. He's going to do donuts anyway. Peter's going to win. Torrent Motorsports is going to win. Peter Kassa. Andreas Splinger. I'm sorry. They will both win the SSCA 10 hours of Fuji. Second place will be James Picard, Klaus Kog, Daniel Smiktala. Tristan Bayless, Robin Taylor, Simon Maluish finished third for DH Racing. I'm wiped. And now a provisional results now. Provisional results show as follows. Ricard Helston, Stefan Renault, and Miko Korkowski, I am wiped out, will win for Ghost Speed in GT1. Heavy blocking on the last lap. Heavy blocking on the last lap. This could be under review by race control. Provisionally, Ghost Speed wins. Second place, provisionally. Sim Racing for Holland, driven by 4 drivers. Mikowski, Van der Brink, Corrali, and Neuenhoff. They will finish in second. And third, your pole sitter, the Black Rebels, David Greco, Dave Nicole, Mehmet Arslan, and David Garcia. Wow. Are you awake, Mike? We will be right back. What a finish. What a finish. I'm still shaking, folks. Michael Lamb, some final thoughts from you. We know it's 3:30 your time, so you're kind of ready to get to bed. Let's get some final thoughts from you.
Well, it's a fascinating race that was, and the battle to the end for the GT1 cars with that was just a supreme, that was. But I have to admit, I was a little disappointed by the blocking tactics that Ricard Helston applied, but to be to his defense, it is dark and night racing, and perhaps he's not quite used to it, as he's more into the Formula Sim racing, which is obviously ran during the day. But it'll be interesting to see if that gets reviewed by the race stewards after the race or not. and know that I'll be looking forward to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which will be coming up in November. So hopefully more of the same.
Michael, I want to thank you. It's always a pleasure to commentate with you. We know it was late your time, so we know you're a little bit tired. Again, always a pleasure, and thank you for joining us. If you want to hear more from Michael, he'll be at FSR next Sunday, or next weekend from Belgium at Spa-Francorchamps. And thank you, Michael.
No problem. Great to be joining you once again, Paul, and hopefully I'll see you in November for the Le Mans broadcast.
I'll look forward to it. But Michael Lamb, everybody, right now we're going to go ahead and go to a quick commercial break, and we will be right back. I'm going to try to breathe from the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. We'll be right back.
personnel leave the grid now.
Welcome back to the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji, presented live here on Pro Sim Racing TV by Butt Kicker Sim Gear, among others. Welcome back to the broadcast booth. Paul Messer here, still trying to breathe after what was an amazing finish in the GT1 class. If you thought Silverstone was a good finish, you really should have seen what happened here tonight at Fuji. Got a bunch of people in the booth, want to get to our winners, and definitely want to welcome into the booth Peter Kassa, who ran like Massa today. An amazing run for Torrent Motorsports. Just a dominating performance. Peter, first of all, congratulations. Welcome to the broadcast booth, and wow, just an amazing performance today by Torrent.
He's been having audio problems all night. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll ask Michael here. Michael Steezy interviewed him earlier. Obviously, Torrent Motorsports coming back with a bang, so to speak.
Well, yeah, I guess. And we showed up, we came, we did exactly what we wanted to do. It was a heck of a race, but I will say that GT was something.
And you guys not only won you guys actually dominated both ends of the field today. You had the 77 win the race, and you had the 78 have connection problems right off the start. So there's torrent on at both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah. I guess we're like the Marines, first in, last out. Yeah, it's really unfortunate about the 78 car and dropping out on the warm-up lap, but I really think they could have tied up possibly, definitely a double podium, or maybe a 1-2. But yeah, it was a hell of a race today, and we came and did exactly what we wanted to do. So rolling into Le Mans is going to be exciting.
Well, obviously, got to congratulate Petter, got to congratulate Andreas, and walking into Le Mans, boy, we got a race to look forward to. The RC Motorsports guys really closing the gap. It's going to be a 3-car battle for the championship, and one of those teams, Go Speed, is going to be in that hunt in Le Mans. And I got to welcome into the booth both Ricard Helson and Stefan Rualt. Sorry, it's been a long day. And got to say, first of all, congrats to you guys. And I got to talk to Ricard first. What an amazing finish! Talk about having Wilfred Vanderbrink chase you down, and then that's the subsequent battle.
I know already when Stefan was driving, he was that Wilfred was so much faster. Then I jumped in the car and tried to find some rid. Didn't feel any good in dark. The gap closed down and it came up to this last lap. Sick. I was shaking during the last 10 minutes.
And yet at the same time you kept your composure. Vanderbrink was actually able to pass you in turn 1, and then you got him, and then you got it right back. So I mean, just an amazing performance. Not just at the very end, but also throughout the day. You kept the car in check all day long. I want to ask you about something that happened extremely early in the race between yourself and Robin Vertigard. At the very beginning of the race, seemed to be a battle between you and Robin, and he shot to the inside, and you tried to run him a little low. You guys actually went all the way inside, that you were on the inside of the pit exit line, and then Vertigard subsequently ran into Ben Wheeler, locking up the car. Just talk real quickly about that incident and what you saw from your end.
I didn't. He told me after when I talked to him that he was on the grass, but I didn't know that. I thought I left him enough room to stay on the asphalt, but I surely didn't, and I was sorry for that, and so. But it's okay.
Yeah, definitely.
I was surprised when I got the stop and go penalty, because I didn't know he was in the grass. I just thought he overshot his braking point.
Well, definitely just an amazing run for you guys today. And what does it say about Go Speed that, you know, when you guys are, you know, really kind of thrown up against the wall? You had the LMP team went down an hour in, and here comes the GT team and carries the whole team on its back and goes and wins the race in GT1. What does that say about this Go Speed team?
Well, I don't know when we get it together, get good names in both cars, we are able to fight for the win. The LMP car was leading when Bruno got this disconnect. So it's sad. It could have been a double win. It should have been cool.
Well, Ricard, I got some really good news for you, and this is my final question to you. But I got some really good news to you, or for you. That Go Speed car was coming into this race 6th in points, 30 points back in the GT standings. That Go Speed car. After this race, all 5 cars in front of you, all 5 teams out of the race, and you win. Going into Le Mans, you're going to have a shot to win the GT Teams Championship. When coming into this race, it seemed almost impossible of a goal to reach, and now you are very realistically in the GT Teams Championship race. What does that mean, or what does that do to your thinking as you guys get ready for Le Mans now?
That we need to set up 2 cars with 4 drivers each car that are very quick, so we challenge for the win. Before it was just to find 4 fast guys for LMP car, but now we have both cars. But it's fantastic. It's the whole team has been done during the whole year. It's fantastic.
Well, thank you, Ricard. We talked to Stefan before, but real quickly, I'm going to ask Stefan one quick question here. What's it like being a teammate, watching Ricard hold off Wilfred Vandenbrink at the end there?
Oh man, I just couldn't watch it. Of course, I was on TeamSpeak with him, but yeah, it was crazy time. I just couldn't watch. And then the last 2 laps when he was so close, and then he almost overtook him, and then he took him back. And he crossed the finish line. We were just screaming and shouting like crazy, 2 crazy guys, and it was awesome.
I think it's the closest margin of victory in GT1 this season in SSCA, and it definitely is going to rival the Silverstone finish, if not blow that one out of the water. And you guys are going to walk into Le Mans as a team, as Go Speed, with a shot for double championships coming out of Le Mans. And definitely want to wish Go Speed the best of luck there. Congratulations to Go Speed. You're winners today in GT1.
Thank you very much. And thanks to SSCA for making this event. And Pro Sim Racing and Ian and who else have been broadcasting today.
Once again, congratulations to Go Speed. Apologies for not being able to get in contact with Petter Kassa. We know he's very excited, of course, with the very dominating finish. We were able to talk to Michael Thies, though. Real quickly, I want to get a couple of quick words from Darren Ganji, who's in the booth. Darren, after Silverstone, you know, people might have been thinking, you know, how could they top that finish? And then you go and you give them Fuji. What an exciting finish! What a great day for SSCA. You guys, you know, you had every league's going to have their problems today. For SSCA, it was for SSCA today. It was the really high attrition rate, but overall, what an amazing finish, and what an amazing day for SSCA.
Yeah, Paul, no question about it. It was definitely an incredible race. That was definitely the closest finish in SSCA history. GT, LMP, any class, any race we've ever had. Great job to Go Speed for winning GT, and great job to Torrent coming back. Haven't been in SSC in a while, and you know, dominating. Sad to see Go Speed go out early, and sad to see all the teams go out. You know, we finished 4th in that LMP car, and you know, a big reason why is because of all the guys that dropped out. But you know, hopefully we can get something figured out here with our factor, where either we run, you know, in the practice session or something. And I hate seeing all these teams put all this effort, and you know, we're going to be racing 24 hours at Le Mans. I don't know how we're going to be able to how we're going to be able to do it in this type of format.
All that being said, though, it's kind of after today's race and after today's finish, it's kind of one of those things where that kind of thinking can almost wait until Monday after seeing such an amazing finish. Again, just a wonderful race from SSCA.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, Paul. I want to thank all the guys behind the scenes: Travis Bailey, Frosty St. Clair, Marcel Offermans. And all the guys that worked on the tracks, and have worked on the tracks over the year, and definitely want to thank Ian, you, Paul, for marathon man. Like I said early on, dude, you were awesome. Michael, I don't think he's in here anymore. He did a great job. You guys did an awesome job in the booth. I want to thank my teammates, Paul Valentine, Len Opel, Sean Cole, we had a great time today, man. I had a blast racing, and that I was screaming watching the end of that race. That was just incredible.
Glad somebody had a voice. Mine was gone. But Darren Ganji, thank you for your time there. One last try here to get Petter Kassa. Petter, is your mic working?
I hope it's working again.
Yes, we've got Petter. real quickly, we're going to talk to your winner overall in GT1 here. Or, I'm sorry, in LMP1. GT1's still on my mind, but overall winner in LMP1, Petter Kassa, drove like Massa. What an amazing run.
Yeah. Just to say, God, like Massa had to do extra spin on the final stint.
You had the dominating performance that Massa had put forth this year. Let's keep it a little bit positive. But you obviously had the faster car. What moment in the race really defined it for you that you really thought that this team would have a good shot at winning? Because obviously in those first couple stints you battled with Tristan, you battled with Klaus Kog, you battled with just about everybody at the start, and of course Bruno was pulling away. When did it enter into your mind that the race was really starting to come to you guys?
Well, actually, to keep up with Bruno, but I was a bit unlucky in the.
Looks like got a little bit of difficulty there with your mic there, Petter. Nevertheless, it's good to hear your voice, even if it was just a little bit. And we want to congratulate you on the overall win, and your teammate Andreas Spengler, able to come away with the win here today. And again, congratulations to Torrent. Of course, your team owner or your team manager here. You know, that's got to be great to have happen. You know, right. You know, with the boss here and everything, all that good stuff. And of course, you really did drive like Massa with the dominating performance, even down to the spin, like you said in the final stint. And of course, just an amazing run today from Torrent, and then what an amazing finish. My final thought today is all about GT1, and boy, it really was like watching Silverstone happen all over again, except with the Corvettes and Aston Martins instead of Pez Corollas and Audis. Except this time the story ended with Ghost Speed on top, instead of not, I should say. And I had a cold all day. It got worse over all day long, and it's finally gotten better. Sinuses have to clear up as soon as the race finished. That's always the fun part. But I got to say, it was so worth it, especially after that finish. And from a very personal standpoint, what an amazing finish. What an amazing race. Yes, the race had its bad sides. Yes, it had its many penalties given out by the stewards. It had its very high attrition rate. But there is so much good that you can say about the race that there is no need to even mention the bad at all. Darren Ganji and the guys at SSCA really know how to put on a good show, and I cannot wait till November, getting ready for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which will be live on Pro Sim Racing TV. And with that, I think I'm going to sign off for everybody here. Anybody that we interviewed, Ian Bushing definitely, Ilka Hafla, Simon Maluish, Michael Lamb, Krell Nielsen was also on cameras for a little while. Anyone I might have missed, I apologize deeply. For Michael Lamb and Ian Bushing, I'm Paul Messer. What an amazing day. We will see you later. Congratulations again to Torrent from the SSCA 10 Hours of Fuji. Goodbye, everybody.